T.J. Hooker returns next week at this time. Now a special presentation.
Word Balloon is brought to you by the League of Word Balloon Listeners. Welcome back, everybody. It's time again for Word Balloon, the comic book conversation show. John Suntra's here. I'm very happy to hook up live to the Rob Observatory, and this guy has already had half a night of podcasting because he's recording somebody else's podcast. But it's great to see Robert Meyer Burnett, my favorite grandmaster of Star Trek experts, and really, man, I'm thrilled as always. I can't, like we were saying off the air. 10 years we've been talking. It's great to see you, man.
Of our Inglorious Trexperts podcasts, you know, the our holiday podcasts that are endless.
I've been listening. I've been listening to them, and I just heard the over the weekend the top romances in Star Trek.
Yes. These were we just recorded our favorite Strange New Worlds. And
interesting.
I'll leave that for figure out what that actually is. Maybe it has to do with this Captain Pike, or maybe it doesn't. You know, you never know. Sometimes I should be shamed that I have this, but I do have it.
Is that one of those EXO?
Yes, it is. The EXO 6 figures are the greatest Star Trek figures ever made, and the only ones I don't have are Burnham and Saru.
I understand all of that. Yeah, man. No, believe me, I know. God, first of all, I love the Inglorious Trexperts. In fact, to help Robert Altman sell some DVDs of his documentary, I reposted my talking with him about the 1982 Greatest Geek Ever documentary and everything.
That was so much fun to be in. It turned out great. And then that's, I guess, the theatrical version.
Okay. That makes sense. Rob is every now and then freezing on me, and I'm not exactly sure why. Yeah, but now he's back because I hear his lips smacking, so that's a good sign.
Yeah, well, Mark's new documentary, The Greatest Christmas Movies Ever, was on a week ago.
Oh, yeah, I missed that. Was it on CW?
Yeah, it's on CW, so you can check that out, too.
Excellent. No, that's great to hear. But we are here, and I'm trying to find the lobby card to tell everyone about why we're here, and that is, of course, to talk about your fantastic audio dramatization of a fantastic Max Allan Collins book, his wonderful character Nathan Heller, and your audio is called True Noir. There's the title card right there.
Yeah.
The Nitty Raid, and this is the assassination of Anton Cermak, starring Michael Rosenbaum from Smallville, and of course The Flash on DC Animation. One of the great actors is Nathan Heller. An all-star cast. I am blown away. And a lot of Star Trek character actor vets pepper this entire cast. I'll let you talk about the cast.
Yeah, it was, this whole project is really interesting. You talked about early before we started, you watched our show, Let's Get Physical Media, which I've been doing a physical media show for 4 years every Sunday at 11 o'clock with a guy I met during the pandemic who lived in Germany. And I really liked him. I'm like, yeah, man, I needed to get, it was Coke, but now it's Play On. Out a 5-disc rollerball 4K set.
Fantastic, because we need a 5-disc rollerball set. I'm assuming, obviously, the James Caan rollerball.
Yeah, the James Caan. I was beside myself. It was not out in 4K anywhere else in the world. It's subsequently been put out by other people. But I said to Dieter, I knew he was a viewer. I'm like, I gotta have this, and he got it for me. And then we just started, Louis. It was like Casablanca and
sure.
It was just, we've been doing it ever since. Well, Max Allan Collins, unbeknownst to me, I mean, I knew who Max Allan Collins was because of course, of Road to Perdition. He wrote the graphic novel the movie was based on, and he also wrote a series of Batman comics in the 80s that he will tell you is one of the most hated runs of Batman ever. But I liked it.
Yeah, not me, man. I know. I love Max's stuff. Keep going.
I liked it. And then, of course, he's done movie novelizations. He novelized Dick Tracy, and then, of course, he wrote the Dick Tracy comic strip for the Chicago Tribune for 15 years.
Yes, he did.
And so my business partner, Mike Bawden, who lives in Iowa, knew him. And Phil Dingledine and Max have made Max's movies together and done other things together locally. And one day, all three of them are like out at lunch, and Max has realized that Mike Bawden is the person who gets my fan mail for me. Like because we're business partners, and he just set it up. And so Max and they're talking, and then Mike calls me, and I'm suddenly on the phone talking to Max Allan Collins for the very first time. Then they went back to their office, and I just had this phone call, and it was Mike's idea to do something to team up. And at first we were going to do Mike Hammer, which is, of course, Mickey Spillane's great character that a lot of people don't know now, but Mike Hammer was a big figure, a big fictional character that Mickey Spillane wrote. And Mickey Spillane played Mike Hammer in a movie that was big for
several decades, everybody. I am waiting for Rob to unfreeze, and now he is unfrozen. Continue, Rob.
All of his works are controlled by Max.
Yes.
And
in fact, Max has been finishing some unfinished Spillane Hammer manuscripts and stuff. No, he's like kind of the best guy to be the keeper of Mickey Spillane's papers.
And I think he finished the last Hammer novel, or he's going to finish it, or he did finish it. It hasn't come out yet.
Yeah.
And then he's the executive producer of the proposed Mike Hammer film that Skydance is supposed to make. So we couldn't do Mike Hammer, but then Max said, well, I have my own detective. This is the first Nathan Heller novel, True Detective. And we couldn't call it True Detective because the HBO series, obviously. But then we thought about it, and we wanted to come up with a title that sort of encompassed what the books are about. And what I think the great hook of the books is that Nathan is a fictional detective. But over the 19 Heller novels that span from the early 30s to the late 1960s, the fictional Nathan Heller gets involved and embroiled in all of these real true crime events that might not have a definitive answer. And of course, the first novel deals with Chicago Mayor Cermak, who was shot to death while in Miami at a FDR rally. And he had traveled from Chicago.
From Chicago to Miami, everybody. You'll forgive me, Rob. Every now and then I'm going to...
So in Miami, he was shot to death.
Right.
And people wonder, well, was it a lone assassin? Was there really Zangara, Giuseppe Zangara was the assassin? Was he there he maintains he was there to kill FDR.
Right. An anarchist that was there to kill FDR.
Or was it really a guy working for Frank Nitti,
right,
as a reprisal for Anton Cermak's attempt through his hoodlum squad to kill Nitti? And so that's what the first book is about, and that's what our audio drama is about. And Jeffrey Combs plays Anton Cermak. Of course, you know him he's Dr. Herbert West in Reanimator, and of course he was on Star Trek as Shran in Enterprise and Weyoun, and he played Brunt, a Ferengi. He's in things like Peter Jackson.
Great character actor. Jeffrey Combs, unbelievable guy and a very sweet guy. Met him last year at Terrificon, everybody, in Connecticut. But
nicest guy in the world. And we coerced Max. Like, I've never made an audio drama before. You ask me to produce a low budget movie, I'm your guy. You know, I can produce, direct, edit, whatever you need me to do. But I grew up loving audio dramas, and there was no way we're going to get this book financed. It's a period piece. It has many, many characters, but we decided to do it as an audio drama. And I coerced Max into writing all 10 chapters and adapting his own work And then Mike Bodden and I founded a new company called Imagination Connoisseurs Unlimited, because I call my audience, rather than geeks or nerds, I came up with this phrase, imagination connoisseurs. And that's what people have liked it. So we made our company that. And our mission statement, like, I'm always bitching and moaning and complaining about how IPs, whether it's Star Wars, Star Trek, Doctor Who, James Bond, all of our venerable IPs, Lord of the Rings, how they're treated by the corporations that now own them all. And our mission statement is we want to team up as much as we can with the original creators, and team up with original creators to bring their works to life in the best way possible. And so at first I was going to hire, we did a proof of concept with actor Todd Stashwick, a 10-minute proof of concept thing. And but Max hadn't written any scripts, and it took a while for us to get it off the ground. So Todd couldn't come and be Nathan Heller in the main project, but he did a great job in our proof of concept, which you can hear on YouTube. But when I first read the script that Max wrote for the first chapter, I'm like, oh, I can't just be calling up my actor friends. The scripts were so good that I had to have a real producer come in to work with me, who also, I called my old friend Christine Sheeks, who's one of the great casting directors in Hollywood. She cast movies like Boogie Nights. And I said, you got to come on board as our supervising producer. And when I sent her it was funny. She wasn't calling me back at first because she's like, you want to do what? You know? And then when she read the script, she's like, these scripts are amazing. They're like, she worked on Coen Brothers movies. She's like, this is like a Coen Brothers script. And I go, yes. And we have to get the best actors possible. And so what we did was, like, she and I were on the same page in terms of actors. Now, I knew I talked to Jeff Combs about this, but now we're going proper channels in Hollywood. We go through their agents or their representation.
Sure.
And I would call up when I knew people. I would call up Jeff and say, look, we're going to do this. But we made everybody official offers. We're a complete SAG production. And we started going after, I went after Bill Sadler. I'd work with him. He was the villain in a horror film I produced back in 2008 called The Hills Run Red. Of course, Bill Sadler was the villain in Die Hard 2. He's been in everything from Trespass to Shawshank Redemption. He played Death in Bill and Ted's Bogus Journey. One of my favorite actors. And he came aboard as General Dawes, Charles Dawes.
How can you not include Agent Sloan as Section 31 and Deep Space Nine? Shame.
I was trying. I know. I just didn't want to. I didn't want to give any air to Section 31. Right.
Well, let's do the good versions of Section 31 and acknowledge, because Sadler literally carried that whole idea himself throughout Deep Space Nine, and it was brilliant.
One guy, and that was, as Star Trek.
Yeah. And then we get the Section 31 movie coming up. Again, I apologize, Rob. I will finish as you're sometimes freezing on us and stuff, which is driving me nuts. Yeah, man. You know something? Seriously, we'll talk about True Noir, and then maybe, if it's okay, can I send you like a Zoom link or something like that, and we can finish the talk off. Oh yeah. And then pre-record, because and listen, man, you're awesome, and I love that we do marathon talks. And you just came off a marathon with Trexperts.
No, it's all good. I'll talk to you forever.
Beautiful, buddy. I feel the same way. But yeah. So and forgive me. But yeah, like, believe me, we'll get into the negative stuff. But,
but I mean, it was this when I had his scripts and we started sending his scripts to the agents, and we were dealing with some of the William Morris and CAA. And a lot of the bigger voiceover talent representatives, they read these scripts and they were like, these scripts are incredible. So no one knew us. They're like, who are you? You had to make offers to actors. We couldn't just say, would you like to be in this? We had to make monetary offers for them to take us seriously. And they had the material, and, we prepaid everybody, all the actors. So they knew we were serious, which is something. You're a new independent company. They don't know you. And, but it all worked out. And I was like, I wanted Barry Bostwick to play FDR. He'd been in a kind of a funny FDR movie, but I just love Barry Bostwick. I mean, I met him once, and he was in the American dub of Fantastic Planet. He plays the lead, and that's my favorite animated film of all time. And I met him at the Saturn Awards, and I went up to talk to him about that. He's like, no one remembers I was in that. everyone wants to talk about Rocky Horror or Megaforce or Spin City.
Sure.
And I was like, no, man. I'm all about, it's one of the only movies. There are 2 movies in my life that I tell people to only watch the dubbed version. I hate dubbed movies. But the 2 movies that I would say you got to watch the dubbed version, one is Fantastic Planet, and you should watch the original French language version too. And the second is Shogun Assassin, the cut down versions of Lone Wolf and Cub, the 2 Lone Wolf and Cub movies.
Wow.
Because that movie is, I mean, I have all 6 of the Lone Wolf and Cub movies in their original Japanese form.
Of course you do.
But you've got to watch Shogun Assassin, the 1980 compilation movie that has Sandra Bernhard doing all the female voices, and one of the producers had his child recording Daigero's voice, and they would just feed the kid lines. Greatest youth performance in the history of Hollywood.
Who played who played the lead in those though? What do you know the actor?
I don't remember the actor who played Ogami Ito in the I don't know, but because it's all about, I'm all about Daigoro, but
I blew it because I think his name was Paul Soles, he was Speed Racer, and he was Peter Parker in the '67 Spider-Man cartoon, and he made a million movies. Dubbing jobs and stuff over the years. And the guy just passed away in the last couple of years, but I blew it. He was at Terrificon, my buddy Mitch Halleck's convention in Connecticut, and I blew it. I didn't get a chance to meet him, and I'm like, oh man, because I would have loved to have had him on Word Balloon. What a career!
Oh, amazing guy.
Takei is a fun guy to talk about dubbing movies as well. George.
Oh,
Takei.
yeah. And he did a lot of stuff. But that's what I was able to go after all these actors. I wanted to get C. Thomas Howell does a small role in chapter 2. And it was just so much fun. Katie Sackhoff plays Nathan Heller's girlfriend. And what was really interesting, while I was recording, Anthony LaPaglia plays Al Capone. And Anthony LaPaglia was in Road to Perdition as Al Capone, but he got cut out.
I've heard that.
You could watch his footage on YouTube, and he was on the original DVD. And I'm like, wouldn't it be cool if we could get Anthony LaPaglia to play Al Capone? And he was doing a play in Sydney, Australia. And on one of his dark days, we recorded him.
Wow.
And so I had a whole methodology. I really wanted to get all the actors together because I worked on a Netflix animated series called Dota Dragon's Blood. I edited 3 seasons of that show. And one of the things about voice acting is normally you have one actor go into a booth and record. Well, this has 10-minute long scenes of characters talking to each other. And that would not have worked. So I hired an actor friend of mine, a guy named Corey Landis, a really talented actor, to be there to read with all the actors. And we recorded it as if it were a play. We would run the script. We'd run these long scenes, and I would just run them. The actors were so good, I only had to run them 3 or 4 times tops before I had the performances. And you can tell when you listen to the show, because actors are reading with each other, when I cut everything together, even though it wasn't sometimes the same actors reading with each other originally, I've cut it together, at least I'd like to think so, and it sounds like they're in the room together. That was the one thing I needed to do, and I think we succeeded. And that was, and I've been editing this now for months. But what was interesting was we had no lead. We kept making offers to all of these actors, big actors, that were all interested. They loved Max Allan Collins' scripts, but they were all busy. And as I'm recording all the other actors, I had no lead. I had no Nathan Heller. And it got to the point where 3 months, by the time we were supposed to be done, I was supposed to be done recording and editing this stuff, we were 3 months behind. And I said to Christine, well, we'll just do it the old fashioned way. We'll do a casting call, and we'll have all the voiceover actors or agents send in tapes or recordings, And I said to Christine, I go, I don't want to know who these people are. I just want to listen to their voices. And I'm listening. There's some really interesting takes on Nathan Heller. There were some actors that were way too old. One actor in particular, you never want to say who didn't get a role, but it wasn't because, I'll say it. It wasn't because he wasn't good. He gave an incredible read, which was Robert Patrick.
Oh my God.
Himself.
Yes.
And I love Robert Patrick. Was the villain in the last season of Jack Reacher. I love Robert Patrick. But unfortunately, Nathan Heller's supposed to be 26 years old. So he was just a little too old. But I was like, why didn't we hire? We didn't have any more roles left. But if we do a second season, I'm definitely hiring Robert Patrick to do a role.
Outstanding, man.
He was so good. But so it was Michael Rosenbaum. who I heard this guy's voice, and I'm like, that's Nathan Heller. In my mind, that was Nathan Heller.
Yeah, good choice. No, great casting. He's great in it. He's out full cast, top and bottom. Keep going.
No, but I heard him, and I'm like, God, he just gets it. And I have to tell you, you never know what an actor is going to be like. But I love his Inside of You podcast.
Me too.
I think he does a great job. He's so empathetic, and he gets he makes his guests open up. He's a great interviewer. He really can establish a rapport and a connection with these people immediately, which is you could do that too. It's a hard thing to do. And I have to say, working with him was unbelievable.
I bet.
It was now what I wanted to do, and I learned this from Frank Darabont when he made Shawshank Redemption. So you have there's a lot of narration in this because it's a noir thing, and the script it was 300 pages, and he's on every page. So it was an enormous acting challenge. And I told him, I said, what I want to do is Frank Darabont had Morgan Freeman record his own narration on Shawshank Redemption before they shot the movie. Oh, and he would play the narration when they were shooting at the prison. So you could hear, when I first saw Andy Dufresne, I didn't think much of the man, and all that. Yeah. So I said to Michael, I go, look, I want to record all the narration first. And then we're going to record you. I brought Corey in, and I brought our love interest in again, and we're going to record you with actors. But the idea was the narration comes from some time in the future. So when it's almost like he's telling you, the audience, the story. And yet when you hear his voice where it's happening in the moment, they had to be two very different feelings. And I'd come up with, these are just things having never done this before. And it turned out it worked beautifully. And working with Michael, he would not ever stop until he thought it was right. We would go through it, and he was finding the character, and he would read it, and he goes, okay, that's good. That's good. I'm like, great. He goes, no. That was good. Now let me do it again. And he would do it until it was perfect. And it was just and it was just me and him.
That's great.
I'm there day after day working with an actor where there was for the narration, it was just me and him. And I was giving him I was giving him direction. And the other thing I did that he couldn't believe I was doing is I had Max Allen Collins coming in via Zoom the entire time we were recording.
Great.
I said to Max, I said, look, dude. And he goes, look, I don't want to interfere with your direction. I go, look, this is like theater. If David Mamet, in the theater, the writing is sacrosanct. You don't change it. You don't touch it. And I said, Max, you adapted your own book, and there's going to be things about Chicago history that I don't know. So I want you, I know what I want in terms of performance, what I want to get out, but there's going to be nuances that are going to come from places that I just don't know. And I haven't read all 19 of the books, and I can't do this without you. So Max was there, and Michael loved it because Michael could ask actor questions to Max that I couldn't answer.
Yes.
And that was part of also what our mission statement is, to work with the original creator. So they tell us they know that their work is protected. And I already know the script that Max wrote was incredible. So for me, Max was always apologizing. He's like, am I stepping on your toes? I'm like, no, dude, that's why you're here. Like as Spock said in Star Trek II, I have no ego to bruise. This is a collective process. And working with the actors, with Max's writing, I felt, look, we're opening on Broadway. It's going to go out to the world, and it better be right. Yeah. And so it was a joy to have Max there. And the three of us had this great rapport, and Michael loved having Max there. And Max never stepped on my toes. He let me get what I wanted, and then I would turn and say to Max, do we have it? Is there anything we need? And for the most part, Max was blown away hearing his words performed. But when he was there and needed to chime in, he did, and it made everything even better.
That's so great. And really, Rob, we've talked about it before. I'm a big old-time radio nerd. I assume, and I think you've certainly mentioned things like we both grew up on the CBS Radio Mystery Theater.
I listened to it every night in my youth.
Too. Oh, yeah, me too, man.
And they produced thousands of episodes of that show.
You can find them all, everybody, on the Internet Archive, and it's from the early 70s to the early 80s.
Right.
And the producer, Hyman Brown, made the famous radio show Inner Sanctum.
Yep.
So he already knew what he was doing. He did that in the 40s and the 50s, and would get these incredible voice actors, and they're fun little 40-minute or 50-minute or so radio plays. And truly, I've been just excited in general that audio dramas have come back full force here in the States. They never went away in the rest of the world. And
No.
I'm constantly scouring for great British and other countries' wonderful audio dramas. But man, this whole production, the first 3 chapters you've released to the press and also to your Kickstarter backers, of which I'm one of them.
Yeah.
And it's 90 minutes of the first 3 chapters. It's 90 minutes long or so. And the sound design is excellent. The score evokes Chinatown, the film.
Well, it's funny that you say that, because I hired this was another thing. A lot of audio dramas, my approach to this was, I said to everybody, I go, this is a movie, this is cinema, but without the pictures.
Yep.
And one of the things I used to do when I was in high school and college, I DJ'd a lot. I DJ'd at my college. We'd put on events and DJ, and I made everybody mixtapes of like a lot of 12-inch remixes, and in between the remixes, I would put clips from movies. I would take them off my laser discs and record them all. And I love the way films sounded. I had a really nice car stereo system, how it sounded. And audio dramas never sound that way to me. There's some full productions that do. Like, I remember hearing when they adapted The Mist like 30 years ago, and I was like, wow, that's really cool. Stephen King's The Mist. And there are, I mean, I grew up loving Hitchhiker's Guide and the NPR version of Star Wars and all that.
Yes.
But I really wanted to do a movie version of this. So we've mixed it like a film. And you can get it in 2-channel stereo or 5.1. I wanted to do Atmos, but our budget wouldn't have afforded it. And so I when we started and hearing these actors, like in the first episode, you hear Jeffrey Combs' tour de force performance as Anton Cermak. And it was so funny when he called me up and he goes, listen, this is a lot of work to do. We're going to be there for days. I go, Jeffrey, I'll get you out in 3 hours. And he goes, how can you do that? Because he's done a lot of voiceover.
Sure.
I go, I've got an actor that's going to read with you, and you're going to run these scenes through like you're doing a play. And he's like, really? And he comes in, and everybody was like that. Bill Smitrovich, that first day that I think he was the second day, but I had Louis Lombardi from 24 and The Sopranos, and I had Vincent Pastore, who played Big Pussy Bumpin' Sarah in The Sopranos, yes. And Severio Guerrera, who played Mocha Joe from Curb Your Enthusiasm. All these actors came in, and they had a blast when they realized they weren't just doing a single line, that we would read these whole scenes. Like Severio, and this was Christine's idea, Severio plays, a lot of the characters are real. So there's these 2 cops that were part of Cermak's original hoodlum squad. There's Harry, they were called the 2 Harrys, and there's a picture of them in Max's book, the real guys. And there's Harry Lang and Sergeants Harry Lang and Sergeant Harry Miller. Yep. And Severio was one of them. And Christine said, Severio is Italian. I bet he can play Zangara. And the Zangara part was written, it's a spicy meatball.
Yeah, it's not Chico Marx. Yeah.
Yeah, you don't want to do that. And so we said to Severio, could you do this? And he called me up and he was a little worried. He's like, I don't want it to be too over the top, but I also want it to be authentic. And on the day when he recorded Zangara, he goes, you know who I'm doing? I'm doing my grandfather.
Say, there you go. Absolutely.
Who was a first generation Italian immigrant.
Sure.
And his performance, both you hear him in the first episode as Harry Lang and as Zangara, is great.
Excellent.
He's so great. And to listen to these actors, and they were in New York. So I had one, and Severio, Vincent were in New York, and then I had Louis Lombardi here, but we were all in the same line recording, and they're all friends. They all knew each other, and I had to like wrangle cats. I'm like, guys, we got to get to work. But listening to them busting each other's balls and telling stories, I'm like, it was amazing. I think great. You really feel it, when you listen to it. And when I started, because I didn't just direct it, I've been editing it. And one of the things, it was really interesting how this worked, to be honest. So we did the proof of concept last November, and we brought Todd Stashwick to Chicago, and you'll see some of this footage. We walked around where he used to live as an up and coming actor and stuff, and went to Second City, and we were able to get in there and interview him. Some really cool stuff. But I had to figure out, like, how can I do this the way I want to do it? Because the guys at Private Island Audio, Mike McDonald, I've been working with him for years, and he was a sound designer on Femme Fatales that I directed episodes for.
Sure, the Cinemax show, everybody. Yes,
yeah. And you know, it was so weird because it's like, okay, if someone's shooting at you, and how big is the room? And if you're mixing it in surround, is the bullet going to whiz from the left side to the right side? Is it going to go from front to back? I sit there and sketch and be like, you know, where, because there's nothing.
There's no camera, right? Where do you put this?
With the movie, you're like, and there's things like the Chicago World's Fair, the Century of Progress, where there were these 600-foot tall, like gondolas that were stretching across. Like,
that's right.
What does that sound like? You know, I don't know. And we had to figure all this out. And so how it would work is I would read myself. It's pretty hilarious. I would read each script, all the parts, and I would read narration and what I wanted the sound to be. So I gave my reading to Private Island Audio, to Mike McDonald, their sound designer, and then he had a whole Foley team and people working and they would mix it like a movie. They would add all the footsteps and the doors opening and the restaurant sounds and all the ambient noises. And then we had a Walla group come in to record people talking and right this way, sir, if it's a waiter. So then they would do an entire sound design on my read. Then they would send that back to me. And when I had all the actors recorded, finally, then I took that sound design, and it usually ran longer, and I would cut it down because when you have people talking, it's much faster than what I was reading. But I had all the sound.
Yeah.
So then I would sit there and edit and just cut down. And Alexander Bornstein, we had his score that he would lay in based on. And so it was I've been doing this for the last 3 months, just editing this, actually since November. That's all I do all day is edit, you know, finding the right performances and meticulously get it all done. And it was a jolt. It was so wild, dude. When I finished that first episode, because, you know, when you're editing, I try not to go back and listen, because then you'll never finish. You'll keep listening.
Rob, I so hear you. Keep going. Yes.
So when I got to the end of the first episode, you know, and Richard Portnow is our announcer, who's another great character actor.
He sounds like Stacy Keach.
Yeah.
I thought for a second at the beginning of the narration, I'm like, holy fuck, he got Stacy Keach.
We tried to get him. I mean, it's maybe for the next one, because I love Stacy Keach.
And he's been narrating those Twilight Zone audio adaptations and everything. And he's his dad was a big old time radio guy.
Oh yeah,
well before his own acting career. But keep going. Yes.
But when I sat back and I listened to the first episode, and I mean, it's not that I'm patting myself on the back, because it's a representation of all these. It's all these great actors. It's Mike McDonald. It's everybody at Private Island. It's Alec Bornstein's music, and most of all, it's Max Allan Collins' script. I'm kind of the orchestrator that just knew how to play all this stuff.
Yeah,
and because, you know, I talk a lot of mad shit on the internet about what sucks and what's good and what's not. So if this wasn't good, I would look like a fraud. Like I am putting myself out there, and when you put work out there, you can't defend it. The work should speak for itself. Though I've always said to people, because everybody wants, what people don't realize is they think if you work in entertainment, I think there's a moment where you realize that whatever you've worked on, however long it takes, once it's out in the world, it's not like you get a jolt of joy every time somebody watches your work. Once it's gone, it's gone. I'm still sitting in the same garage studio I had making it. So I don't know if people like it or not. And but the joy is the process.
Sure. Yes.
And when I heard that first episode all the way through, it's like 32 minutes or something, I was like, it wasn't like I even made it. I'm just like, that was great. You know, and I still had to refine it, but I'm like, this is really good. And then I realized that, you know, my choices were correct. I was able to go out, and for the very first time, this was the only time in my career I didn't have to compromise. Because
that's great.
Mike Bodden, we got the money to hire the right actors. We went after people that we wanted. I was able to work with, I called up Alex and asked him to do the music. And we talked about, I said, dude, this is a Goldsmith score. It's LA Confidential and it's Chinatown.
Yeah. Very much so.
And then I told him things like when we got to Al Capone's, this is funny. So Al Capone comes in the beginning of chapter 4. And I played him Ennio Morricone's theme for Al Capone from The Untouchables. And I go, I don't want it to sound like this. I just want it to be redolent of it. Like it has kind of there's a jaunty, whimsical thing about the Al Capone theme that Ennio Morricone wrote. And Alex did his own version, but it's great. It's really, really great. And I just was like, dude, that's so good. And I could sit back, and he did things like there's a prize fight in this because actor PJ Byrne plays Barney Ross, who was one of, at the time in the early 30s, he was a Jewish prize fighter. Real guy.
Know him well.
Yeah,
Chicago, one of the Chicago boxing stars of the 30s. And
and he won in 3 different weight classes. And again, and I was able to go get, like, we needed someone to play his mom, and I called up Renee Taylor, the nanny's mom from the show.
And also from a movie you worked on, Tango Shalom.
And she's like, Rob, what do you want me to do? And I go, you got to play this guy's mom. And when I told her who he was, I mean, she loved that. She was an Academy Award nominated screenwriter in the 70s for their movie Lovers and Other Strangers.
With Bologna, right? Her husband?
Yeah, with her husband, who's passed away. Because if he was still alive, I would have put him in it too.
Oh, no question. Bologna would have been fantastic in this production. God. Yeah, absolutely, man.
So that's kind of what it is. And finally, I realized that we wanted to get this out. And the first 3 episodes are almost kind of a story unto themselves. It's Nathan Heller leaving the police force and deciding to become a detective over the first 3 episodes. And everyone's trying to manipulate him, because he gets involved in this shooting, and there's an inquest, and then there's Frank Nitty's trial, and everybody wants a piece of Nathan Heller. And all the people that want a piece of him are like real characters, like Anton Cermak, General Dawes wants a piece of him. And then, of course, his fiance, played by Katie Sackhoff, who delivers a great performance.
Outstanding.
So she blew me away. I mean, it was so great because she comes in and she asked me if I would call her the night before she recorded. And we just had a conversation about what kind of person Katie Sackhoff or Janie Doherty is. Yeah. And I said, the thing about Janie Doherty is she works at City Hall, even though it's the early 30s. You are as emancipated as a woman, or as free as a woman could be at the time. You're your own person. You call your own shots. And you are strong. And the 2 main female characters in this, Marianne Beam, who is played by my friend Chris Carr, who I've been streaming with on YouTube for a long time. I asked her, because she was a voiceover artist, and I was like, I never thought about all the actors I was surrounding her with, because she doesn't have their experience, obviously. But I'm like, no, you can do it. Because I'd been friends with her, and I'd seen her, how she could go in and out of voices, and she didn't miss a beat. And all of her work is with Michael Rosenbaum, and they actually worked together. So when you hear them in episode 4, they really have a lot of fun. The chemistry is there, and
outstanding.
This I can't tell you. I mean, John,
Rob, I heard it.
I
heard it. I heard the full 90, and it's excellent. And again, much like you, when it comes to pretty much all media that you consume, I'm a harsh critic as well, and I'm a guy that wants better quality. And also, Rob, good Lord, again, we've known each other for 10 years. I've been aware of you since Free Enterprise back in '99. Yeah, and I've been rooting for you to find a way back to fiction. I think you do a great job as a YouTuber and a podcaster. But I know where you're. I know you love this stuff, and I know you read all these wonderful books and are like, oh my God, if I had the backing, how many of these books would I option and make great science fiction or whatever genre it is, horror. But and that's why it is so great. And I really love audio drama being slightly more affordable. Yeah. I mean, I know you guys spent and your backers spent a good budget to make them.
Did.
This is not a 10-cent operation.
No.
Again, look at the cast. So I can appreciate
and the music
that.
too.
And the music. Yes.
The soundtrack.
And the sound design. Yes.
Alex didn't just do it on a synthesizer because there's a lot of horns, and he brought in real players. And what was really great was he would write music, but he would also have like the trumpet players or the sax players riff. Like he would just have them because they're all great jazz musicians. So he would have a library of real players riffing. And, you know, one of the things that also, there's no AI. I mean, I started playing just to see what the technology was like. It's astonishing. The AI voice technology is astonishing.
Yes, I agree.
And if I needed to, I could record, if I just paid the actors, I could take the recordings of all of their raw footage and just use them. I don't want to do that because
ad infinitum, sure.
Yeah, the frisson, the thing that I love is to see that, you know, push and pull of actors acting against one another.
Yes.
And for this, you have to believe that they're real people. And I don't think you could get those inflections or the little color. I mean, you've heard it, how Michael Rosenbaum can go in and out and up and down, and what he does with his performance is so great.
Yeah.
You can't get AI to do that.
No, I think the current narration of AI that is being used always betrays itself, and it takes guys like us that are old enough and love 20th century pop culture that when they mispronounce a name, it's like AI. That's AI.
Yeah.
That's AI. You know, and then sometimes they'll do, you know, half the time they'll get it wrong, half the time they'll get it right within the same piece. So no, I get what you're saying. And it is. But it is that lack of chemistry that can only come organically until there is two AIs that can perform The Odd Couple, for example. I think we're going to be okay for a while.
Yeah, and plus, I wouldn't want to do this. I mean, look, there's going to be a lot of people that are going to go all AI. I mean, that is the future. Sure. That genie is out of the bottle. It's never going to go back in.
Yeah.
But there is something, and I'm already tired of AI-generated YouTube content.
Well, I was going to ask, have you seen, because on the one hand, I'm appalled, but on the other hand, I am fascinated. Those fake, like, what if the Flintstones was made as a 1950s movie?
Oh, yeah, those things are, I think, are really, really cool.
There's creativity behind the AI, I agree.
Now there's a lot of stuff that is, my problem is, though, like every time you see a photo, like I saw a picture of Paul McCartney today with an AI-generated version of what they thought John Lennon would look like.
I saw that. Yes.
It was like jaw-dropping. And that was, I think, Grok 2, the new version of Elon Musk's, of Twitter's Grok. And we're going to it's going to probably sooner than we think. We are going to live in a world where you're going to say to yourself, you're going to type in a prompt and go, I want to see a movie where Sean Connery's James Bond, Casablanca's Humphrey Bogart, Rick Blaine, and John Wayne team up with Steve McQueen in a World War II movie. And I'm also a character in it. And you'll just punch it, and then you'll get up in the morning, and there'll be you'll tell it what time frame it is. You can say whether you want it widescreen or TV or whatever, and you're going to have that. And we're going to get there a lot sooner than people think. The problem is, and I really honestly believe this, that I think there's something indelible that happens in human artistic creation. There is, call it the soul of something, if you will. I am not convinced that AI is going to be able, I mean, eventually the computations are going to be such that it'll be very close. And maybe when the singularity happens and AI becomes self-aware, it won't destroy human civilization like Skynet. It'll become more like the in Her, the movie Her, where you have the operating system that they just decide to go away because they live in a different universe than we do. But I am optimistic about the future. I just wonder, when you're looking at AI, everything in a film frame has to be designed. Even if you're on location, somebody picks the colors. Well, when AI can just instantaneously create all that, I mean, you can ask AI, build me a train station, a French train station circa 1927. And it'll give you an entire train station, and you can decide, okay, I'm using these lenses, I'm shooting on this film stock, and I'm using a 50 millimeter, a 35 millimeter. It'll all just be there.
Yes.
And that's, unfortunately, that's the world that we're going to live in, and it's going to put a lot of people out of business. And what I wonder, the question that I have really, and Justine Bateman's all over this about AI, I wonder if in 5 or 10 years, will anybody care? Like I do think people will always pick up instruments and play them. Seeing live music isn't going to go away. No one's going to want to watch robots play shred on guitars. You're always going to watch a guitar god shred.
Yeah.
And you're always going to watch but when it comes to movies and television and audio dramas and music, I mean, already you can punch in, write me a country music song about, my dog dying, and it'll spit you out whatever ludicrous thing you want to say just for fun. It'll spit you out a song that sounds like it was recorded and produced. We're already there.
Oh yeah. Well, I've used that Parrot app, and in fact, I think I even have like one loaded here as always a standby. So yeah, here's Ted Cruz disparaging about Word Balloon.
I'd like to denounce the Word Balloon podcast. The show and its so-called host John Suntress are a disgrace to the nation. 19 years of.
There you go. That's more than enough. But yeah, again,
dude,
because
that's insane.
Exactly, dude. I have a cousin who, as I told you, I just turned 60. My cousin's 74, and he's like, "That's dangerous." And I'm like, "I know." I said, "I'm just screwing around with it." He's like, "No, really." And I'm glad because he's 74 and gets it. And again, and we're the word fake news, the term fake news has been out there for almost 20 years now and stuff. But no, this is serious. But I told Brian Azzarello, the great comic book writer, and yeah, I do too. And he's great. He's a great guy, and he's a curmudgeon, and I appreciate that. But I'm like, look at your story, Brian. Superman for Tomorrow, where the crux of the story is Superman is having a crisis of faith, and he goes to a priest. Do you remember this story? Jim Lee drew it, and it's like, AI is not going to think of that as a Superman story. I just don't believe that. And maybe they will eventually when the zeros and ones finally reach that singularity point, as you say. But I think there is something real. And the bigger question, as you said, is will the audience care?
Right.
And I don't know, because again, and the other thing, Rob, isn't it interesting? And I want to get back to True Noir, but we are in this TikTok world, and I keep asking my friends who create stories, that's what they do, screenwriters, comic book writers and stuff. And I'm like, do you worry about the length of your story because the attention span keeps dwindling? And I was listening to Bill Maher's audio podcast, Club Random.
Yeah.
And one of his guests said, isn't it interesting? The media consumer will accept 2 hours of a conversation, much like we're doing right now.
Yep.
But only 1 minute of video. And I'm like, I get that. And in fact, and I was wondering if you're doing this, I started making YouTube shorts of my interviews because, it's like, and thankfully they are leading people to subscribe to the channel and listen to the longer shows. So that's great. Are you doing that with your content at all?
I've done that with some of my content, like a lot of it's owned by studios, like a lot of my DVD stuff. Like I did a round table conversation with the entire cast of Next Generation for the 25th anniversary that I host. I'm the on-camera host, and it appeared on the season 2 Next Generation Blu-rays, which I'm really proud of that thing. But I've cut it down, and because I clipped it down, it's not getting picked up, but eventually maybe people, unless it's the copyright claims on a lot of stuff. I mean, I've got so many DVD interviews that I could clip that stuff out with. Some of my X-Men interviews I did for X-Men and X-Men 2, I've been putting up online. But, to me, all that's historical. A lot of my DVD work, some of it has been re-released on Blu-ray. It was great to see Kino Lorber and now Arrow putting out The Usual Suspects with our Usual Suspects documentaries that I slaved over in 2001. And where is it? Where did I put it? Oh, this came out. This is Valley Girl.
Yay!
So this is the Eureka from the UK, but this is a really nice, beautiful package.
Yeah,
that they put our long out of print. So did Shout Select do it domestically, but this thing, how cool is this to have this big box set? I'm like, oh my God. And they took our documentaries from 20 years ago and repurposed them because we worked really hard on that stuff. And some of the people have passed away that we interviewed. And so to see all that stuff, the real, I think what I guess my big disappointment, especially having existed in fan circles my whole life, when I was a kid, I was interested in everything. Like, to be interested in horror movies, and I was interested in the original the Max Schreck version of Nosferatu.
Murnau, yes.
Murnau was a figure when you started looking into German expressionism and all that, Fritz Lang's Metropolis, and you move through these eras. Like, I would never, ever not have watched the original Universal Monsters. And why would you? Okay, they're black and white, but they were made in the 30s, but that's when they were made. And I knew as a kid, my parents bought me this hardcover book, and it was black and white, but it had purple on the covers, like the history of the horror film. I don't know, maybe it was a Time Life book or something. I don't have it anymore. I got to find it. But I would look through that book, and I'm like, I got to see every movie that's in this book. And I didn't care when it came out. And I think part of that is because, and we've talked about this before, in one day I'd come home from school and there was like a block of sitcoms and stuff from 3 o'clock to 6 o'clock on the weekdays on our independent station, the same station that showed Star Trek. Sure. And in that 3-hour block, you would see Leave It to Beaver, My Three Sons, I Dream of Jeannie, Gilligan's Island, Bewitched, Partridge Family, Brady Bunch. And then early in the morning, they would show Our Gang shorts before school.
Yep.
So I could watch American pop culture in one day that was from the 30s. So they skipped the 40s, the 50s, because there was no TV. So it was the 30s, then the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. And I would see that in one afternoon. Yep. So for me, I was being exposed to not knowing, but 40 years of Americana every afternoon. And I didn't not watch Leave It to Beaver because it was in black and white, and Twilight Zone and Outer Limits. I mean, Twilight Zone's still one of my favorite things, but that is completely eradicated from today's younger generation and I do love people doing reaction videos. For whatever reason, there's a lot of girls, like younger girls, like teens and in their 20s, going back and doing reaction videos of Star Trek, the original series. And what I find fascinating about that is they don't have preconceived notions. Like, I'm such an old curmudgeon about Star Trek. They just watch these things at face value.
Right.
And there's a lot of joy watching younger people. I mean, when I was a guy, there was not a lot of girls that were watching Star Trek growing up.
Amen. Absolutely.
And now to see that, because that's completely changed, because fandom has completely changed. Starting in the 80s, seeing anime and gaming come in, completely changed the landscape. Now guys and girls are, or however you identify, there is no difference between the sexes anymore.
Nope.
In terms of, and girls and guys might like things for different reasons, but all of this stuff is now up for grabs for everyone. And that's really inspiring to watch people go back and look at everything. But there's still there's such an aversion to going back and watching things that are older.
They also have more, and forgive me for interrupting really fast, but they also have more choices of modern things.
I know there's 100 times more stuff now.
Yeah, we had the 5-channel worlds, man. We had the network channels, and we had the UHS and maybe and one PBS, maybe two. Here in Chicago, that was the case. And again, thank God, because I would watch these movies with my grandparents or my aunts and uncles, on a Sunday afternoon in the winter, and be like, "Oh yeah, that's Basil Rathbone. Yeah, he's a really good Sherlock Holmes. You're gonna like this." Okay, and I did. And it was crap like that. And yeah, man. So we grew up, and it is good to see a segment of these kids appreciating old stuff. Continue, please.
Yeah, no, and like what I love is you see a movie like Godzilla. Here's the funny thing. If you look at like what Toho did, Toho, the originators of Godzilla in 1954, last year come out with Godzilla -1. Here is a Godzilla film made by the company that knows Godzilla best. And they come out and they put out, which is arguably, certainly in the modern age, the best Godzilla movie since maybe the original. And everybody's watching it. And because it was made, there's a great video for the Academy Awards where all the effects guys showed us how they did. And a lot of it was really handmade, even though they're using computer effects. They only had one bridge of ships that they just would redress on a green screen. And all these guys, you see there's only 35 effects people total. And they're all doing this stuff, and it's totally handcrafted. And it's like they create a Godzilla movie that transcends time and space and gives us a legitimate, emotionally affecting Godzilla film that I couldn't have imagined, growing up watching Godzilla, because there were very few Godzilla movies that you could I mean, I took him seriously, but it's not like my dad would.
Sure.
And watching that, I would show that movie to anybody.
I'm with
Godzilla
you.
-1.
Oh, I'm with you, man. No, it was an incredibly great movie. And also, no disrespect to Legendary and what they're doing. I really had no interest in those until one of my best friends in comics, Matt Fraction, was doing the Monarch TV series and co-created it. And
Pretty good.
Rob, my heart was in my throat, like, God, please let this be good. Please let this be good. I thought it was great. And I was so relieved. And I'm like, Matt, this is fantastic. Way to go. Because it's an excellent series.
It's funny because I don't think the Legendary Monsterverse, like, I love Mike Dougherty's King of the Monsters. A lot of people didn't like it, but I mean, by the time you get to Godzilla X Kong, the new Empire, I'm like, come on, man. I mean, the gods, and thank God we got a Godzilla -1 because it was able to pull that stuff back. But it's interesting the time that we live in. But a lot of people are now going back and looking at the old stuff, and they're taking it with a grain of salt, and they know what it is, but they're still being exposed to it. And I truly, love seeing it all. I just wish, there's a divisiveness in fan circles now, and I think rightfully so, because when corporations now control these IPs, the impetus to make this stuff is no longer coming out of a creator. It's coming from a corporation that wants to make a profit.
Yeah, widgets. These are widgets.
They
are. They made file cabinets, 70 years earlier. It's the same attitude from a corporate standpoint.
And the corporations can't allow the creatives to run the asylum because they have to have these things, and they don't understand. It's kind of it's a catch-22. Like, if I had bought Star Wars, I would have put out a call to filmmakers. I would listen to pitches from everybody. You come in and don't just look at the 10 biggest directors in the world, because in Hollywood, there's always a revolving list. There's 10 people on it, and usually it's shorter than that. And all the studios want these 10 people to work on whatever project it is. Right now, it's Martin Scorsese, Christopher Nolan, you name it. Just pick the top 10 directors. I don't even think Spielberg's up in the top 5 anymore. But there's still the 10 directors that you want. And it's all the same. So the studios, the corporations based on spreadsheets are never going to think outside the box. And look, it was Kevin Feige who tapped James Gunn, who'd only made $2-3 million movies. He'd done a lot of other things. He'd written for the studios, but he directed $2-3 million movies, Super and Slither first and then Super. But Kevin Feige saw something in him and knew he could work under the auspices of a studio, and got him. They needed his sensibility to make Guardians of the Galaxy. And that's when they had perfect synergy, when nobody was saying, well, why are you having, white men direct all these movies? And it's like, well, because white men grew up loving this stuff, and they love this stuff in a way that it was unique, that doesn't necessarily translate. And I think that's what's happened. And that's only because they're getting newer, younger directors that didn't grow up with these things in the way we all did. And that will change. I mean, the funny thing is, we're seeing all different kinds of people making new stuff. And there's nothing I like more. Like the late, great John Schnepp would revel in other people's work, to see other people. And we have all the filmmaking that you see on TikTok. There's some incredibly talented people that are making short form videos on the internet. People of all shapes, size, colors, creeds, religious backgrounds, sexual identities, preferences, whatever. And they're doing incredible work. And I don't know if anyone is going to, devote themselves to feature filmmaking anymore, because that's a slog, to make it might take you 2 or 3 years or 4 years or 5 years to make a feature film. And I don't know, feature films were the art form of the 20th century. The 21st century, it's gaming, and it's UGC, user generated content.
Yes, indeed. Absolutely.
And I think that now everyone is at the center. It's not just at the center of their own universe, but when we were growing up, we were seekers. We were looking out, and it was the stories that taught us about the world. Well, now it's everybody on YouTube. It's Joe Rogan's guests. They talk for 3 hours, and you learn more about the world at large, where our media could never have a guest and put them on TV, because all that airspace costs money.
That's right.
But on YouTube, now you have these long conversations with people old media could never give us. This is all a new, unique thing that's happened in the last 10, 15 years that
Agreed.
didn't exist before. And every single individual. I mean, I remember some of the biggest YouTubers would be like 8-year-old kids unboxing toys.
Yes.
And their YouTube channels would explode. And that was because kids could watch other kids open up a toy box, and people were seeing themselves. And the whole thing about entertainment has flipped. And to me, it's all about, okay, if you have, and that's why the episodes of True Noir are between like 25 and 35 minutes. Because I figured that's the sweet spot. If they were an hour, they might be a little long. But I figured if you're going to commute somewhere, you're driving home from work, you're stuck in traffic, it's almost enough time where you can listen to it because it sounds great in the car. Most people have pretty good stereo systems in their cars now.
Sure.
So, I mean, that's kind of where we're at. It's a whole different universe that we live in now. But I'm not. People always accuse me, you're an old man yelling at clouds about Star Trek. And I'm like, no, I'm not living in the past. What I want is what I've always wanted. Great stories, well told, as
Agreed.
Stephen King said.
Yeah. It is
in whatever myriad form they take. I will listen to Joe Rogan, or I will listen to Sean Ryan, or I'll listen to anybody that has an interesting, I love the trigonometry guys. At first, they're like, oh, these guys are right wing. I'm like, no, they're not. Or I love the Heretics podcast, and I'll listen to everybody. And people would be critical of me of listening to everyone. Like, I love to listen to all sides of the fences. I mean, why wouldn't you?
Sure.
Like, I would not want to just listen to somebody that parrots back what I already believe. How do I learn from that? Give me something. Let me talk to somebody who doesn't believe what I believe. And it's weird how that's, I think, part of the world we live in, unfortunately, is people that I used to think, like, I consider myself a classical liberal. But what's been so weird to me is watching people that I thought were on my side of the aisle who don't want to hear from anybody with a dissenting view.
Yeah.
To the point where they not only do they not want to hear them, they're hostile to them. Like, they'll go out and try and, I don't like what you have to say. I want to destroy you. Let me eradicate. We must eradicate people that think the way you do.
Right.
I'm like, where did that come from?
Yeah, and it's for a while it felt like it was only coming from the right, but I do agree with you that I think there are haters on the left that have the same vitriol that the extreme right does, and it is disappointing. And yeah, I always remember Chris Matthews as when he was former pundit for NBC and MSNBC.
Yeah.
He worked for Tip O'Neill, and he would talk about when Tip O'Neill was the Speaker of the House, hardcore Massachusetts Democrat, and Ronald Reagan was in the presidency, and they disagreed about everything, but would get together for cocktails at 5:00 and be able to hammer things out and go, well, Tip, I really need support for that. Well, Mr. President, you want you want X. We're going to expect Y. Compromise. And compromise has become, compromise means you lose. And it used to get me angry, and it started on the right in the mid-'90s, but now the left can agree, have that as well, where no, it's got to be our way or no way. And it's like, then nothing's going to get done.
Right.
And no one's going to listen to each other. And you have to be able to listen. You have to find common ground. And it's good to, even if you disagree, let me know where the other side is coming from. And I am also a classic liberal that is disappointed by people that I thought were on my side as well. But sometimes they go a little too far. And it's like, hey, it's not, everything isn't life or death. In fact, I loved when John Mulaney was on SNL this season and they did one of their game show parodies. And he's like, well, this is a very important election. It's the most important election of our lifetime. Really? Well, you said that back in 2016. And here's the Democratic candidate from that. And he's like, hi, what's my name? And it was Tim Kaine. And he's like, well, you said about our election, it was the most important election of our lifetimes. And it's like, yeah. And again, we are stuck in our tribes and in our bubbles. And it's disappointing when you're not willing to hear other points of view, because that's the only way you're going to learn. Both positive things and negative things. The only way you're going to learn.
100%. And I think that, this election, whether you were a Harris or a Trump supporter, it was definitely a referendum.
Yes.
In terms of where we want to see the country go. And one of the things I think is the real problem is the death of common sense. This idea that look, there is no such thing as your truth or my truth. There is the truth.
That's right.
And the fact that people have decided the truth is on some kind of a sliding scale.
Yeah, alternative facts.
Which
That Kellyanne Conway coined the phrase. Yeah,
and that's one of I think the problems
Yeah.
is everybody wants the world to be the way they want it to be for them. And it's like, look, I get we have to be more inclusive and more tolerant.
Of
think
course.
for sure there's all kinds of people in the world that we need to be more tolerant of and we need to understand. And people need to feel like they're human beings.
Of course.
But on the other hand, you have to understand that you can't have everything you want right now. Change is gradual. Like, I think that we were on a really great, like, same-sex marriage became the law of the land, and we were naturally on an evolutionary path. And I think since social media and since phones really started to trickle down, smartphones, and start if you read Jonathan Haidt's work, he's a great professor in New York, and he's talked a lot about how social media has really done damage to our youth. And you can track it back to 2012 when it really started. There's a lot of people that they don't understand. They haven't seen, like, why can't I make the world the way I want it to be, like, right now? And it's an evolutionary process. And sometimes we evolve very, very quickly in fits and starts. But, if you ask me in 1985, when I graduated from high school, do you think that there ever is going to be same-sex marriage in America? I probably would have said, no. And look at how far and how fast we came to that. And that was something that, I mean, to normalize seeing same-sex relationships on TV.
Yes.
Was something that was and now cut to Will and Grace.
Absolutely.
Now nobody cares. And that was an evolutionary process that was naturally occurring because at the end of the day, people realize that human beings, let's live and let live. If you are not interfering in my life, why should I try and interfere with yours?
Absolutely.
And I think that is a natural evolution of where people want to be. People do want to live and let live. Unfortunately, now what we're seeing over the last, say, 10 years is now people want their way, and they want to force their own whatever. I want it to be this way, and I'm going to move what I want into a place, and you're encroaching on other people's rights to live their and now it's in a weird space that has forgotten that common sense exists. And if you're an oppressed person and you become an oppressor, well, we've seen that play out through history since the dawn of time. And that's the real, how can you, if you're an oppressed person, how do you make change and make sure that you, when you are in a position of power, are not becoming the very oppressor that you've tried to escape?
Agreed. Absolutely, man. No question. If we might get back to nerddom, first of all, for True Noir, because again, I'm a Kickstarter backer, and I've been getting Mike's updates, Mike Bowden's updates, and I know that the Kickstarter backers on the 20th are going to be able to access and download. I assume.
We're gonna have the 3 we made available. I cut the first 3 episodes together, so you didn't have to listen to the opening and closing credits and the narration. But yeah, the Kickstarter backers will be able to get each file individually and download them and own them. And then also, I mean, I'm not done. We haven't. And how it's going to work is, beginning on January 10th, every Friday we're going to be dropping for 7 weeks a new episode at 4 p.m. East Coast time, so
Great.
you can have it for the commute home on Fridays. So that'll start on January 10th with episode 4, which is called 2 New Clients. The first, it's interesting because Act 1, we just call it Act 1 as a marketing tool, but it's really the first 3 episodes. The first episode is the Nitty Raid, the second episode is Visiting Hours, and the third episode is Merry Christmas, Mr. Heller. And those 3 episodes all take place before Christmas. And so I figured let's release those episodes because they're kind of at the end of the 3rd episode, Nathan Heller is kind of cut loose. I mean, everyone's trying to manipulate him, but he's now beginning a new phase. He's almost become, he's Luke Skywalker in Return of the Jedi. He's now a Jedi. He's now a private investigator. And in episode 4, he's been hired by, well, I won't tell you who's been hired by, but he's going to go see somebody who's in jail. and hear why this person is summoning them, and why this person wants to hire him. And so episodes 4 through 10 are the crux of the big mystery and story that Nathan Heller becomes embroiled in. And Nathan Heller learns just how dark or how widespread he thinks he knows what world he lives in. And when you're a flatfoot in Chicago, you think the corruption that you see around you and in front of you is all the corruption that exists in the world. But when you realize the power players and things are much bigger than you imagined, then you have to reconcile that with your worldview. And that's what I think is really cool about this first story is I call it it's a coming of age story.
Absolutely.
It's Nathan Heller coming to grips with how dark the world can really be. And I don't mean, I mean dark in a noir fashion.
Yeah. No. And listen, Nathan Heller, Max, obviously a little older than us, but certainly one of us as far as being a big nerd. He consumed his fair share of Dashiell Hammett and Ross McDonald and Raymond Chandler. And Nathan Heller is cut from the same cloth as Philip Marlowe and Sam Spade. And
I'll tell you something though. I'll tell you something. What Max told me. This is really interesting. I think it was Dashiell Hammett. I think it was maybe it was Raymond Chandler. One of those great authors had a rule book for what private investigators could not do, and so like a private investigator could not. I mean, as a character, could not sleep with a virgin. Now, these were rules that most of the writers of the time would adhere to.
Uh-huh.
Max set out, and he told me this, when he created Nathan Heller, he was going to break all of those rules. and when he started to do that, and we see that in the first, well, not in the first chapter, but in episode 4, he does break one of those rules, and it's I love that. I love that about Nathan Heller. And he was criticized when the first book, when True Detective came out in the mid 80s.
Really?
A lot of mystery writers criticized him for doing that. Like you can't do this. And Max is like, why not? And what I love about Max is he's married. His wife is still this beautiful woman. And Max is a total horn dog, as am I. And he doesn't shy away from those things. I mean, no one loves his wife more than Max Allan Collins, but Max Allan Collins collects comic art and pinup art and loves all that stuff. And there's not a problem,
No.
But he was not afraid to delve into those areas. And it was interesting because in episode 3, as you've heard, there's a sex scene. And I was like,
yes, there is.
I was like, huh. And there was some people that read that first script and they were troubled by it. And they were, and I was like, wow, there's a lot of puritanical, but it got to the point where I was kind of like, how do you do this and not make people laugh? Because if you read Max's description, you hear the springs in the bed rocking back and forth. And I'm like, how do you convey an audio? Like, I'd never heard a sex scene in an audio drama before. And
I don't think I have either. No, that's great.
Yeah. And I'm like, we have to do it. Max wrote it. And I think between the performances, the music, and everything that how we put it together, once we did all of that and I heard it all, and once I cut their performances together and stuff, I was like, wow, this cooks. I was like, I'm turned on, but it was just enough.
Yeah.
It was just enough, and again, the fact that there's a condom and the fact that she says you don't have to wear it because you want a son, she's manipulating him.
Of course she is. Yes.
And it's all part of the story. And I'm like, this is not lascivious. This is not gratuitous. No. But I think it works in the story. And it was tough though. It was tough. There was another thing. There's an audio flashback. There's this idea you hear in the first 3 episodes. They keep referring to the Jake Lingle case. Cermak says, that was before my administration, and people talk about the Jake Lingle case. Like, what happened with Jake Lingle? Well, you find out in episode 4, and there's a long flashback to what happened. And I was like, how do you do a flashback in an audio drama like this and make people, when you're in the middle of two characters having a conversation and they bring this up, and then we go into the narration and you hear this flashback that's a few minutes long. And I'm like, how do we do that? I didn't know. And I think we figured out a pretty great way to do it. You know, and there were things in the script too, like when you refer back to the in the script, when you flash back to the Nathan Heller kills somebody in the first episode, and it's traumatic for him. He's kind of suffering from PTSD, and the way it was written in the script was, in his narration, he says, and he wasn't in the window anymore. This person that he shoots them, and they fall out of they're on a ledge and they go into the street, they die. But I said, that's not going to work. And I'm like, we got to use the gunshot, like the gunshot. And when he's hearing that in his mind, he's got to hear the gunshot and then have him say, and then the gunshot, it's going to be a little different than the gunshot that we hear. It's got to be slightly different. And so there's all these little flourishes that had to be thought about and tried. And did this work? Did this not work? And it was wild.
Are people that didn't back the Kickstarter, how soon will they be able to purchase?
They will be able to purchase you can pre-order it now.
Okay.
But so we gave all the Kickstarter, and I think it's kind of cool because all the Kickstarter people, like with the press, that's a special thing, that because we had to put a lot of extra time to make the transitions work and all that.
Sure.
So that piece was, and I wanted the Kickstarter backers to get that, and they're going to get all the episodes from now on downloadable and like a week or two early.
Okay.
So, but then it'll be available to everybody. Both versions. You can get the 5.1 and the 2-channel mix. I had somebody watch. They finally, no one has listened to the 5.1 mix because you need a 5.1, like a home theater system or a sound bar that has. And I had these guys, the Twin Flicks guys who do comparisons. They have a channel. He was like sending me a blow by blow. It was almost like a live stream reaction to what he was hearing. And he was like, "This is amazing." He's like, the separation and the gunfire and all the music, and he goes, "This is incredible." And I'm like, to me, the 5.1 mix is the essential way to do it. But you have to have a 5.1 decoder. You have to have a home theater system.
I'm with you.
Or a sound bar, or there are 5.1 headphones to give you that. But if you have a 5.1 system, it's really cool. And we spent a long time mixing that 5.1. And so eventually the Kickstarter backers, we will have a Blu-ray. So if you have a home theater, the Blu-ray will have both of the mixes. We couldn't afford doing a Dolby Atmos mix. That'll be the next time. So you'll have the 2-channel, the 5.1, and then each Max has recorded these documentary things that we're calling the history of the mystery.
Oh, fun.
Where they're like 20-minute pieces for each episode, 15 or 20-minute pieces where he explains the history, and there'll be pictures and everything. And so those will be on the Blu-ray as well.
Nice.
And then we recorded an hour-long, I interviewed Max in a speakeasy in November of 2023 in Davenport, Iowa.
Okay.
And so that's like an hour-long program, and you'll see that'll be on the Blu-ray. And then we have a lot of extra stuff. So it'll be nice. And it's kind of, I'm obsessed with, there's a company called Super Deluxe Edition, SDE. And they're online. And there's an incredible producer named Bob Clearmountain who's going back and he's remixing all of these albums in 5.1 and Atmos.
Wow.
And he's done things like, I just got Van Morrison's Moondance.
Wow.
And they're going back, and they're incredible.
I bet.
These remixes are incredible. And I think, I don't even remember what I got coming in, but like the Thompson Twins album, their big album in the 80s. So I've got that's coming in. I got Bronski Beats album.
Fantastic. Because we need Tell Me Why in 5.1.
And Small Town Boy.
Small Town Boy.
The Stairway to Heaven if you're a gay youth. You know, you got Small Town Boy, which I loved. I was a huge Bronski.
Hey, I like Bronski Beat as well.
Jimmy
That's
Somerville,
awesome.
when he went from Bronski Beat to Communards, I'm a huge fan of like 80s pop. But
please, yeah,
those Super Deluxe editions, and I just got like they remixed the Doors the Best of the Doors. They remixed that. It's incredible. That came out from Rhino, and then I just got Seal's second album remixed in 5.1. So these 5.1 remixes are absolutely in Atmos are incredible, and sometimes they'll go into you'll hear things you've never heard before.
Exactly.
Like I was listening to, I'm like, oh my God. And they'll have like different takes and things. So I'm like, I go, when we put True Noir out on disc, I want it to be like one of those super deluxe edition
Cool
discs, so hopefully, because but my real dream, John, this is my real dream.
Talk to me.
I want to do a 12 disc LP box set of all 10 episodes on vinyl and a two disc soundtrack album.
I was going to ask because again, the music really is great, and I really think jazz aficionados will really, if they have the opportunity to just hear the music.
We're doing a soundtrack album. As a matter of fact, we got so much music. I want to do a double CD. At first it was going to be like a single CD, and then Alex gave me so much music. I'm like, dude, you can hear. I did make an EP, a 15-minute EP of just the music that you can hear. It's incredible.
Great.
It's incredible. So, yeah, and just being a fanboy. Darth Vengeance said the sex scene was well done, Rob. He listened to it yesterday.
Yeah, I also wished you a happy birthday, of course, which if people watch Rob's observations on the Burnett work, know that that's a running joke that every
last February and every single day it's you guys are the best. So thank you for that, Darth.
So yeah, the 15-minute, you got the EP and everything of the music, which is great.
And we're doing all that stuff, but that's why I wanted to do, like, I'm just a nut. Like, if you're going to make physical media, it'll just be a fun thing to have. Plus, having it on a Blu-ray, it's just easy. If you have a Blu-ray player, you can just listen to the 5.1 in your mix.
I hear you, man. No, and by the way, everybody, I'm really glad that there are Robservatory, usual suspects that are watching. That always means a lot. So that's great to see in the chat.
Welcome, guys. I mean, that's why I didn't do a stream tonight. I'm here on your show, and then we're doing Inglorious Trexperts, and then I got to go back to it. So all I do is edit. Today, he wrote a great piece when Nathan Heller goes to Miami.
Okay.
You know how in movies, whenever they cut to like a tropical environment, and you'll hear like tropical music playing, and there'll be like a montage of stuff.
Sure.
Bornstein wrote a great piece of music just like that, which I love, because we had like a needle drop in there, and then I didn't know he was going to do this. And then he wrote like, now we're in Miami music, and it's great. It's great. And that was a great thing. Like the way Alex would work is that he would have the rough cut, he'd listen to all the sound in my voice, and he would write music to that. And then he would send me the music. And so I would get it was like Christmas morning. I would get a file with like 10 tracks of music and open it up. I'm like, oh my God. So I would just listen to his music, and I'm like, this is fucking dope, man. This is so good. And it was a joy. That's another thing. I mean, when you are working with really talented people, like, I don't have to worry if somebody's going to know what I want or get the job done. Like, I already knew. Like, I went to Alex because I'd worked with him so many times. He wrote the Robservations theme song, and
that's great.
I got him in 2015 when I was working on Axanar. I was also editing this low budget sci-fi movie called Paradox that starred Zoe Bell. That was Tarantino's Zoe Bell. And
yes,
it was a $250,000 movie shot in like 4 rooms in a parking lot. And it's a time travel movie that's actually pretty clever, and they should remake it with a much bigger budget. But my friend Mike Hurst, who wrote and directed it, wrote it. And so they were looking for a composer. And I'm like, the music they were getting in was just trash. It was awful. And I called up Bornstein. I go, yo, man, what do you think? And I sent him a rough cut, and he did the music and killed it, just crushed it, and made me look good, because the producer's like, oh yeah, we gotta use you. And then they even hired him to do another feature after that.
Oh, wow.
And so he wrote some music for Tango Shalom, and he's just great.
Rob, is Paradox, was it streaming on Tubi or one of the commercial?
It's been everywhere. It was on Netflix. It was on Amazon.
Okay, because I have to truthfully, and forgive me, I haven't seen Tango Shalom yet, which I know has been on Amazon Prime. And
we had to change the name.
Oh yeah, what is it now?
It's now Forbidden Tango, because
there you go.
Nobody, because of after October 7th. I mean, okay. I'll tell you something. This is something that, so whenever you make an independent movie, You know, you have to pay back your investors.
Of course.
And we got a foreign sale. We sold it to Germany. And
Wow.
it opened in 50 cities across Germany.
Wow.
Which is a huge deal. And then they were going
Yes.
to put it on German television. Well, it opened on October 5th
Oh,
of
no.
2023.
Oh, wow.
2 days later,
Yeah.
October 7th happens. On October 8th, you've got Hamas supporters, Palestinian supporters marching in Germany. Now, Germany has a national police force, not like America where we have regional city whoops. Well, they had to have guards out in front of the theater, you know, because it's a Jewish themed movie, and it got pulled from screens. Now, here's a movie that we made that was literally, this is true, it was blessed by the Pope. Pope Francis blessed our movie.
Wow.
In the Vatican newspaper. There was an article in the Vatican newspaper, and he blessed it because of its interfaith dialogue.
Yes.
The whole point of the movie is to foster communication between different religions. And my favorite scene in the film is when our Hasidic rabbi goes to a Muslim imam and talks to him. And they have this great conversation. And I love that scene. It's one of my favorite scenes in the movie. And then he goes to a Catholic priest, and he goes to a Hindi mystic. And that was the message of the movie, was that everybody, we all, even though we might have different beliefs, we all are human beings and all of that.
Certainly. Yeah.
And when the movie played, it played at an Islamic comedy film festival in Rabat, Morocco.
Interesting.
I didn't know there was an Islamic comedy film festival. And not only did it play there, it won the audience award.
Oh, that's great. Good for you guys.
It played in Turkey. It had its world premiere in Jaipur, India. So, and then of course October 7th happens, and our distributors are like, we don't want anyone to know how Jewish themed the movie is, so let's change the title. And I had a really cool title card made that said Tango Shalom. It was a CG. I had a CG artist friend of mine do this. It was a really cool. It was like as if the title Tango Shalom was hanging on a Broadway stage, like they dropped from like a set piece, and it sparks and it just came on. That was cut out of the movie. The distributor cut it out of the movie and made this really lame title that says Forbidden Tango, and I'm like, wow. But at least the original version came out on DVD. It didn't come out on Blu-ray, but it came out on DVD. But so you never know. You know, you slave away on something for 5 years. You think you think, yes, I've made it. And then
outside forces, man. No, and bad timing. I understand. Rob, I remember, and we've discussed it before in previous shows. Free Enterprise, your lead, Rafer Weigel, who does an excellent job in the movie. And you guys think, well, you know, Rafer's from Chicago, and his dad, Tim, is a big media player here in Chicago. Let's open the movie in Chicago.
Yep.
And the critics absolutely eviscerated just the fact that it's Tim's son in a movie. Am I wrong? Am I misremembering?
No, you're exactly right. And I was so excited to go to Chicago, and Tim Weigel threw us a great big party, and I didn't know anything about Chicago politics, and I didn't know, and I thought, you know, his son makes good. I mean, Rafer had just really started out his career, and it like totally backfired. It was so hostile. We went on local radio, and people like believed that he only got the part. First of all, Rafer's great in the movie.
Excellent.
And he was
essentially.
Yeah, he was playing me, and he was one of the last people. He was cast literally 3 days before we started shooting, and I thought he was wonderful. And it never occurred to me, like, why would I, living in LA, why would I hire anybody to be the lead in the movie and play me? Because their dad was known and he was one of the great sportscasters in the Chicago area. I'm like, what? And it was such a bizarre thing, and it really harmed the release of the film. It did really well when it opened in New York, but we had such a small regional limited release when we first started out. We really needed that good press.
You were going city to city. It's like momentum from each city building to the next one. No, that's the way movies used to be distributed in the pre-digital world. Yes,
yeah.
Indeed.
And it was, again, I'm like, wow, well, I guess don't get the luck there, because you never know. You never know what will happen. And when all your hopes and dreams, look, being in the motion picture business, working in entertainment, I've been able to work on great projects, but I haven't had a lot of luck when I've needed it.
Yeah.
And I'm still here. I'm still making things. Maybe Tango or maybe True Noir will be the thing that maybe somebody will go, that kid knows what he's doing, even though I'm not a kid anymore. But people like it. I mean, I just hope it makes enough money that it pays back our investors.
I respect that. And I really do believe that the level of sophistication in audio drama production is really at an all-time high.
Yeah.
And I'm thrilled that all the even the major studio players are at least investing in these ideas. Benjamin Percy, great Marvel writer and stuff, has written several Marvel audio dramas. And actually, my dear friend Vita Ayala, they just wrote a Jessica Jones Marvel original audio, and it's like, no, that's great. And again, these are the kind of thing, and I can say this because everybody, it's legal in California, it's legal here in Illinois. You could eat a gummy or fire up a doob and everything.
Oh yeah,
slip your earbuds in and immerse yourself. And again, Rob and I grew up listening to old time radio with bad mono fidelity of these 1940s recordings, 30s recordings.
You listen to CBS Radio Mystery Theater, it's so muddy. It's
yes.
But no, I firmly, I think everybody should fire one up and listen to this, and it's really interesting because like you listen to audibles, like the Sandman audio dramas are incredible.
Yes.
And they're like 13 hours long, and they don't end. So I kind of want to do a version of True Noir when we have all 10 episodes where you can just listen to it straight through, and smoke some bowls.
Yeah, I'm for it, man. No, that would be amazing. And again, that's why, as much as I want to see you get back into TV or film, whatever, I really hope this is the start of something big, to quote Steve Allen.
What I would like, I do too. I mean, what I'd love to do is I want to do the Nathan Heller TV series. I mean, I think of this as a proof of concept, as an incubator for showing, look, we'll keep doing these. Assume they're I'd love to do 3 or 4 or 5 of these.
That'd be great.
But I would love to take the 3 Nathan Heller books that are set in the 1960s.
Yes.
And because Michael Rosenbaum could play, he's 26 in this first story, but by the time the 60s roll around, he would be his age in real life. So
sure.
he already is a known commodity in terms of TV. And I think that it would be great. And I think we've already proven that we could certainly surround him with, I love the fact that I would love to just go after all my favorite character actors to play all these parts.
Yes.
And to go and I think that, how many audio dramas, there have been some audio dramas that have had great casts, people like Jessica Chastain, but we have I think there's 25 actors people know, and they're all really, like Bill Mumy from the Twilight Zone, he plays Dr. Ronga. It's not a big part, but Bill knew Max, and it's like, I said, we can't not have Bill Mumy in this. And so he just has a quick moment before he's Frank Nitty's father-in-law, and David Strathairn. How did we get David Strathairn?
My God, I'm such a fan of his and have been since being aware of him 40 years ago in various movies.
Oh.
He is Good Night and Good Luck to Everybody, where he played Edward R. Murrow, and it was such a signature thing. And then also, you ever see this movie that he made with Robert Costanzo, These Friends of Ours?
Oh yeah.
Where it's him and a couple other great character actors, and they're all gunning to play Capone in this Scorsese-made Capone movie.
Yep.
And David is incredible in that, and he's just this wonderful, wonderful actor. I know he plays. Does he play in 8 Men Out? He plays Eddie the pitcher.
Yeah.
That 29 games is not 30, Eddie. Therefore, you don't get your bonus.
Yep.
Yeah. Thank you, Chuck Comiskey. But yeah.
He's the guy that he comes back in the Nathan Heller novels, and he actually Frank Nitti develops a father-son relationship with Nathan Heller, but he basically he's not a supervillain, but he does get to monologue at the end of the story and set Nathan Heller straight on how the world works. And it's one of my favorite things, and I can't wait to get there and cut all that together because it's great. It's great stuff.
The Road to Perdition film adaptation of Max's wonderful novel, and Stanley Tucci playing Frank Nitti. Those scenes with Hanks Oh my God. And really, again, I'm from Chicago, so I know a bit about this real history.
Oh,
and so
we
good.
went after Stanley. My dream was to get Stanley Tucci to play Frank Nitti.
Sure.
The problem is Stanley Tucci is so successful, there's no way we could have ever afforded him.
I respect that.
It's interesting because he actually did an audio version of Road to Purgatory.
Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah,
yes.
which is he did the audiobook, which is the sequel that he wrote, that Max
Sure.
wrote the novel of. And I thought we might be able to get him, but they kind of laughed at us.
Well,
when you go there, you can't. I mean, I wanted to tell him, I was like, bro, you were in the rag trade arc in Wise Guy in the late 80s. And I wanted to tell him, you played Rick Pinzolo. And I really had this desire, like, if I ever got to meet Stanley Tucci, that was my big thing. And as a matter of fact, other things like David Burke, one of the supervising producers of Wise Guy.
Yes.
I was on a podcast with him, Mark Altman and I. We did kind of a Wise Guy podcast, and he was so impressed with our love of Wise Guy and our knowledge of the show, he actually got us Ken Wall. So we did a podcast with Ken Wall, which I couldn't believe. And even he said, Ken Wall, because he's kind of a recluse,
yes, he
said that he had so much fun with us.
That's so
because
great.
We were so I contacted David Burke, and this was my first idea. I'm like, I'm going to get Ken Wall to play Nathan Heller. Vinny Terranova.
Sure.
And I tried, and I said, dude, I'll even come to your house and we can record in your house if that was, but I never heard back. And I understand. I mean, it was but it would just, and look, that by the way, would not have been the best thing in the world for the show. Like, you have to take your fanboy out. Like, I'd love to get him to do a part, like,
sure.
And I think part of it is the fact that he was in 300 pages, and that's got to be intimidating to anyone. And the right choice, I mean, no one, I think, would have been better than what Michael Rosenbaum has done.
Mike killed it. No, absolutely, man. He is so, again, just based on the first 3 episodes that I heard. No, everybody's great. Smitrovich, who I was so happy to see in Joker Folie Part 2, as the, and of course we love him ever since, or probably before that, both of us. But him in, things, what's the name of the Past Tense? Deep Space Nine 2 part.
Oh, yeah. He's in Past Tense Part 1. It was so funny. I love Bill Smitrovich. And he was in like Band of the Hand that Michael Mann produced. Of course, he's a lead in Crime Story. And when he walked in, Christine Cheeks know this. I wanted to say one thing to him. And when he walks in, because I didn't know him. He's coming in. We hired him. He comes into the recording studio. I looked at him. I shook his hand. I said, "You're sly, but so am I," which is from Manhunter. And his character says that when he's trying to find what Hannibal Lecter has written on the toilet paper things. He's and he just laughed at me. And he's like, and we took him to Comic-Con.
Oh, it's great.
We got him to be a guest at the Star Trek convention in Vegas, the Creation Show. Like, He asked me, "Can I get involved in this?" And I got him. And it was wild because he's a great raconteur. What a great guy.
That's great to hear.
But he doesn't know, like, when I first said to him that he was in stuff like Band of the Hand and was going through all these things that I love that he was in, he's like, "How do you know about all this stuff?" Like, these guys, they've been acting for 40 years. They've never stopped acting. But because they were, I mean, he was a lead in Crime Story and he's been a lead in things, but he's not like a household name.
Right. Absolutely. He's one of those guys. That guy. You'll know.
Yeah, it's that guy. Yeah. And it's wild because it's like, I would imagine it's when Tarantino gets to work with, and I'm not comparing myself to Tarantino, but Tarantino was really a director that went and got John Travolta because he loves Blowout so much. He loves Travolta, and they didn't want him to hire Travolta for Pulp Fiction. And Robert Forster and Jackie Brown, I've always admired Quentin Tarantino and what he's done because he loves actors.
Yes.
And he loves actors the way I love actors. And that we love certain movies and like certain obscure shit that a lot of people, I'm like, I want to get that guy. And people are like, "Why do you want that guy?" I'm like, "Yeah, because he does the American voice in Fantastic Planet." And people are like, "What's Fantastic Planet?" I'm like, it doesn't matter. Just, I got to get Barry Bostwick.
We, in sports radio here in Chicago, I worked for 10 years at the station, and our sister station was a rock station, WXRT. And Rip Torn was in town doing a Horton Foote play called Young Man from Atlanta. And initially, the PR people sent all the information to the rock station. Well, we pounced on it because of Rip Torn being in Larry Sanders. and we're like, we got to hang out with Artie. So we're like, hey man, let Rip know. We'll take him to a Bulls game. This is when Rodman was with the Bulls. So you got to see Jordan, Pippen, and Rodman all together. You got to go down to the locker room. We took him down to a great steakhouse on Rush Street. Had just a great night. And just like you with Smitrovich talking about obscure movies, I am asking Rip about Sweet Bird of Youth and Cincinnati Kid.
And he's
all
been
these
that guy's been everything.
But my buddy Mike North is like, in Summer Rental, you and Richard Crenna were so, and you and Candy, and Torn was delighted. He's like, nobody ever asked me about these movies. That's great. And so he was thrilled to talk about.
That's a pretty
Summer
good
Rental.
Rip Torn you just did.
Yeah, I got to spend an evening with him, man. That's that's my secret power, man, was being a mimic. That's my 30 years in Chicago radio, because I could do decent voices and everything. But yeah, it was a joy. Well, and I was even going to say about my shorts and let you know, I got to interview Bud Schulberg because got to know him in the 90s when I was writing for Boxing Illustrated. My dear friend Bert Sugar, the publisher of the magazine, would have Bud write articles. So I hung out with him a few times. And we were at either a Lennox Lewis fight or a De La Hoya fight. I can't remember which, but it was a lot of walking. And we're in Vegas. And he was already in his 80s. And Bert's like, Bob, let's get you, or Bud, let's get you a wheelchair or something. I don't need a wheelchair. Well, a couple of minutes later, he's like, maybe that's a good idea. I'm like, no problem. We'll flag somebody down. He said, well, who's going to push me? I'm like, Bud, it would be my honor to push you around and be Mark to your iron side. And then, and he's like, so at the end of the day, he's like, John, how can I repay you back? And I was working at the radio station, Sporting News Radio. I'm like, get on the phone with me. And I want to talk about Facing the Crowd and On the Waterfront and all your great movies and your collaborations with Kazan and in fact, Barney Ross even came up. One of your characters in True Noir, a real man, because Bud really wrote about the mob influence in boxing in both the novel The Harder They Fall and Bogart's last film, The Harder They Fall.
Yeah.
And Barney Ross was very insulted and really wanted to beat the hell out of Bud for writing these stories about the mob. Regardless, I cobbled a minute of my interview with him and made it about Facing the Crowd and Andy Griffith and everything, and that wonderful performance of his that is so one of a kind. And it really was a successful short. And I just grabbed a bunch of screen caps of these great dark images of Andy Griffith being the manipulative asshole that he is.
What a great movie too.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
And I got the guy who wrote the movie to talk about it and everything, and working with Andy and talking about Kazan and everything. Oh, it was amazing. So no, I hear you, man. And again, I've been fortunate, even being in Chicago, to kind of have some Forrest Gump moments with some of my favorite creative people as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's wild. Like I think about people are always asking me, if you know so much, why aren't you more successful? And I'm like, well, while I might not be as well known or be rich, I personally, for me, as a fanboy in Seattle who had no ties to the entertainment business, and I picked up 2 weeks after my 21st birthday, I picked up everything I own, including all my comics and all my laser discs and all that. I put a trailer hitch on the back of my Toyota, got a big U-Haul trailer, and I got into USC. I'd never even been to USC. I got into USC, so I'm going to USC. I drive down to LA. I'm like, I don't know where to live. And I'm thinking, wow, I'm going to go live in Westwood where all the good movie theaters are. So I found a place that was cheap. I'd never lived anywhere but the house I lived in that I grew up. My mom and dad didn't come down to help me out. I'd saved up 10 grand. This was in the summer of '88.
Good for you.
And I'm like, I don't know what to do. So I went and found an apartment. Like, it's a lot easier. It was a lot easier to get an apartment then than it is now. I mean, credit checks. I just walked in and I think the apartment was like $550 a month, and I had to put down first and last months, and I had cash. I'm like, well, here you go. And they're like, okay, here's the keys. And it was like a Melrose Place apartment. There was open things, and there was no pool in the middle, but
little courtyard. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, and I'm 21 years old, and I arrived in LA on June 4th, 1988. I'm 21, and I had my senior year of college in front of me, and I was going to hopefully stay at USC, but I got hired out of a class, so I suddenly was working. But I've had the best time. I mean, I've had a lot of hard times, sure, but I can't believe some of the opportunities that, like working on Star Trek on the Blu-rays for 3 years. I was working for CBS on Star Trek, and we were making documentaries, but at the time it was the only new Star Trek programming CBS was making. They were reconstituting Enterprise and Next Generation, the whole restoration, and I was right there. Like I'm like, and we were interviewing everybody. And I've done so much. I mean, making a movie with my childhood idol. I mean, I can't complain. I mean, and now working on True Noir, all these actors that I've loved that have been in a million things that I've, like Smitrovich being in Crime Story. I love Crime Story, and to talk to him about working for Michael Mann. And I'm like, when I told him, I go, dude, you were in Band of the Hand, and Paul Michael Glaser directed Band of the Hand, and
yes.
He just like, how do you know that? And I'm not carrying around my phone looking at the IMDb, but it's so much fun. Don McManus, who plays George Raft in episode 2.
Yes.
Episode 3. And he's playing George Raft, who I love. There's a line, it's just a throwaway. He goes, Barney Ross goes, Nathan says, didn't you own a piece of Primo Carnera? And it's just a line, throwaway dialogue where he goes, yeah, I had a piece of Carnera. I don't like to talk about it. And Don McManus does not sound like George Raft. He goes, do you want me to do George Raft? I said, no, because I love your voice. Because he's got like a radio announcer voice. I want you to be you. But even Don McManus was like in episodes of The West Wing, and I love him. And when I got him, and Christine, my supervising producer, knew him, and I had him come in to do this, and I'm like, God, he's just so good. And him and Barney and Nathan Heller putting him together, and he's another person that is there to manipulate Heller a little bit. And he's only in that one episode, but it's great. I'm like, I love it. I love it.
I was going to say Jesse Spencer playing Elliot Ness is terrific. From Chicago Fire, right?
From Chicago and House.
Yes.
And he's Australian.
Yes.
And what was so funny, of all the actors, I was kind of worried about him because when he came in, he hadn't really done. A lot of these actors have done a lot of voiceover work. They've been in video games, they've been in animation, but Jesse really hadn't done that yet. And I'm like, dude, because on Chicago Fire, when Christine first suggested him, I liked him as the Australian hunk in House, but I'm like, Elliot Ness. And then I started watching Chicago Fire, and he doesn't have an accent.
Right.
And I needed a straight man. I mean, I needed somebody that wasn't a showboat, that was not giving. Elliot Ness is not a showy performance. He has to be. And when we first started doing that, it was a little rough going at first, because he was just trying to figure out, like, how do I mean, he had nothing. He was in Boston, and I'm in LA, and I've got my great actor Corey Landis to act with him, because we hadn't cast Michael Rosenbaum yet. And Corey's a great actor who's done a ton of voiceover, a ton of commercials. And once we started, there was a moment where he goes, he said something like, I'm always the straight man. It's in one of the episodes you heard. And it cracked me up, because I thought he was doing a great job. I loved him, what he did as Elliot Ness, because he had to be kind of this monotone. It was not the showboat performance that Jeffrey Combs is, pretending he had colitis. I mean, when you watch, Jeffrey Combs is so into it. I got video of him. It'll be on the Blu-ray, where he's acting out and he's doing all this stuff. And it was just hilarious to watch him. I
bet. That's great, man. Hilarious. Oh, again, folks, this is amazing. And, when it becomes so Rob, is it in January when non-Kickstarter people will start being able to?
You can start buying it on Friday.
Okay. And what website? How can people buy it?
It'll be available from any place you get podcasts. I mean, it is $2.99 an episode, but I think it's well worth it.
Yeah.
It is a premium. It is a premium because it costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
To be honest.
No, you don't want to give it away. I don't blame you at all, man.
Yeah,
I have podcast documentary ideas. And I'm like, I'm not giving this away for free. We need to get money behind this. We need
and basically we have to pay back our investors.
Yes.
And it's a SAG production. So we had to pay in to, like, when you hire a SAG actor, like, let's say we paid our actors a lot more than SAG minimum. Like, SAG minimum for a day's work in voiceover is $150. Well, let me tell you, we couldn't get any of these actors for that. We paid them a lot more money. But then in addition to what they get paid, you have to pay 20% above that to SAG's health and pension.
Yes.
For each actor. And that becomes really expensive.
Sure.
And so I'll just say that our cast budget for this was in it was in the six-figure range.
I bet.
And we have 25 known SAG actors, so it look well worth it.
Yeah,
because these guys were incredible, and that's what makes this, I think, stand out. And the production as well. The score was not cheap, and the audio facility was not cheap, but it wasn't none of it was it was all what we wanted to pay, but we knew we had to raise money. I mean, it's not a cheap thing. And for me, would I like to make some money on this? Sure. But I mean, I'll be honest, we're over budget. We're over budget because we're 3 months behind, and it was only because we hadn't found our Nathan Heller yet. What happens is when you go out to an actor, and if people don't know this, if you're looking for a name, like a name actor, somebody that's got some kind of brand recognition, you have to make an offer, it's got to be a substantial offer so they take you seriously. Then you have to wait. And you can wait for, sometimes it'll take weeks. An actor, a lot of the time, the actors we were waiting for were on shows.
Certainly.
They were shooting movies and they're in production. And then they'd finally get back to you after like sometimes 3 or 4 weeks. It depended how long you wanted to wait. And if you want to go to another actor, then you have to pull the offer and then make an offer to another actor, which could take another 3 or 4 weeks. And this happened a lot. I'll tell you a funny story. I can't tell you the name of the actor. But there's an actor that's his character died on a particular series that I really loved. And I love this actor, and he's not that well known, but the stuff that he's done was great. So we made an offer to this actor, and we couldn't even get an answer back from his agent. His agent was not even paying attention to us, which is another frustrating thing. So we're waiting, and we're like, we've made you a substantial monetary offer. It was not embarrassing at all. This actor wasn't doing anything. And then as we kept hiring more people, the project gets known around town. Like, oh, you hired this actor from this place. You hired this actor from this place. And sometimes we hired 2 or 3 or 4 actors from one agency. And they knew that we were paying the actors right away. They didn't have to wait for their money. It was all, so we showed that we're a low budget. And so like a month, so we pulled the offer from this actor because we didn't have it was the last actor that we went to. So we started recording on May 27th. Anthony LaPaule was the first actor. And all summer long, we were making offers to actors that we either couldn't get. They liked the material. Everyone loved the material, but they just wouldn't do it. So we were supposed to finish and be done, according to the Kickstarter, September 15th. I didn't have my lead actor yet. And I was recording. I didn't. Patton Oswalt's in this, and we didn't even record him until November. So I'm like, I guess, and that's when we finally went out and had people send in names. So I didn't even get Michael Rosenbaum. We didn't even hire him until September, and then we had to work around his schedule. And we didn't really even start recording him until October.
Okay.
So that's why we're here where we're at now.
Okay.
And so October, November, like I'm 3 months behind from where I should be. So we're releasing this. And then as we start releasing the episodes weekly, like by the beginning of January, I'll probably be done with all the way up through episode 8. I would imagine. Okay. So then we start releasing episodes on the 10th of January. I'll be way done with 9 and 10 way before they're supposed to air. So that'll be fine. But cool. But so this actor, this last actor, eventually his manager, or the agent heard, not her, it was a guy, and heard about the project, and he calls up and he begs, because now it's on his radar, because he heard all the other people, all the other cast was suddenly known to him, and he's like, "Can you? My client would love to do this. I'd love to have. I'm so sorry I didn't get back to you." And we're like, "Bruh, that was a month ago, dude." But that's how Hollywood works.
Sure.
And yes. People, if they don't know you, I don't begrudge. First of all, I still love this actor, and I would hire him in a minute to do something else. And what has happened? The one guy who wanted to be in this, an agent called, you're going to love this. An agent called and asked if we had something for Martin Sheen.
Oh my God.
And we'd already, and I'm like, Martin, I freaking love Martin Sheen.
Of course.
And I was telling everybody, I was telling Michael Rosenbaum, aside from Morgan Freeman's narration, I'm like, it's a cross between Morgan Freeman's narration in Shawshank and Martin Sheen's narration in Apocalypse Now.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what I
all
was
right.
telling everybody. I mean, that's what it's got to be. And Apocalypse Now is one of my favorite movies of all time. As a matter of fact, Lionsgate Direct, the website, has Apocalypse Now. They have a new steelbook, and I actually wrote a piece. You can go read it on the Lionsgate website. I wrote a piece on both. It's just a short piece, but I wrote a piece on both Apocalypse Now and The Conversation for the Lionsgate website. And tomorrow, this is kind of fun. Tomorrow, they have exclusive versions on the Lionsgate Direct website of Kill Bill, Volume 1 and Volume 2, and Jackie Brown. And I wrote articles about Kill Bill 1 and 2 that should go up on their website tomorrow as well.
Cool.
So, yeah.
Well, see, I thought with Martin Sheen, and you're right, of course, Apocalypse Now. I was thinking of him at the beginning of JFK.
Oh,
doing the narration and everything.
Oh,
no, I love brilliant actor.
I mean, Badlands and But on the next one, if we get to do it, if it's successful enough, is we're going to do his book, The $1 Million Wound.
Okay.
Where Barney and Nathan Heller go off to World War II together, and in real life, Barney Ross did go and he came back an addict because and that was all documented in a movie.
Oh yeah.
And so it's The $1 Million Wound is great, and that's how much fun. I mean, this project is so much fun. I hope it's successful so we can do more.
Me too, man. Again, it's so up my alley, from the subject to the great actors you put together. The whole production is wonderful, and it's great to hear that it's going to be available as quickly as Friday the 20th, everybody. So that is something to look forward to. And I'm happy to, like I said, I was happy to promote it with you. But I also know, this is a good moment to switch to our pure free-for-all nerd speak of things we've. Okay, I got to ask. And again, this is good because I'll probably release this as a two-parter and stuff. So. Stay tuned for part 2, all you audio listeners. But first of all right, let's get some of the shit out of the way. No one asked for a Kramer the Hunter. Might have been better than Kraven the Hunter. I didn't see it. I don't know if you have.
I have.
And
I am perplexed.
Talk to
by the Sony Spider-Verse. Now it makes sense to me that they made Venom movies.
Sure.
I mean, like, I get it. I understand why they do. And for the look, those things are not, they're just too goofy. They're not my speed. I understand why people love them.
Sure.
But I never liked Venom as a Spider-Man villain anyway, because it's so ungrounded, an alien symbiote, and whatever.
Well, and also when they turned him from a villain to an anti-hero. And in fact, Dave Michelini, the co-creator of Venom, I had the pleasure of having on a comic panel one night. And I said, what do you think of that? He goes, I hate it. And I'm like, God, I'm really glad you said that, because I don't want to be a hater on this panel, but I hate it too. And it really drives me nuts, because he should be a villain. Let him be a goddamn villain.
100%.
We'll talk about that with Michelle Yeoh when we get to section 31.
Yeah.
And we can, believe me, I know. But, but go on. So go ahead.
So
Kraven.
So the thing about Kraven is, for me, I think most everyone identifies him from the Kraven's Last Hunt storyline, which is one of the great, Spider-Man comics. It's been collected, and you can buy the graphic novel, the collected version of it. But to me, what you do is, if you remove a superhero or a comic book villain away from the comic book milieu that they existed within, Madam Web had the same problem. What do you do with them? Like, if they're foil, if they don't have their opposite number, like, look, okay, I didn't think a Joker movie would work. I didn't think that, but for what it was very interesting, because it was a riff on Taxi Driver and a riff on King of Comedy.
Amen.
Shameless. And
Yes.
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you something really controversial. I loved Joker too.
I feel weird saying I loved it, because it's such a dark, depressing movie.
Well,
I was enthralled from start to finish, and I understand what you're saying. But I also, because I even did some reviews on Milwaukee radio for it, and I'm like, listen, this is not for everyone, and it's a downer. And I haven't been this down coming out of a movie since The Wall in 1970.
It's a beautifully made Joker Folie à Deux is a beautifully made movie, but it's like the anti-movie. If you had asked me what would be the thing that would turn off people that love Joker the most, they did everything times 10 in that movie to make anybody who but you can't not watch that movie and appreciate the craft. I mean, I interviewed the director of photography and the costume designer for Designing Hollywood. And there is so much love put into that film on every level. I mean, it's a stunning film. I think the performances are great, and yes, Bill Smitrovich is in it. But when I was watching it, I was like, okay, this is an incredible movie, but it is, I don't know who it's for. It's who is this movie for? Why would anybody want to watch this that liked the first film? And if you're a Batman fan, I don't know. I watched it. Quentin Tarantino loved it. You know, there's a lot of people that have Kojima-san, who made the Metal Gear Solid video games. He loved it. You know, there's but you can't, if you're at all interested in comic book movies, or you can't. But so that is what it is. And I think that's a movie that's going to be, once people are removed away from that, in 20 years, people are going to look at that movie like it's a classic. But that's going to take a while. No,
I agree. And if to stay on Joker for Joker 2, I think a lot of the negative reaction from the audience was they wanted this version of Joker to become the criminal mastermind. And what they didn't understand was that was never Todd Phillips' intention.
No.
And that Arthur, the guy who unfortunately by circumstance becomes the Joker, doesn't want to be the Joker. And it's great because it really is that mob mentality that we are surrounded by from a societal standpoint, going, you be our Messiah. And it's like, no, I'm just a schmuck. I don't want to be your Messiah.
Right.
And that really pissed off the people in the film, and it also pissed off, I think, the audience,
which I thought was genius. I mean,
agree.
when you find out when Harley rejects him because he's not the Messiah, that he's not, she loves this fictional construct that society said he was, where Arthur Fleck, he didn't set out to become the character that he just did. He's mentally ill. He did what he did.
Yeah.
And then he becomes elevated to Messiah status, and he isn't that. And I thought, what a fascinating way to go. And that if this was any other movie and it wasn't about the Joker, if it was Arthur's story, or whatever, and the first movie was Arthur, not Arthur. I can't say Arthur because I loved Dudley Moore. I worship it. Yeah.
I thought I was. Are you a hooker? I just thought I was doing
great with you. It's the greatest. Give me your hand. That would leave you with one.
Do you have
that movie? I love that movie so much. If you knew Susan like I knew Susan, oh, that's so good.
I need a drink. I've been revisiting Peter Cook and Dudley Moore stuff, and in fact, it was and forgive the sidetrack, everybody. It was Harold Ramis's birthday in November. I had the pleasure of meeting Harold and he was on our sports talk show because he's a local guy. And the host had to leave to fly to Vegas, so I hosted the post-taping dinner and just got to ask him all these questions. And I asked him, I said, so what are you doing after? It was right after Analyze This had come out. I'm like, what's next for you? He goes, I'm going to remake Bedazzled. And I'm like, and literally, just like I'm making a face right now, I'm like confused. I'm like, really? I go, I always thought of that more of a Peter Cook, Dudley Moore vehicle. And he said, yeah, that's the challenge. And then he laughed and he said, the studio threw a ton of money to me to remake this movie. And at first that was my initial, I don't want to do that. But then he's like, it's kind of an interesting challenge. I'm not saying that the remake with Brendan Fraser and what's her face?
Elizabeth Hurley.
The great Elizabeth Hurley. Because I even said, I go, well, who's playing who? And he goes, well, Brendan Fraser's going to play the Dudley Moore part. And he said, we're kind of combining the hotness of Raquel Welch and the devil, the Peter Cook character, into Elizabeth Hurley. And I'm like, oh, okay. Well, yeah, I could maybe we'll see. And I think Brendan Fraser had moments in that movie that are legitimately funny, but it is so a Cook Moore vehicle. And going back to like what survives of their two-handers variety shows and films and everything that they did during their prime. I'm a massive fan, and I really feel bad for poor Peter Cook because he did not get the second bite of the apple and the international superstardom that Dudley got. But no, I love Arthur and everything that Dudley did, and I'm a massive Peter Cook fan as well. So
yeah, I mean, when Arthur came out in '81, I think I saw that movie 4 or 5 times. My uncle was the president of Pacific Theaters, which is a chain here in LA, but he was connected to we had a theater chain called SRO, Sterling Recreation Organization, that was based out of Bellevue, Washington, at the theater that I saw Star Trek the Motion Picture at. It was one of my and Logan's Run and all these movies, Spy Who Loved Me. But so my uncle arranged, he got me a pass, an SR, like an employee, they'd give it to employees, so I could go see any movie I wanted, me and a guest, for 50 cents. It was for, so I could, and all the SRO, the biggest theater chain in Seattle was SRO. So I would go, I mean, if I liked a movie, I just go see it as many times as I wanted to.
Sure.
It was, and in Seattle, we had a great metro bus system.
Okay.
This is, imagine this. So I'm 10 years old, and my best friend, Jeff Swafford, who our backyards were connected. I grew up with Jeff Swafford. Jeff was also 10. He was obsessed with public transportation. He loved planes, trains, and automobiles. And he, so his father, our fathers worked in the Seafirst Bank building, and they would come out every 3 months with these fold-out bus schedules. And Jeff would take these bus schedules. There was like 120 different bus lines in Seattle, and he would chart out these adventures. And you could get a bus pass for 50 cents on the weekend.
Sure.
And we would leave. We're 10. We're both 10 years old, and our friends' parents who would let us go. He would chart out these bus passes, and we're going from Mercer Island. We're going to downtown Seattle. We're going to SeaTac Airport to watch planes land and be like, that's a 727. That's a DC-10, And we're going to the Ballard Locks, watching the boats go through. We're going to Pike Place Market, all over Seattle. So at 10 years old, I knew where all the movie theaters were. I knew all the bus lines to get. I can't imagine parents in this day and age, letting 10-year-old kids go off. And for me, our parents, they thought it was great that we were so industrious, and that there was no cell phones. We didn't have any pagers. Nobody knew where we were.
Well, also other adults were responsible enough to watch out for us, because I remember being on the Chicago L trains and subways doing the same thing, and I remember some religious zealot trying to bug me. And this adult man who I had no whatever, it's like, hey, lady, leave that kid alone. And she got scared. She ran away. And he said, don't worry, kid, I got your back. And I'm like, okay. And I was going to a Cub game. I was 12 years old. So I get it.
You're absolutely right. And so by the time, my parents had no problem. Like I was going to, and in Seattle, we had an art house theater, and there was the film festival.
Sure.
And, by the time I was 11, 12, 13, I would organize my friends, and we're going to see, I remember when Cronenberg Scanners opened. It was playing downtown at the Coliseum Theater, and it was a quadruple bill. And before Scanners opened, they were showing it's called They Came From Within, his first feature, Shivers, Rabid, The Brood, and then they were showing Scanners. And we were like 13, it's totally R-rated. They're not going to let us in, but I'm like, well, let's go anyway. And there was like 5 of us, and I just went down the line of people that were lined up, and I'd say, hey man, can you take me and my friends in? Like, cause I just want to see the movies.
Sure.
And they were like, I'd always find somebody who was totally cool. And they're like, yeah, man, just come in with us. Cause everybody thought it was so amusing that some little kid is coming to see these 4 Cronenberg movies. And I'm, telling my friends, because a friend of mine had taken me. This is so funny. When I turned 13, I got a VCR for my bar mitzvah. And back then, nobody had VCRs. And it was 1980.
Yeah.
And I would go and I would hang out at this one video store. And it was generally considered to be the second video store in the United States. The first was in LA, Video Station. But I would hang out, I would just ride the bus, and I would go and just look at the movies that were on the shelves. And the guys who worked there were like, kid, you want a job? Like, I'm there anyway. And so they had me opening up the new tapes, and I would put a styrofoam insert into the box and then re-shrink wrap the box and put it out on
I did that at Blockbuster.
I was doing that. And these guys like became my friends, And, well, I can't even, one of Bud Warner, he kind of, nowadays people would say that guy looks like a pedophile, but
Oh,
he had like all these bootleg. He was on some circuit. He'd get bootleg videotapes of every movie, and when Motel Hell opened, he said, "Hey kid, Rob, they call me Bob. Bob, let's go see Motel Hell. It's at the drive-in, and there's a Cronenberg movie called They Came From Within playing." And so he took me. Like my parents didn't think anything. I'm going with some 35-year-old guy. I'm 13.
Right, untoward anything's going to happen.
No, they never thought that at all. And so I'm at the drive-in with this guy who's always wearing a big trench coat. It's kind of bald, stubbly head. He, probably looks pretty imposing. I always wonder what happened to him because I owe him a great debt of gratitude. He showed me Texas Chainsaw Massacre for the first time. He showed me I Drink Your Blood. He showed me all kinds of crazy movies that I could. The one movie he drew the line. Him and a guy named Steve Pitcher, they drew the line at Solo. They wouldn't show me.
Tell me. Yeah, I don't know that one.
Pier Paolo Pasolini's Solo. Solo is a movie that's set in World War II where these crazy Italian fascists gather up all these beautiful young people from the countryside, and they're going to enact the Marquis de Sade's
the torture
teachings.
Yeah.
And the thing about Solo that is memorable is they make all of these kids they collect their feces.
Oh God!
And they serve it all at dinner.
Ew!
And that's just one scene. So this was the movie that it was for me. It was like notorious. Like, why? Come on, how bad can it be?
No, that's.
And it wasn't until I was in high school that our Landmark Theater is showing a print of Solo, and I tell all my friends, there's like 10 of us. I'm like, we gotta go see this movie. No, even these guys that are showing me like the most insane horror shit that they won't let me see this. And I had read about it. And Pasolini, of course, he's made a lot of. He was he's a very famous gay poet / Italian filmmaker, and he was like murdered, and incredible history. So we all go. It's not a pleasant experience. watching this movie, watching Solo was. And by the way, I've now owned the movie on Laserdisc. Criterion put it out. Criterion put it out on Laserdisc. I mean, it's so wild that Solo takes and now I've got a beautiful Blu-ray of it. Like, I've bought Solo on multiple video formats, and I've never watched it again.
Hilarious. You see, that's
I keep buying it. I have my Laserdisc hanging on the wall, just because it's hilarious to me. But I have no reason to ever watch that movie again. It is not a pleasant experience, but that's
that's excellent, man. Navi just jumped in, and I'm glad you're saying this, Navi. My dad got me listening to old sci-fi radio dramas like X-1. I'm very excited about True Noir. Yeah, and Navi, seriously, rewind if you're just joining us and listen to us talk in depth about True Noir. You will not be disappointed. And I too am an X-1 and Dimension X fan.
Yep.
And those were great old radio dramas. You will not be disappointed. This is an exceptional production of True Noir. Anyway, but back to the Adventures of Rob in movies. So wait, let's get back to Craven because Rob,
roundabout way.
No, Rob, every tangent is appreciated because I am the same way. And also my listeners and viewers love, and I know your audience loves when they hear stories about, the adventures of young Robert Burnett.
Well, it's so funny because, I don't get to tell. I've told a lot of stories, and I've often said that I don't, I stay on YouTube because obviously there's money to be made. Obviously, I could, if I spent more time on YouTube, I could make more money. But it helps me. It allows me to do other things, like having the extra added income.
Of course,
allows me to have more time to make True Noir, to work on things like Tango Shalom or whatever,
or even Dota, like Dragon's Blood. Everything
I was when I was streaming. I did Dota when I was, which I've still. I'm really. I mean, the funny thing about Dota Dragon's Blood is Arcane came out and wiped the floor, with all the new animation, and Arcane is such a great series.
I'm gonna have to watch it.
It's really, really, you'd love it. It's great. Arcane's great. But Dota Dragon's Blood, I think, is a really good show, too.
Yeah, it really is. In fact, shame on me. Amy Chu, I know, worked on the show as a writer. And I keep meaning to, and of course, you're friends with Ashley Miller.
Yeah, that's what we were doing. I was streaming with Ashley tonight, recording another Inglorious.
I know. Yeah, he's one of the Trexpert.
Yeah.
No, I respect the hell out of him. And I watched Dragon's Blood to talk to Amy about it. And just her involvement and stuff. And no, I should really.
It's really cool. I mean, it goes. It's a great. You never know where it's going to go. It's really incredible.
No, that's cool. That's
But
cool.
yeah, so back to these. Here's what I don't understand. Clearly, Morbius, Madam Web, and now Craven, when you watch these movies, you can see how much studio interference happens in these films. Like Morbius, they decided somewhere halfway through, they're like, well, there's a lot of blood in this movie, so we need to tone it down. We need to make it all look black so it doesn't get an R rating. I mean, you're making a movie, Morbius the Living Vampire. You've got someone like Jared Leto playing this character. Why are you not why don't you find somebody who really wants to make this movie? You know, all three of these movies are deeply compromised. And
Agreed.
like Madam Web it's a first-time feature director who's a great television director who gets an opportunity. She gets an opportunity to make this movie. And at every step of the way, the studio's going to interfere because the studio doesn't even know what movie they want to make. It's like, when I heard that Madam Web we joked on the John Campea show. I would joke, there's a Madam Web movie? You know, right. I kept like, we pretending that there, and who thought that was a good idea?
Rob, all these, go ahead, finish your thought.
Well, I'm like, even the character of Madam Web, her powers and all that, how does that at all, like, who decided? I want to know what brain trust. I understand, hey, making a Sinister Six movie, which is what they always said they were.
Of course, yeah, that's mostly what they're doing, but who knows?
Basically, No Way Home is a Sinister Six movie.
That is a fair comparison, and I've never made that leap, but I agree. But Rob, it is literally the Waiting for Godot of superhero attempts at movies, because you're making Spider-Man movies without fucking Spider-Man. And it's like, what the hell are you, and whose brilliance? And did you see that Variety article from earlier this week where supposedly, well, you know, we thought about putting Tom Holland in these movies, but we were afraid that it would confuse people that were expecting it to be more of a Marvel movie. And it's like, you idiots. It makes no sense.
No, they first of all, Tom Holland, go and make your Tom Holland movie. But if they proved that you could bring Tobey Maguire or Andrew Garfield back.
True. Yes.
And do a whole, like, I mean, the whole thing about, you know, Craven the Hunter, Craven's Last Hunt, the whole thing, like the most dangerous game, you know, hunting down Spider-Man as the prey and all that. That's a great idea. But so you've got Craven the Hunter, and the real question is, he has that terrible line in the movie where he says, my name is Craven, I hunt. Craven the Hunter, I hunt. And I'm like, Aaron Taylor Johnson's a great actor. And I love him. He was great in it's so funny because Aaron Taylor Johnson is also in Nosferatu, which I can't wait to see. Robert Eggers. So he's got Craven on one hand that's opening to the worst numbers in any Marvel movie. And then he's in Nosferatu. I mean, what must it be like to be an actor who you bulk up, you spend all that time? And J.C. Chandor, who directed Craven, is also a great director. He made Margin Call, which I love, about the subprime mortgage.
Love that movie.
Love that movie. He made A Most Violent Year with Jessica Chastain and Oscar Isaac, which is another great film. And he made Triple Frontier, which isn't awesome, but it's a really respectable Netflix action film with Ben Affleck.
Okay.
And he gets a paycheck job. He gets probably a ton of money to make Craven. But it's like, this guy's a great writer-director. Why don't you let him reshape what you're going to do and come up with something from scratch? And it just, you know, I watch these films and I think to myself, you guys have made 3 films that have not only harmed the Spider-Man brand, they've harmed Marvel even over at the MCU, because the regular movie-going audience is
don't know. Yeah,
they don't know.
They don't
know. Just see the Marvel label come out and people are like, why did you make this? And I mean, I understand, but okay, the Venom movie is fine, but you have 3 movies that by the time you finished making them, you realize, no, we have to. There's lines of dialogue that you hear come out of people's mouths in Craven, and their mouths don't move, and you can see they see. You're like, what? And this is the problem. Everyone knows you can't make a great movie out of a bad script. You can't. You can make maybe a good movie, but how do you go into the production of these movies without a script that you are like? When I got Max Allan Collins' script for True Noir, I didn't make any changes. The only thing I asked him, I said, hey, Max, there's a long opening narration that Richard Portnow gives that sets up the scene, that talks about Chicago and Prohibition and the Depression, because we never really addressed that. And I was worried that people aren't going to know They keep talking about speakeasies and all this. So I had him write a long opening narration that Richard Portnow says about set the stage, and I loved it. So I was asking Max to add stuff. The rest of the scripts were phenomenal. But if I had looked at the script, I already knew they were great. If there was something I wanted to add or take out, I would have told Max. But the reason that I was so confident about making this audio drama is because his scripts were awesome. And all I had to ever do if I had a question, I just look back at the scripts, or I call Max on the phone and go, what does this mean? I knew they were great. That's why we moved forward on it. How a major motion picture studio, the real problem is, as it has always been, is the people that work at the studios don't know if anything's good or bad.
Right.
They don't know.
Right.
They don't, and they certainly don't know comic books. They don't know.
And
they
also,
don't know.
There are more people than Kevin Feige and James Gunn that understand this stuff and have worked for studios. Bendis, was part of the Marvel movie panel for.
Yeah, that story group was essential. They don't have it anymore.
No.
And look where we're at.
God, I'm so glad you said that, Rob, because I agree. And Brian's one of my friends, so it sounds like I'm defending my friend. But the reality is, no. Since Endgame, they've been aimless, and then also Sony. Mark Miller used to work for Fox. Bendis, post Marvel movie panel, worked for Fox and was there as a consultant and a shit detector. And in the comics, we did X. And maybe you want to consider, you don't have to do that, but we're at least there to give you input. I don't know if there are any people in Sony anymore, because also Brian was there for those Tobey Maguire movies. And, they asked him what you think of what we've done. It was after the fact. He has a great story of him and Stan Lee going to see for a rough cut or a cut before it was out in theaters or critics of the first Spider-Man movie. And Stan was, oh, fellas, it's great. I love it. Don't change a thing. I'm going to get going now. And they're like, well, Brian, do you have any thoughts? And he's like, well, yeah. He goes, the Goblin's costume, he goes, it's kind of weird. And they're like, that costume cost $200,000 to make. And he's like, well, I understand that, but, like in the comics, he really is this cloth kind of costume. And they couldn't get off the fact that he had, said something negative about the costume. But he was big in the MTV animated Spider-Man series.
Yeah.
He was one of the consulting producers. And he's also been involved with the Spider-Verse animated movies as well.
Yeah,
so,
the Into the Spider-Verse films are terrific. I mean, Lord Miller, it's like, why aren't you going to that creative team and running? I mean, there's these fiefdoms and nobody. It's so weird because at the end of the day, everyone's always jockeying for position in Hollywood. And to me, here's my philosophy has always been the same. The finished product, whatever you're making, that is the locomotive that pulls you and your career are in the caboose. And whatever you're making, you are making the locomotive. You have to make sure that locomotive is strong and sound and can pull you down the track. You make a great locomotive, you can have a whistle-stop tour and you can go bang actresses or have dinners and hobnob with the bigwigs, whatever the hell you want to do. Go out and do it. But that goddamn locomotive has to be good. But now everybody is jockeying for position, and you've got people that are making decisions out of fear, first of all, and they're trying to suppress other people when they don't have an answer themselves.
That's right.
And most of them are Ivy League educated because that's what corporations want. They have business degrees, and yet they're put in these positions where these people haven't picked up a comic book. And if they do pick up a comic book, they're not inside the comic book. They're not reading it as a fan. They're reading it like the way people make Star Trek today. All the people making Star Trek, they're not inside Star Trek. Even Mike McMahon, McMahon,
yeah, the Lower Decks creator. Yeah,
God bless McMahon. It's great, but I watch Lower Decks, and I would love to see a workaday Lower Decks Star Trek comedy that was inside the universe. But everybody on that show is like a Star Trek expert.
Yes.
Oh, they can't. We're gonna have the Packlets come. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do. I mean, it's a riff on Star Trek itself.
Yes,
which is fine if that's what you want to watch. But one of the most annoying things in the world is, and I know because I've been this way my entire life, is to go to a convention and listen to fans try and out fanboy or fangirl each other about who knows more, and you sit there and you're like, yes, I already know all this. Why am I listening to all the competition of, it's so annoying. I know what you're saying. There's nothing you're going to say that I don't already know. And I'm watching Lower Decks and I'm like, do you want an award because you're throwing in all of these different references? To me, every one of them took me out of it. Now I know a lot of fans, as you know, we all love our stupid humor.
Sure.
We all love good humor. I mean, every fan loves things like Futurama and all the jokes. We love it. We do. And because then fans always feel they're in on it.
Right.
You know, like we know more than you. I watch a show like Lower Decks and it's like fingers on a chalkboard. I'm like, I can't, like, how many references are you going to shove in this show? And I get it. Some people want that. The fans who love that stuff. They can all laugh along with the creators and aren't we so clever? And they've done some really interesting, there's some actual great stories that Lower Decks has told, to be fair.
Completely agree. That episode that introduced T'Lyn, their Vulcan, where you saw the different Lower Decks crews of all the different alien species, and the amount of Vulcan dialogue in that specific episode, not only T'Lyn, but her superiors. It's like, okay, these guys know how to, and women know how to write Star Trek. And isn't it interesting, Rob? Because I think in general, I wonder, and really maybe Ashley Miller might be a guy to ask about this too. It's almost like animation is left on its own devices in a way that maybe the live action stuff isn't. Because while I agree with you, and the self-referencing of Lower Decks does get annoying, I will confess I did like this last episode that had all the alternate versions of our favorite actors and characters. Go ahead and say, Bud, please.
Well, no, I mean, it was cool seeing all these people come back, you know, the multiple Harry Kims and all that. But to me, all of that stuff is kind of low-hanging fruit.
Yeah, it's easy. It's easy.
We've already seen, like, Futurama gave us the original Star Trek characters, you know, and we've seen, you know, bring back all these people. And it's fine. You can do that. And it's crowd-pleasing and all of that. But I really wish that here's the thing. During the Berman and the Roddenberry Berman era of the Star Trek 87 to 2005, they created new characters, new crew members, new situations. Next Generation had a mandate. Sure, you saw DeForest Kelly in the first episode, and the second episode was Naked Now, which was a reference on Naked Time.
Sure.
It wasn't until the third season when they brought Mark Leonard as Sarek back in a beautiful episode that was from a Peter S. Beagle story.
Yep.
And they bring it back. But for the most part, they left Star Trek. They left the original series behind. There was a few references here and there, but it stood on its own. And it was creating, because it had to.
Yes.
You had to make new characters and new situations. And with Deep Space Nine, a brand new crew. And they did smart things like they brought O'Brien over, which Colin Meaney suddenly got his time to shine. They were going to bring Michelle Forbes over as Rolaren. She didn't want to do it. She didn't get it. I think she regrets it now, but they created a new character in Kira Nerys, and they did some really interesting things. But those shows built up their own. Deep Space Nine had its own mythology. You know, we'd never seen the planet Bajor. We'd never seen the Cardassians. I mean, we met them in a fourth season episode called The Wounded for the first time, but it was all, they were building on everything.
Yes.
With Lower Decks, I get what they're doing. They're doing a Star Trek comedy.
Right.
But the problem is the good Star Trek stories that are in Lower Decks, and there have been a number.
Yeah, there have.
To me, it's so suffocating to watch because I have to sit through the ridiculous. Like, I get it. You're Star Trek. You're Star Trek fans. Okay, but can we end it? Can we, like, do we have to do this every single episode? Like,
and they're so innocuous too. Wow, that's so Kobayashi Maru, and it's like this has nothing to do with the plot. I mean, that's the thing. It's when the humor comes from the plot, then you're succeeding. And I do think in this specific episode 9 of season 5, that was the thing. It's like, okay, the comedy, a lot of the comedy is coming from the situation. Now, you also had everyone always wanted to see, or I should say a good portion of the audience wanted to see Bashir and Garrick have a gay relationship. Andy Robinson, I got to interview him and also moderate a panel with him just in August. And he talked about how that was his initial inclination, and the producers, because it was the 90s, And there were still pockets of the country that
Well, yeah, you
probably would
couldn't.
turn that off.
Yeah, you couldn't.
It's like, tone it down. You got to tone it down. I'm sorry. We tried. And that's why a lot of the symbolism, and in fact, you guys talked about it in Inglorious, in the Trexperts episode, where you're talking about relationships and that non-binary alien that Riker falls in love with. That's a great episode.
Thorin.
Yes.
Yeah, from the Outcast.
Yes, great episode. And again, that's how you could tell a story like that. Just like the Twilight Zone 70 years ago. Okay, well, we're going to unfortunately have to do this in symbolism, but the smart people will know what we're talking about.
Well, yeah, and I think, look, I have no problem. Like David Gerald wanted to introduce a gay relationship in Next Generation. He wrote an episode called Blood and Fire that later got turned into a fan film, a 2-part fan film. James Cawley made it. And I thought it was done very respectfully, and his original script was, I thought, pretty good. And I understand. I mean, look, when you're what's funny about Star Trek is when you're a space, if humanity goes into space, you have one of the main characters who is the product of an interspecies relationship. You know, Spock is the product of a human woman mating with an alien. And no one has a problem with that. But once you're in a universe, do you think, like in Discovery, there you have one of the characters, you have a non-binary character 300 years in the future who tells a gay man, I need you to call me by my pronouns. And I'm like, we're talking about people that are mating with aliens. Do you
with
think
other species? Yes.
Anyone is going to care about the sexual proclivities like in Aliens? It doesn't matter whether it's Arturian, baby. You know, but the one you had was male. Doesn't matter. And that what I can't stand is Star Trek has become so reductive. And one of the things it did, like the Outcast, when they finally did Rejoined,
yes,
or the first episode when they introduced the Trill on with Odan and Beverly Crusher.
Yeah,
but they had that, and she's like, "Look, I can't. I'm straight." When Odan became a woman, I can't go there. It's just my preference. People criticize that episode now, but in Rejoined in Deep Space Nine, you have the Dax symbiote meeting up with Dax as a man, was married to somebody, but that's against they can't get back together if they're part of Trill tradition. That was all in a science fiction show. These kinds of things are allegorical, and if they're not allegorical, then they're not a big deal at all.
That's right.
And I think the problem with a lot of what's happened, especially in the last 10 years, everybody wants to, like, I never cared about seeing myself represented in media when I was growing up. I wanted to see people that weren't me. Straight, gay, black, I didn't care. I wanted to see characters that I didn't know. Like, I loved blaxploitation movies when I was a kid because I'd never been to New York. I'd never seen a city like that. And I loved, the bravado of those characters. Give me Superfly, give me Dolomite, give me Shaft. I love that stuff because it was so out of the realm of my experience growing up in a suburb of Seattle. I'm like, I'd never been, and New York was that. I still love anything grimy and filthy in New York City in the 70s when there's garbage strikes and all this shit. I love that. And when you could see grimy horror films like Abel Ferrara's first film, Driller, Killer, or Basket Case. These just exploitation films from the 70s. I would watch all of that because it was like I was looking at an alien planet that I had no understanding or conception of. And I loved anything that happens in New York in the 70s. I will watch it. Whether it's blaxploitation movies like Larry Cohen's movie Black Caesar, all that stuff was awesome.
Taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3.
Oh my God! I recently rewatched that because Kino Lorber put it out on 4K.
Yes.
That movie kicks. That movie is quintessential grimy mid. It's like that movie came out 74,
something like that. Yeah. Joe Sargent directed it.
And the greatest hangdog face in the history of cinema, Walter Matthau, was like, you would never get Walter Matthau to be a hero in a movie today.
That and Laughing Policeman and Charlie Varick. I just love those Matthau straight up dramas that have a little bit of comedy in them. And no, he's the man. And believe me,
when everybody's got a cigarette dangling from their lower lip.
Jerry Stiller is fantastic at taking a Pelham 1, 2, 3 and completely different than Frank Costanza.
Totally.
No, it's. But
and Robert Shaw, and you watch that stuff like that. You know what's weird? When I watch those movies, I think to myself, everybody in that movie is so much more mature than I am, even right now. It felt like the world that those people lived in was so more so much more world weary, and so like all these people live. Like you watch that movie, every one of the faces. There's nobody beautiful in that movie.
No.
There's
And
not one character. They're all like, you look at these people, and I grew up with those things, and I'm like, those people know what's up.
Yes.
I look at movies now, and I'm like, none of these people, if the shit comes down, all these people are going to die.
Well, to adjust what you said about wanting, representation, wanting to see yourself, let's not forget that Whoopi Goldberg makes that great point that when she was a kid and she saw Nichelle Nichols, it's like, oh my God, there's a black woman on this show and she's not a maid. That's great. But it was as to marry both what I think, and again, I say this as an old man, but what I think young people want when they want to see themselves, it's like, okay, but what we would see are people that we wanted to aspire to be. Yes. So beyond our initial label of race or sexual preference or gender or whatever, it was like, wow, that's a cool man. And I really love what he's doing. I hope to be as smart and talented as he is later, rather than, oh, I want to see me, and I want to see me suffer through the same problems that I am suffering through. And I think that's the misstep of New Trek. And I'm forgetting her name, the non-binary character on Discovery. I think it was Adira. Yeah. And it's like, man, that was the most annoying 3 years, because she was only on from season 3 to 5. And it's, I don't know if I can do this. I don't know. Of course you can do it. Oh, I did it. Well, now I don't know if I can do this. I don't know if I can do that. And also, she's a Trill, or she has a Trill symbiote, and she is cut off from the past lives. And it's like, well, that's what made the Trills interesting. Well, and by making that choice, you have ruined the potential for this character.
It was just, yes. And I always thought there's so many in modern Star Trek. There's so many weird choices like that, because, like, first of all, I don't believe in Star Trek Discovery. I don't believe any of those people would, the Discovery would have been destroyed 10 times. I mean, they've literally, in the course of that show, they've crashed that starship on a planet.
Yes.
Like, give me an effing break.
I'm with you, son. You can swear, it's all right.
I mean, I watch that show, and I half the time I throw stuff at the screen.
I hear you.
And even look, I'm going to show you something.
Please.
All
right. Zooming in.
I showed you again the Exo-6 Pike.
Yes, Captain Pike.
We started that. Now, people are going to say, Rob, why did you buy something from modern Star Trek? Well, I do like Anson Mount, and I did get this.
I agree.
But I cannot stand that show. And I hate it in a different way than I hate Discovery, because I don't believe that anybody acts like on a quasi-military vessel. And people say, well, Rob, Starfleet, it's not a military. I'm like, really? How come they use military ranks? It's such a stupid thing to say. They're on a ship. The whole idea of Star Trek is it does have a quasi-military structure. I don't care. It's like people that go, really, Scott says Deckard's a replicant. I'm like, that's fucking retcon. It was not that way. When you watch Blade Runner in 1982, I was there opening day. I saw the first show.
I'm with you.
Deckard is not a replicant. I don't care what anybody says now. That's something somebody floated that idea. And, ooh, it's Philip. No, the movie doesn't work if he's a replicant. It doesn't work.
In August, I got to moderate a panel with Ethan Peck and Cecily Uhura, and forgive me, everybody, I don't remember her name.
And by the way, they're great actors.
They are, but I had to ask them, as you brought up the military protocol of past Star Trek and wherever it is now. And I'm like, all right, I have to ask you guys a question. And this is in front of an audience. And I'm like, do you think Starfleet is a military organization? And in the crowd, I heard people go, ooh. And I said, oh, that's a fantastic response. I love that. And it was great because Ethan shot me a look. And I'm like, hey, there is no right answer to this question. I am asking your personal opinion, and I'm not here to change your mind, but I want to know what you think. Ethan said, I think it is a scientific exploratory organization. Cecily said, I think it's a military organization. And I said, fine. And I go, I am not going to, because again, listen, when you're at a convention, maybe it's different in Vegas, when it's all, meta and everyone's in on this and everything.
But the problem
I'm not here to, mess up with people that love Strange New Worlds, but I just had to, for my own interest. What do you think? What do you think is the people reading this?
You showed us the problem that they don't know. And they have two different answers. And the fact is, okay, I'll tell you a perfect example of why I hate Star Trek Strange New Worlds. And as I said, I'll watch it. It's much more watchable than Discovery. Discovery made me
100%.
slip my wrists and shuffle off this mortal coil.
Yes.
But Strange New Worlds, there's an episode where Spock turns human.
I hate it with a passion. Go right on.
Well,
Rob.
so Dr. Mbenga gives Spock in this show his Vulcan harp to play, the Vulcan lute or whatever.
Yes, yeah.
And says to Spock, if you learn to play this, it'll calm your nerves or whatever. And he starts to play it, and they make jokes about people can hear him practicing the way a kid would have a trumpet or something.
Sure.
Okay. To me, this is such a fundamental misunderstanding of the character of Spock, because Spock, being the Vulcan that he is, what Star Trek showed you is that Spock had many talents. And the fact that they gave him, they didn't have to have him be a player of an instrument, but when you saw him play that instrument, it's telling you something about his character. He clearly was a very adept musician. And there's a third season episode called Requiem for Methuselah, when they go see Flint and this guy, and they realize that he's an immortal and he was on Earth. And Spock sits down at Flint's harpsichord and sees a waltz that Brahms wrote that nobody's ever heard of. And Spock bangs it out. He can sight read music, and he knows that Brahms wrote this, and he's playing it. The thing about Spock is he's clearly a fan of music. He can sight read music. He's probably been studying music since he was a kid. Now, did they come out and ever say that on Star Trek? No. They showed him playing. Look, in Way to Eden, which is not a great Star Trek episode, but Spock is able to bro down with the space hippies because they're musicians.
Yes.
And we are one. Spock can reach by the way, Way to Eden is a much better episode than people think it is.
I completely agree.
If they took out the hippie iconography and just made Dr. Severin like a doctor who had these followers that were looking for Eden,
more of a cult.
Same thing. You could still have Charles Napier, I'm going to clap my hands and jump for joy. I got a clean bill of health from Dr. McCoy. You could still have him, stepping into Eden. Yay, brother.
Yay, brother.
You could still do all of that. But if you got rid of the iconography stuff, the fact that Spock finds a way to bond with these guys over shared art, they're both playing music together, and they can jam.
Well, and they're also in the pursuit of some sort of eternal truth in Eden, and that intrigues Spock.
Well,
and
the people that are writing Star Trek Strange New Worlds are infantile.
They are absolutely, yes.
And all they know in writing science fiction, it all goes back down. This is my theory, and I've seen other people adopt this. It's all these fucking writers were Buffy the Vampire Slayer fans.
Well,
it's Buffy and Angel, and all they know how to write is that Joss Whedon house style, and they apply it to everything. And nobody sits there. They would rather sit there and go, "Wouldn't it be clever if we talked about how Spock was how did he learn to play that instrument?" And they're obsessed with filling in all these things, thinking this is important.
solving unnecessary mysteries that don't need solutions. Yes,
it is so simple-minded and reductive. It drives me fucking crazy. The thing is, Spock is a badass because what I don't understand is, why don't these people just infer the fact that Spock he probably started playing an instrument when he was 2, and if you knew Star Trek, which they don't. They only know whatever BuzzFeed said. The top 10 episodes of Star Trek you need to watch. I mean,
memes. They know memes.
They know, that's it.
The Sharon, Sharon, the half white, half black.
Oh my God!
Showing up in Section 31, and it's like, fuck you. Supposedly, Frank Gorshin, and I always forget the other actor's name, who I love, great character actor. They're supposed to be the last survivors, and I'm sure you can explain well. Some people left the planet before they annihilated.
Nobody had been to that planet before. What have they done to the Gorn? Well, what can we use as the big bad? The worst. I mean, and look, the cast
and a misunderstanding of the Gorn, because as you always point out when you guys talk about Arena, no, the Gorn are not these mindless killing things. They have their own agenda, and if anything, Starfleet invaded a planet they were already on.
Yeah,
and it's like, again, because, Rob, they have a flashcard and meme understanding of Star Trek. They know Beam Me Up, Scotty. They know Live Long and Prosper. They know, that's the guy with the ears. Oh, yeah, Kirk's with a green chick all the time and kissing some alien. God, Mr. Skin, the internet nudity man. One of my favorite people to have on the show. And we were talking last week, and I said, have you found any more nude movies of Angelique Pettyjohn? And he busted out laughing. He's like, John, I've been doing this for 25 years. you're the only person who has ever asked me about Angelique Pettyjohn, who we all know from the Gamesters of Triskelion in the tinfoil bikini. So, and of course, her great Get Smart episode as Charlie Watkins, the male control agent pretending to be a very hot cigarette girl.
Yeah.
And Angelique Pettyjohn kind of fit the bill, if you'll pardon the pun. Absolutely,
No,
man.
And I think what's depressing to me is we're getting, like, you watch a show like Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul.
Yes.
You watch these shows, and when I tell people that I expect that quality of writing from Star Trek, they can't understand what I'm saying, because they're like, well, you want Star Trek to be like Breaking Bad? I'm like, no.
Smart.
What I want is the thought put into a show. I want Star Trek, and unfortunately, like you said, all of modern Star Trek is like you say, it's memed.
Memes and flashcards. Yeah.
And nobody can take it seriously, because in their mind, they've got to fix things like making Paul Guilfoyle the Guardian of Forever.
Oh, I was just talking about that on the show that I was doing prior to our show.
And having him ambulatory because they thought it was cool to go back to Harlan Ellison's original draft, where he was indeed ambulatory. And aren't we cool? No, that was rejected. You're not cool. Just because IDW did a comic where they adapted that script and suddenly the Guardian of Forever is walking around, what you have done is first of all, you've turned it into a fantasy character. It's not Dr. fucking Who. It's not that. And they've gone in there and they've destroyed you go to Star Trek, but then Star Trek's the original series, Star Trek. Yes. The best episode, City on the Edge of Forever, that's generally considered to be at least one of the best.
Certainly.
The whole thing about the Guardian of Forever, which made it cool, was what happened to that poor civilization. It's this thing, since before your sun burned hot in the sky, I have awaited a question. You know, I mean, that poor thing has been sitting there for thousands, millions of years, 4 billion years, because before your sun burned hot in the sky.
That's right.
It's like, then you have Paul Guilfoyle, Brass from CSI, coming out and walking around being this jaunty guy. And then the fact that they've turned Michelle Yeoh, who's basically Space Hitler, into a heroine.
Rob, believe me, I am so, and it bums me out because, as I'm sure you do, I love Michelle Yeoh. I'm so happy for her on a basic career trajectory. Of course you do. I mean, that's the thing, man. And it's so great. And unfortunately, she is saddled with this asshole cannibal Space Hitler character. And it's like, oh, but we're going to redeem her. No, I'm sorry. When you eat Saru,
Kelpians.
Kelpians and everything, it's like, I don't see how you can redeem from that and come back from. Army. I hate to say it, but ask Army Hammer how difficult it is to get a job these days. After How about the fact she's acting like some bad bitch that's from New York or something?
Oh, yeah. Do you believe that she was the empress of the Terran Empire?
No.
I mean, you've completely, because these writers don't know how to do that. They don't. Science fiction is a literary genre.
That's right.
If you haven't read. And I'm not talking about reading Star Trek novels, but if you haven't read, like, The Star's My Destination, or you haven't read Werner Vinge's A Fire Upon the Deep, or you haven't read Dune, or you haven't read Childhood's End, or Stranger in a Strange Land, or just take your pick. You'll never understand science fiction as a genre. You'll only understand it through the lens of Buffy the Vampire Slayer. And if you do that, you're never the people that wrote the original Star Trek were actual science fiction writers. Yes. Everybody from Theodore Sturgeon to Samuel Peoples to George Clayton Johnson.
Yes.
Robert Bloch, Richard Matheson. I mean, some of the great, or the people that wrote for Twilight Zone, Charles Beaumont. I mean, it's these.
Or even on the animated Star Trek series, the guys like Larry Niven.
Slaver Weapon. I mean, it's and if someone said, they adapted the great crossover, Larry Niven's Known Space series, like Ringworld and all that, is actually part of Star Trek continuity. They look at you. They fucking ripped off Ursula K. Le Guin in the first season.
Rob, I was so with you on that episode, and it really upset, and especially because these people in charge of Trek are the first ones to beat their chest proudly of how inclusive they are and how representative they are. And they not only, as you know, ripping off Ursula Le Guin for that specific episode, but also the entire backstory of Una, number one, coming from the one woman who is like our Virgin Mary of Star Trek,
Dorothy
DC
Fontana. They ripped off her Star Trek novel Vulcan's Glory from 89.
Without any sort of acknowledgement of dedicated to the great works of Dorothy Fontana. Something, anything. No, better not.
And you know, Alex Kurtzman gets up and in interviews goes, yes, we were very influenced by Ursula K. Le Guin. She's dead. And you stole one of her great short stories, one of the great science fiction short stories in the modern canon, Those Who Walk Away from Umlaus. And you steal it. You could have even said suggested by,
right? But like they did in the original series for Arena, and wasn't that
Frederick
like a
Brown?
Right, exactly. Go on, continue.
And that was because Gene Kuhn thought people like, you know what? Maybe I might have incorporated. He didn't even remember doing it, and they went and credited him anyway.
Yep.
And you look at this and you're like. I look at this and I'm like, this behavior is reprehensible.
I agree.
I think it's reprehensible behavior. Yeah. And the way they just steal shit and change it and they don't know what, and from their perspective, we own it all.
Right.
Yeah. Okay.
Sure.
But you know what? If someone wrote a Star Trek novel and you're going to because they're borrowing a lot, it's the same thing that happened. And I'm going to slam Star Wars right now.
Oh yeah, I was going to get to Star Wars.
So
yeah.
Grand Admiral Thrawn, I did one of my YouTube shows about this. So Grand Admiral Thrawn, when they started the slow injection of Star Wars back into pop culture in the early 90s, Grand Admiral Thrawn was originally created by Timothy Zahn in the Heir to the Empire trilogy.
Yes.
Well, when they were going to use him for the animated, was it Clone Wars Rebels? When they were going to use him,
yeah.
They brought Timothy Zahn up to Lucasfilm, up to San Francisco, not to ask his permission, but to tell him they were going to use Grand Admiral Thrawn. And they didn't go to him at first. They didn't pay him any money because, of course, Lucasfilm owns this material.
Sure.
But when Timothy Zahn wrote those books, he never thought that anybody was going to use any of that material and adapt it into another form.
That's right.
Now, he doesn't have the protections of the Writers Guild or anything because he wasn't a Writers Guild member. So what they do is they entice him, hey, we're going to publish more. We'll make more we'll make more Thrawn books that you can write. But you have to change it and make it our version of Thrawn now. Not your version of Thrawn that you created. And they basically just wanted his tacit approval so they could go steal his shit and then change it. I mean, it's like this is happening now because a lot of this expanded universe stuff is way better than what they're coming up with, which is why they're going back and picking and choosing and mining all this stuff. And their excuses, well, we already own it.
Right. Which they do, but
technically they do.
Right.
But nobody wrote those books. I mean, I'm sure that in the contract it says we reserve the right to exploit, but everybody, at least you pay somebody.
Well, at the very least, given what even the comic book creators from Marvel that obviously do deserve a lot more money.
But they do get a payment,
but they get something. They get exactly.
And at the end of the credits, you always see they always acknowledge everybody who had any peripheral, whatever the storyline was, we borrowed from these creators.
Yes,
or they'll stick Jim Starlin in a scene in Endgame or in Infinity Endgame when he's in the Captain America's like, how are you guys all doing? And there Jim Starlin appears in a scene. And it's look, this is I mean, I know, like, I can't speak to the greater good, the greater society at large, because I'm a nerd and I'm talking about as an imagination connoisseur, but there are moral and ethical ways to be when it comes to this kind of thing. And as a company, it might cost you a little bit more money, but isn't it better? The problem is I believe in capitalism as a motivating force. But when we are undermining capitalism, because we're all greedy fucks, I understand.
Oh, yeah. All right.
But we undermine capitalism at every turn. Everybody wants to make a little bit more profit. But every time you're doing that, profit's great. It's a great motivating factor. That's why people innovate. That's why people invent.
Sure.
They create. But when we are actively undermining and we're being morally reprehensible and completely unethical, when we don't have to be. And Star Trek itself, the ethos of Star Trek, the creators who are working on Star Trek should be the first people to say, we will not steal other people's work without accreditation.
Yep.
Put their fucking name on it. It doesn't cost you any money, especially if you're going to steal from Ursula K. Le Guin and her. I mean, it's not like they haven't made like the Lathe of Heaven twice. It's not like she's unknown. It's not like the Left Hand of Darkness for all you gender studies people out there. Like it's not one of the touchstones of science fiction for people
or the Lathe of Heaven. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to step on you, but
but I said that it's been remade or made twice. But I mean, it's not like, what's really funny? Why not go make the Left Hand of Darkness? I mean, shit, man. If you made a whole season about and adapt, that's what they should do. I mean, Star Trek should actually pick a great science fiction novel and adapt the whole thing for a season and make it really interesting.
That's interesting.
Rather than that's what I would do. I mean, we were talking about on the Inglorious Trexperts about A Taste of Armageddon, the first season episode where Aminiar and Vendikar are fighting each other with computers.
Yes.
You could do a whole season of Star Trek, and if I was given the reins, I would do a go House of the Dragon style, where you're telling the Enterprise rolls into a planetary system that's been at war for 1,000 years using computers, and you examine that from you make an 8-episode series out of A Taste of Armageddon, where you get to go to Vendikar and Aminiar and you see what's going on, and they get embroiled with the different politics of you could do an awesome Star Trek show like that and really do a deep dive. The problem is you'd need people that know how to write something like that. And I don't believe that anybody that's been employed by Star Trek since 2017 has an inkling of how to write something, especially Akiva Goldsman, Mr. Lost in Space and Batman and Robin. Yep. And yes, I won an Academy Award by adapting someone else's book. I get it. You can play that game, but nothing in modern Star Trek has made me believe. There's not one Star Trek episode in the modern canon you can look to that people think is, I'm spitting. I'm so frothy now because I'm all... There's not one modern Star Trek episode that you can look to and you say that's a great classic episode. Well, what about the one where they kill the Klingon ambassador? I'm like, oh yeah. So Star Trek officials or characters are now murdering diplomats.
Well, I'll admit I like that episode, but it's the exception to, hey, Spock's human now. Isn't that wacky? That one annoyed me because beyond the Vulcan harp being given to him by Dr. Mbega. But also just the third act goofiness that played out like a bad I Dream of Jeannie or Bewitched episode.
Terrible.
Where, oh my God, these people have bad farce. And also I was going to say, as far as crediting the original people that made stuff, this is where Paul Levitz, the former publisher of DC, I give him a lot of credit, because in the pre-Snyder years of DC films, Paul was the guy going to Warner Brothers and going, oh, the way we do the Batcave, that's really a Neil Adams idea, or that's a Jeff Loeb idea.
Right.
And when Marvel wasn't getting checks, when the Marvel creators weren't getting checks, these guys were. And I talked to all of them. And Neil Adams like, it was the biggest surprise of my life, and I'm not saying it was life-changing money, but at least I got a check. Or Jerry Ordway creating Cat Grant.
Yep.
And it was either Cat Grant or maybe another character on Supergirl that they were using. Oh, no, that was Cat Grant, because that's who. Yeah, Ally McBeal played her. Yeah. Close to Flockhart. And he's like, hey, every week that character appeared, I got a check. It wasn't life-changing money, but it was a nice, little added income and stuff. And it's like, yeah, that's good. And I don't know why that's like, doesn't come up in Star Trek, other than the crassness of, well, we own all this shit. Who the fuck cares?
Well, yeah, and also the fact that Strange New Worlds. Here's what it really. I mean, the relationship that obviously why modern Star Trek keeps going back to the cage. I understand Captain Pike, Bruce Greenwood was great in Star Trek 09. As much as I hate that movie, he was great in it. And when he has your father was commander of a starship for 8 minutes. I dare you to do better. That's some great shit.
Great moment.
That's the one thing in that movie that's any good that I like. The rest of it's poppycock. But when you watch Strange, so that Uhura, they've now bogarted all of these characters that they didn't create. When Dr. Boyce and the relationship he had with Pike was so good in the cage.
Yes,
that's what I wanted. But you know what? He's an old white guy.
Well, and they could have even race swapped him the way they did Robert April.
And it's that guy was great. I love that guy.
I agree. And also, John Hoyt in the cage is, I mean, and it really is the template for some great McCoy speeches that we get in subsequent years, obviously. But that's the thing. It's like, you know, and I love M'Benga. I think it's a great character. And when they announced they were going to put him on the show, I'm like, hey, that's awesome. But it does bum me out that Dr. Boyce doesn't get his moments. And I almost envision in the final episodes, maybe Boyce will, actually I take that back, because Talos 4 is in their past.
Yeah,
is in Strange New Worlds past, because they already discussed it with Discovery.
Well,
and then going
completely
back to
the way they've ruined the Star Trek timeline, and those idiots. Akiva Goldsman's like, well, we're trying to bring Star Trek more in tune with our own past. I'm like, since when?
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
Come on, that's so dumb. The original Star Trek was never saying that our past is the past of the show.
Well, how do you describe Star Trek, Rob? It's as a futuristic.
Yeah, it's a period piece from the future about a reality that never occurred.
Exactly, which I love. And you're right.
We share a background. It's like an alternate history story, just like For All Mankind does it right.
The best,
you know, the best.
And I wonder why, because there's a guy named Ron Moore supervising everything, and I love Ron Moore, man. And Galactica and For All Mankind and Carnival and everything he's done, and of course what he did at Star Trek and everything. No, he's a genius.
Well, and I watch this stuff and I think to myself, and some things, you know, the storyline with M'Benga and his daughter, how he was keeping her in I really like that, because
did you really continue? Please.
I like, because the idea that we've seen Scotty, you know, when he saved himself on Nolan and Relics, the idea of the way the transporter could be used in an interesting fashion like that.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if they handled it well, but that's a really interesting way, the way he did that as a doctor until they found a cure for this thing.
Right.
I thought that was legit. I'm like, that's a really interesting thing to do, but then they didn't pay it off or make it as.
Oh, it was ridiculous. Well, two things. One, and it's funny because literally 2 hours before we started, I'm talking with my friends about a bunch of other TV, and of course we always talk Star Trek as well. And I'm like, what I hated about that in using, and also they did it in Discovery as well. In Relics, it's such an elegant Scotty solution.
Well,
that is a Montgomery Scott solution to
they
a
just
problem.
Plunder it all. They just
and now it's just and now it's just common, because in Discovery, hey, we're gonna hit some turbulence. Let's all zip into the transporter and do this. And M'Benga, it was all right. Put her back in the buffer, and I'm like, all right, whatever. And then, like you said, the ending. Daddy, I'm an adult now and everything's great. And you never have to think about or worry about me or write about me ever again. And it's like, it's kind of like The Simpsons of, yes, we'll never speak of Principal Skinner's previous life ever again. And it's like, yeah, thanks. We know.
Well, and that's the whole thing, is they take all these really wonderful ideas that belong, like they're doing prequels, but they're going back and they ruin all these wonderful things that already happened by using them. Look, they haven't met the Gorn yet. They haven't met the people from Charon yet. And they're going to be in Section 31. It's like, okay, how do you reconcile? You could do anything you want. You could create your own character. Why at the drop of a hat do they have to borrow from? That's not what the Berman era of Trek did.
No, and also, as you pointed out, and you're 100% right. And further, with this Charon character, and also, where the hell is this in the timeline? Because it's young Rachel Garrett from yesterday's Enterprise. So she's a young Starfleet officer. So let's say it's 30 years before the events of the Enterprise C disappearing in the rift, maybe 40 years. I really don't know. But okay, but again, it's after the demise of Charon, and yet there's this Charon character. And the only reason why they're using it is, oh, that looks cool. That's a Star Trek alien.
Right.
I've seen Frank Gorshin in that makeup. You know, that would make an interesting character. Let's write something with the Charon. And there's where the hell is novelist David Mack, not to be confused with comic book David Mack, to go, and maybe there is a voice in the room that is saying that, and they're like, yeah, nobody's gonna care. Shut up.
He was a consultant on. I have a great interview with him. I'm gonna drop on my channel shortly. I love David Mack. And I love his Star Trek writing. Great novels. Yes, sir. And his Star Trek novels are so good. And his Mirror Universe duology, what is it? Sorrows of Empire and Rise Like Lions. Those two books, which is about the whole history of the mirror universe, are so good because he sat and thought about it. He's like, okay, if A and B and C are true in the Star Trek universe, that means that D, E, and F also have to be true. And everything that he is not willy-nilly memeing this shit. All the greatest, and I've read so many of the great Star Trek novels. That's what's so angering to me, is that these authors spent time doing all this stuff. Nobody ever stops to think. Those guys have ridden roughshod in the Star Trek universe and just broken everything. They're like built bulls in china shops. And Star Trek Strange New Worlds has no bearing on the original series at all. It's so the timeline. That episode they did about Balance of Terror,
the worst
was
an
not
insult.
only it was so insulting because of what they did to the Romulan characters. I mean, I couldn't believe it. They were, didn't you like the way we like duplicated the camera shots? I'm like, no, you missed the whole point of the episode, you idiots.
In another, let me read the cue card. In another life, I could have called you friend. It's like all the panache and the subtlety that Mark Leonard brought to that performance, and it's like, oh my God. I mean, you feel for this Romulan commander who does not, as you've said a million times, why must it always be war? The quote
it's so great.
Yeah. And it's all of that is gone. And it was like a bad high school theater production of
Terrible.
Balance of Terror. And it bummed me. And it's so funny because my friends credit me. I'm like, you know what's going to happen? As soon as they introduce the idea that Pike knew his fate and might, in some way try to manipulate it, I'm like, we're going to get an It's a Wonderful Life kind of episode where he's going to get to see him saving these kids and all the terrible things that happen because of it. And sure, and again, I am no genius. If anything, I am cynical because that's the cheapest way to handle that. And of course, hey, we're right here to handle it the cheapest way we can. Well,
it's so uncreative. It's like, how about no? Like, why do you have a character? Why do they have to know their fate? That is the dumbest. Anything that they come up with on that show is the stupidest, laziest, most obvious way to handle all this, and it's infantile.
T'Pring, the way they handle T'Pring.
My God,
I mean, what a great. I know, buddy. Well, I'm sorry. I know. I don't mean to make you suffer, but really, T'Pring, sucks. I don't know how to break it to you kids.
I mean, yeah, they're just bunny rabbits boning down whenever they want.
Yep.
I mean, and then how about the fact that the crew, when Uhura says Nichelle Nichols, one of her great line readings, she says, "Who is she? She's beautiful." She doesn't know who T'Pring is in Star Trek. Of course, now everyone knows everybody.
Sure.
Why wouldn't she know? And what that does is it diminishes. I mean, no one cares in our corporate culture. Like, Star Trek's old. We don't need. No. It's like you don't go and change. You're not allowing Shakespeare's plays to be. You don't allow Hamlet to be changed by some schmuck who's going to write something that's going to overwrite what Shakespeare wrote because it's 500 years old. Who cares?
But even further, wouldn't you think, given beyond Paramount Plus streaming and Pluto streaming the old shows, there's MeTV and Heroes and Icons, which is a MeTV channel, and 6 nights a week they do a multi-hour block of nothing but Star Trek. So this new stuff is competing with the best and worst of Roddenberry and Rick Berman Trek every fucking week.
Well,
every fucking week.
I mean, here's the real problem. The real problem is, and I talk a lot about on my own show, of watching television and movies is a learned skill. You have to learn how to do it. And a lot of people, like we talked about it earlier in the show, when we were growing up as a kid, you could watch 40 years of American pop culture, beginning in the morning with Our Gang Shorts, which they would show at 6:30 on TV. Our Gang Shorts of Spanky and Alfalfa, made in the 30s. We skipped the 40s because World War II and there was no TV yet. And Our Gangs were short, so they could put them on TV. And then you watch shows from the 50s, the 60s, and the 70s. So without knowing it, we as kids were watching different styles of writing and performance over 5 decades of American history each and every day. So you understood, okay, Leave It to Beaver was never in color, but you weren't going to watch it because you weren't going to not watch it because it was black and white. It was Leave It to Beaver.
Yeah.
Everyone loved Leave It to Beaver. Everybody loved Eddie Haskell. You know, everybody liked Ward and June. Like they were pop culture touchstones that everyone knew. And we were learning, okay, how does a Leave It to Beaver story unfold? Then you would watch Bewitched and I Dream of Jeannie that had similar things. One's a genie, one's a witch, you know, and you had these fantasy characters. We learned how to watch these things as kids. And we were learning, like, comedies work, sitcoms work different. Like a sitcom that was shot in front of a studio audience or had a laugh track or whatever were different from, say, single camera shows like Leave It to Beaver. And we were learning, we didn't know we were, but we were learning these things as kids. And then we would sit down and we'd learn how to watch movies. And because you had already seen, you'd seen TV shows that spanned 50 years of American pop culture, you could also then watch movies that were about just about anything, presented in different ways. And we had a certain level of sophistication. I mean, I go back and watch made-for-TV horror movies like Satan's School for Girls or Bad Ronald or Don't Be Afraid of the Dark or Killdozer, which is a Theodore Sturgeon story. You watch that, or The Stranger Within with Barbara Eden. You'd watch this stuff, and there was a maturity to all of it.
Yes.
Because the writers and the filmmakers expected the audience to be fucking smart. And everything was not memeable and everything. They had to create a reality that you bought into. The Kolchak the Night Stalker movies, you know, The Night Strangler and The Night Stalker, that led to Darren McGavin's one-season show. But those two movies, they were taken seriously.
Yes.
You know, and so all of that is gone with and look, I blame a lot of it on The Simpsons, because The Simpsons really started. Look, I love The Simpsons, but they've memed everything. They've made fun of everything.
Hey, we're old men standing on the porch yelling at clouds. No, I get it. That's us. Absolutely.
The problem is watching, we're in a roundabout way, the people that are making Star Trek now are incapable. They do not have the skill set to watch the original series and take it seriously.
Right.
All they see are the memes.
Right.
All they see is the Gorn sitting with William Shatner playing video games and the goofy TV commercial. They can't look at it and see beyond the garish colors or see beyond the special effects. They can't. They don't. It's not their skill set. So when they sit down and they're like, oh, we're going to fix all these problems. And so the problem is their entire approach to Star Trek, it's what I call the Galaxy Quest problem. When you watch Galaxy Quest, and I just watched it again because the 4K disc came out. Everyone loves Galaxy Quest, right?
Oh, yeah.
We all love Galaxy. I love Galaxy Quest.
It's a great movie.
But it has a huge fatal flaw. And the fatal flaw is, in Galaxy Quest, the actual show, Galaxy Quest, that's depicted in the movie is a goof.
It's a cheeseball show.
It's a cheeseball show. And that's because most people look at classic Star Trek and think it's kind of cheesy. Yep. In the modern day, oh, look, you know, when you have Star Trek 09 and Kirk and Spock and all that, she came and took, all she left me was my bones. You know, Dr. McCoy in one sentence, there we are created. That's why your name is Bones. So they're incapable. Now, the closest they can get, if you look, and Buffy the Vampire Slayer is a great example. Buffy the Vampire Slayer could do Once More with Feeling. They could do a musical episode, because within that, the confines of that, the monsters themselves, there's enough goofiness and whimsy built into the show, and the characters are memeable characters. They talk to each other in kind of that snarky postmodern vernacular, which is fine, but it worked for the show at the time.
Right. It was contemporary. Yes.
And everything else is... They can't, and I think that one of the real problems is none of these people read. They don't read books, so they don't have an underlying. If you're writing a script, you have to have some kind of writing is literature,
of course.
And if all you've ever done is watch other TV shows, all you're ever going to do is write in the style of something else,
right?
Whereas you look at the great, I mean. Matthew Weiner, creator of Mad Men. Mad Men is, why isn't Star Trek it has nothing to do with Mad Men, but the quality of writing in that show is adult. Where's that show?
I agree.
You know, they can't. The people that are writing Star Trek are incapable of writing Star Trek. They can't do it because
Yeah.
they can't watch the original series and get inside of it. They look at it from a distance, and it's because it's fucking Galaxy Quest.
A couple comments from the viewers. Notorious R&B and John from Ephraim. What are our predictions for the finale of Strange New Worlds? And I'm assuming that's section 31. And he also wants to know what we think of Becky Lynch, the former WWE star, being announced as part of the upcoming Starfleet Academy show. I have no opinion on Becky Lynch joining. I hope she's good. I hope the show's good. I have bad feelings about it. I think it's going to be Dawson's Creek in space and any CW or WB show from the past of teen drama angst. Unfortunately, I think we're going to get that. Real fast, I'll give you mine. I already said for Strange New Worlds, my feeling is, there may even be a handoff of the Enterprise to Jim Kirk in that final episode, possibly. Maybe we'll see Dr. Boyce show up, or at least maybe Mark Piper might show up in time for the second Doctor before Bones,
right?
From I know from where Nomad goes has gone before, and then also B things. Well, first of all, give me your answer to for those. Do you have any thoughts on?
I wouldn't be surprised if Strange New Worlds goes beyond 4 seasons if they do a season with Kirk as captain.
That could be,
and Pike. He has his accident or whatever.
Right.
They're
That's
do.
That's possible. That's certainly possible.
And in terms of Section 31, I have no opinion on it because again, we've got so many great examples of spy movies and great spy craft
right now, especially. Yes.
I mean, if you told me that that Section 31 was going to be Tinker Tailor Soldier Spy, the TV version, I would be like, I'm in.
Sure.
Count me in. And if you told me that Starfleet Academy was going to be like the Paper Chase, like if somebody said to me, okay, we're trying to create a Starfleet Academy show, what it should be, and I'll just give you things that I would say it should represent: the Paper Chase, Goodwill Hunting, Dead Poets Society, maybe Friday Night Lights, which I love, and the TV series version of Fame.
I'm with you on all that.
Took all of those things and said, we're going to do a show that emphasized excellence, emphasized education, dealing with moral and ethical principles, and all this stuff, I'd say I'm in. But it's not going to be that way. When they told me that, Paul Giamatti is going to play the big bad, and I'm like, if the big bad isn't Professor Kingsfield, John Houseman's Professor Kingsfield, I don't know what you're talking about. Why is there a big bad in a Starfleet Academy show? And it's like, that could be really, really interesting. I mean, dealing with the morals and ethics humanity would face, but they're talking about, it's not set in the 23rd or 24th century. It's set in that 1,000-year
Discovery future. Yeah.
Which is already ridiculous because humanity would be so transformed to be almost unrecognizable. And that's another thing, the most uncreative future I've ever seen depicted. 1,000 years. I mean, give me a break.
We talked about it before. It's like putting it in modern terms that our current century is the future to someone 1,000 years earlier. That's like a Viking showing up in the present and having the solutions to 21st century problems. And that's ridiculous. And that's the thing that annoys me about Discovery in the future. That, and of course, the intriguing initial idea of, hey, all the dilithium has gone inert and they can't do deep space travel anymore. Fine, but it's because a weeping little boy got abandoned by his mother and never learned how to love. Oh, F you.
And was somehow genetically tied to dilithium. And how about the fact that not all races in the Star Trek universe use dilithium to power their faster than warp travel? As we know from Next Generation, the Romulans use artificial singularities in their Derridex class ships, but nobody pays. They don't even build. You can pick up any fucking manual that's been written on this stuff and call up Mike Akuda and ask him.
God, I mean, him and Denise, they're great. They're fantastic. Thank God.
It's so frustrating because what I can't stand about it all is it's all just so elementary school.
Yes, and that's even I think a compliment compared to where they really are. So, hey, King Sport Cal, how you doing? Nice to see you. Real fast, a couple other comments from the Peanut Gallery. B things. The inability to take classic tricks seriously is why my film classmates didn't get why my one student film was a serious homage, not a silly spoof. Mike Jones says Star Trek spy show should be the Carpetbaggers. Oh, do you mean the Sandbaggers, Mike?
Yeah,
a legendary UK spy show from the 70s. Yes, I completely agree. You know, Greg Rucka and I adore
That's
the
a great.
Sandbaggers.
See, again, that's a great idea. But there's so many great spy shows that they could be looking at. But Section 31, when I saw that trailer, I'm like, what is this?
Yes.
Spy shows, if you're going to do a show about space espionage, that could be a really great show. But that means you have to have, again, you have to know something about a tried and true literary genre, or watch, whether it's John le Carré, you better have read some of that. Read some of those books. And if you haven't, I'm looking at the show going, what was this written by 6-year-olds? And how do you put Michelle Yeoh in something like this? She was in a Bond movie, for God's sake. I mean, it's just like a Bond movie almost 30 years ago.
I'm with you. I know.
And now she's doing the rounds going, I broke the glass ceiling. I'm like, you broke the glass ceiling 35 years ago in Hong Kong cinema. What are you talking about? You won an Academy Award. But now what are you doing? Placating to that you have to say that, what glass ceiling? Any woman can do anything they want now in the entertainment industry.
Yeah, exactly. It's not 1980 anymore.
No.
And ironically, a wonderful Star Trek veteran, I never knew until I saw the documentary about her, Susan Oliver, and how she was trying to be an accomplished director and all the obstacles she faced with the Directors Guild back when she was doing it and everything.
She was an accomplished pilot. I mean, it's I'm not saying people haven't faced. I mean, look, right now we have more technology than ever before. People should be cranking out amazing independent features. And I know we're going to have to deal with our AI overlords. We're going to be making, look at the feature I prompted overnight. Here, watch my feature film. I'm a filmmaker.
Yep, you're right. Hilarious. By the way, and I'm so glad we touched on the spy thing. Michael Stafford, who helped Dennis Cowan with his Art of Dennis Cowan Kickstarter campaign and everything, he's got a book coming out in January about Steve, and I can't remember the guy's name, but he was the physical model for all the Doc Savage paperback covers that James Bama did back in the 60s and 70s. Brilliant idea that Mike's putting together. But he has really been complimenting a lot of the recent spy shows beyond Slow Horses on Apple. And I noticed, I haven't started watching it yet, but the Keira Knightley Black Doves show on Netflix
that's really good too.
Yeah. And I mean, that's the thing. No, I think right now there's a lot of great espionage television, and also slightly different because it was more international politics, although there's a big conspiracy involved. I'm sure you're watching The Diplomat.
Oh, I loved it.
What a great show.
I got to say, season 2 has a banger of an ending. I mean, I didn't see that, and I love it. I love it. It's Allison Janney. In my mind, in my head canon, she's the same character that was
CJ
Bartlett's right.
Yeah, it's CJ. Absolutely, she's the vice president now. Yeah,
that scene where she goes and grabs the map and explains what is going on and why they had to do what they had to do. I'm like, after you hear that, you're like, especially with what's going on right now in our world. I was like, wow, yep.
Yeah. No,
and again, if you're looking for a Section 31 show, that's where you should be looking. These writers aren't thinking that way. They're looking at like it's Guardians of the fucking Galaxy.
In Discovery, they had the potential with that space anomaly that they dealt with in season 3 to give us an interplanetary West Wing, and they even did a moment where you saw all the different planets represented in a little Federation Council meeting. All right, what are we going to do?
Yeah,
and they blew it. And also, what cracked me up, and it shows you their lack of ability to write. They give us a Ferengi who never has any dialogue, and he literally stands there with his mouth open, like,
yeah.
And it was so insulting. Thank God Terry Metalis in Picard season 3 actually gave us a 25th century Ferengi. And that's great, but it's like, no, you really had an opportunity when you moved into the future. What are the Romulans doing? And I hate Navarre. I hate that they merged with the Vulcans.
Oh my God,
so insulting, and it's not cool. It's stupid, and you've ruined 2 civilizations by merging them. These are not 2 great tastes that come together like peanut butter and chocolate.
Well, because it wasn't thought out. If you're going to think, you've got to be a Professor Tolkien or you've got to be that level of or James or Frank Herbert you've got to be doing some world building. That's, I mean, I look at the the Dune prophecy, and I'm like, man.
Yeah, I was going to ask. I haven't watched it. No. Oh well.
I mean, look, they think the Butlerian Jihad is like Skynet. You know, the idea of you cannot build machines in the shape of a human mind, and everyone thinks, oh, it's like AI. You know, we're fighting Skynet, and I'm like, that's not what it is.
No.
And I look, and I understand it's weird because on one hand you're adapting Frank Herbert, but then on the other hand you're adapting his son and Kevin J. Anderson.
Right.
They're not James Herbert's a British war author. They're not Frank Herbert.
They're not Frank Herbert, yeah.
And, like, it's so weird that they're trying to equate these two things. And you're talking about 10,000 years between the two. And you watch this stuff and you're like, the reach exceeds the grasp, and it just doesn't work. And I watch this stuff, and the same is true to a certain extent. I mean, I like the second season of Foundation.
Okay.
But I look at this stuff and I really wish that, again, the writers were more literary.
Yeah.
When you're delving into something that's inherently literary in its conceit, and you don't have that skill set and you're still trying to do it, you're always going to fail.
Yes.
And especially it's really, look, am I happy that we're getting, it's great that they're taking shots. I mean, I'm happy that they are, but look, Dune Prophecy is another show that they got rid of the showrunners. They basically had to go back and start again. And
okay.
And it's look, Discovery, Brian Fuller had a whole vision for the show, and it was co-opted and destroyed.
Yes. And they went through 3 showrunners, at least, if not more.
Yeah, I mean, the whole thing, the mycellular network, that was going to be used for terraforming in the original conceit of the show. And it's all that stuff is just...
It's like parsecs in Star Wars being misrepresented by the Kessel Run bullshit.
Yeah.
And yet, clearly you don't know what this actually should represent.
No,
it's shit, man. It's there's no other word for it. It's just shit.
And I get tired of it. I mean, it's like when they lost Marcus and McFeely over at Marvel, and you get to Endgame and after Far From Home, once the third phase 3 ended. I mean, I can't imagine. You go back and you watch Infinity War and Endgame, and I know Endgame plays a little fast and loose, but those two movies together represent some of the greatest fantasy cinema ever made. Agreed. And the fact that they were built up over 10 years, almost 15 years, to go, those movies are wildly entertaining.
Yep.
Infinity War is a wildly entertaining movie that packs a huge emotional wallop at the end.
Oh my God.
The fact that those movies work as well as they do is astonishing. And then after that, what has the MCU been doing? None of it leads anywhere.
No, a lot of misfires. And again, as I'm sure you and John Campia and the others that you talk to on a weekly basis, I don't know what to expect from Captain America Brave New World. I obviously will reserve judgment until I watch it, but the advance word is not good. And they've had to reshoot all these moments, and the test audiences are not happy with what they're seeing. How do you fuck up Captain America? Well, just hold my beer and we'll show you.
Well, I think, and what's interesting is they painted themselves into a corner in the sense that you now have a Captain America when he took over. Look, I'm one of the people that I liked Captain America and Winter Soldier. I mean, Falcon and Winter Soldier. The show.
Love that series. I thought it was a great show.
But the central conceit when you have what's his face,
Sam Wilson.
No, well, you have Sam, but no, the earlier iteration of the Super Soldier that's played by
Isaiah Bradley.
Isaiah Bradley.
Yeah,
from the Truth miniseries. So you have Isaiah Bradley and saying, they're never going to accept you as Captain America. They made and Sam Wilson's like, I'm going to do it anyway. I'm going to show them. I mean, already you're dealing with race relations in a way that maybe we've gone a little bit forward, than that, because that seemed a little reductive. I don't think people know that they're comrades in arms, and Falcon was already a superhero as Falcon. I mean, in universe.
Yes.
So when if he becomes, after Steve Rogers dies, it would make sense that he would take on the mantle. I mean, what doesn't make sense is you can't pick up and throw that shield if you're not a super soldier.
Well, that's
Take your
the
hands
other
off.
thing. Yeah, he doesn't have the power.
No, and how do you wield? You can't throw that sword. And they're showing him doing things like superhero landings when he's bringing down a sound wave, going faster than the speed of sound to take guys out. I'm like, it doesn't work. You're gonna fight the Red Hulk with just it doesn't. That I think is problematic, but from the get-go. But then they've still built in this racial tension storyline. You're no Steve Rogers and all that, which could be cool. But unfortunately, they went into a direction that they pigeonholed themselves into, which I think, we already love Sam Wilson. Anthony Mackie is great in that role.
Great actor, great character.
When he was
Absolutely.
Introduced in Winter Soldier, the
Hilarious.
on your left business.
Hilarious.
But when they first meet and they're running at the mall and then come see me at the VA, you love the relationship those two guys have. And when Captain America gives him the shield, it doesn't make much sense, but it's a great moment at the end of Endgame. Yeah. You look at all this stuff, and then you're going to bring. It's so weird. It seems like their racial messaging is about 25 years too late. They're bringing us back into what? Where are we? Is this Norman Jewison's A Soldier's Story?
Exactly.
That movie.
Yeah.
When you're,
I love that movie.
It's a great movie. But we've already seen all these movies that deal with all that stuff. I mean, you go all the way back to In the Heat of the Night. They call me Mr. Tibbs, or you go back to. We've seen what people forget is we've had progressivism in our films. Guess Who's Coming to Dinner
for 60 years.
For 60, yeah. And you get to this stuff, and everyone's acting like these racial issues haven't been in movies for the better part of how long cinema's existed. To Kill a Mockingbird, and it's but no one's seen any of that stuff because why? Audiences, unlike when we were growing up, have not seen these movies.
Yeah, there's an aversion to black and white just from the format itself. And again, we grew up not really caring about the difference between black and white and color. And that's why, like you said about the people...
we're talking about film stocks. We're not talking about black and white people.
Right. Of course, yes, we are talking about film stock. You're right. But no, again... It is nice when there are those occasional young people that are watching this stuff for the first time and getting it. In fact,
it's great seeing it on YouTube. There's a lot of people react. Like one of my favorite things now is to watch, particularly young women, and not from a lascivious manner. It's been very interesting to watch young female YouTubers discover Star Trek for the first time because they're not making the geeky things like, oh, the rocks look terrible, or they're watching it and accepting it for what it is. I saw a woman watch Star Trek: The Motion Picture for the first time, and she loved it.
Yes,
because obviously she's watching the director's cut, but she doesn't have those fanboy preconceived notions of anything. She's watching, or there's a great YouTube channel, Popcorn in Bed, and she's
I've watched her after you talked about her on your show.
Yeah, she's delightful, and she's not looking back. She even liked Nemesis. She was watching Nemesis in a recent review, and she's like, "You people are too hard on movies," because she doesn't have that
baggage.
Fanboy mentality. Yeah, that baggage.
I'm with you, man.
And she can just enjoy them, and that's what I love seeing her. Or Bunny Tail Reacts recently went through. Although she's older than I think she looks, but she did a really her analysis. And what I love is when they're watching Star Trek, they haven't heard about it, like they know they haven't seen it. I love the people that are watching things without. It's so old that they don't know what it is. They know of Star Trek, but then they go back and they're seeing it for the first time through their own eyes, but they're accepting it at face value, and they're not going, well, those effects they're primitive. They know, like we would watch something. They understand that this was made in the 60s,
right? When the technology wasn't there. Yeah.
But and so they're not, and that's what I love. I love seeing young people, because Star Trek speaks for itself. You don't need me to defend the original series. History has already defended itself.
Well, again, it's still on TV 60 years later. I mean, it's like, again, there's a reason why these reruns channels still run it. And it's like, because there's an audience for it. And that's the thing, Rob, with New Trek. And I was telling a good friend of mine who is kinder to New Trek than we are, I'm like, I have never rewatched an episode of any of the new Treks because I don't need to. It is chewing gum. There's no substance behind it.
No, there really isn't.
Once the flavor is out chewed, you may as well spit it out because you're just wasting your time and just making your jaw sore. And it's ridiculous, man. So no, I'm with you. King Sport Cal says it, and in fact, I read this article as well that if they bring Cap back, it feels like it will overshadow Falcon as Cap yet again. Absolutely, man. Well, again, I think they are worried about the reaction to Brave New World because they put it out there. Hey, Chris Evans is coming back. For those Robert Downey Avenger movies in 26. And it's like, well, gee, go figure. And also, did you read the other article that they thought about doing at least one, if not more, movies with Steve and Peggy in the 40s? Now that Steve is back and with Peggy and stuff.
Well, I mean,
but they couldn't come up with a story. And it's like, you ever hear of the Invaders? You ever hear of like all the, I'm like, good Lord, again, why don't you ring some Marvel people who will be glad to tell you how to write a Peggy and Steve story? Also,
wouldn't it be cool if he would be undercover? Like, he can't allow people to think like the Captain America is frozen, so Steve Rogers goes back to be with Peggy. He would have to come up with some, like, grow a beard or something and become a different kind of a person and not let anybody know that he's Captain America. And he could have a whole different life, become an intelligence operative or do something and create a new identity for himself. By the way, somebody, Lewis Headache says, late to the stream, why is Michael in this? I would assume he means Michael Rosenbaum.
To which I answered, that's why I answered rewind, Lewis, because I think it is a long comp. Unless you,
but I'll just say, in a nutshell, he auditioned and was the best actor for the role. That's the truth. And we're looking for somebody, and I was quite surprised to find out it was Michael Rosenbaum because I specifically asked not to know who the voices were, and when I heard him do this character, I was like, that's Nathan Heller. Michael Rosenbaum is just a great actor.
It's great, everybody. For the audio audience, go back to part 1 and listen to us talk in detail of the casting involved, and also that it initially started with Todd Stashwick and why Todd had to back out. So then they had to find the new Nathan Heller.
Well, Todd got busy with his own crowdfunding campaign for Slogcore D&D stuff.
Yes,
and he got cast in Terry Metallis's Vision series, and we were taking a lot longer to do than we initially thought because I was waiting for Max to write the scripts. And so, people just get busy. And Todd was going into convention season too, where he's been, because of Todd's great. I love Todd.
Oh, I had the pleasure 2 summers ago meeting Todd, and totally leaned on our shared Chicago experiences.
Oh, yeah.
I'm like, hey, by the way, I used to work at your favorite radio station. Oh, no kidding. Absolutely, man. Shit like that. But to bring it back, and I'm glad that we are talking about Max, and unfortunately that it took a little bit longer for him to write the scripts. Max has written other radio plays. He has written film. So beyond his novels and comic books, he is an accomplished writer that can write in these other mediums quite well. I even have friends, as you know, with your co-producer, Mike Bowden, being in Iowa and knowing Max and being involved in Max Productions. I have a friend who also lives in Iowa and has gotten to know Max and acted in a couple of his stage plays. And I think even did one of his.
He just had a movie. Max had a movie come out called Blue Christmas that was just released. And he just finished another movie. He's making these micro budget movies that are pretty good.
Yeah. Well, and the great thing was he did the sequel to The Bad Seed years and years ago called Mommy.
And he did Mommy 2.
Yes, and it's about the bad seed grown up and everything. Yep. And oh no, it's great. Now again, last time I talked to Max was when that novel that he co-wrote with Dave Thomas of SCTV came out.
A science fiction novel.
Yes, and Max was literally among my first handful of Word Balloon guests because of Road to Perdition, and because the movie was still, like, it was within a year or so of when it came out that I started Word Balloon. I think that's the right chronology of it all. But yeah, no, I love Max, and again, I'm so glad that you guys came together on this project. That's right, B Things. Yes, Max Allen Collins, as we're saying. Yes, and Mike is correct in pointing out that he also will be a favorite of his because he created the character from the DC Universe, Wild Dog.
Yes, he did.
With Terry Beatty, his Ms. Tree collaborator, another person who I've had on Word Balloon a couple times.
That's another thing. I'd love to do a mystery movie or book. I mean, an audio drama.
That's a great idea. Well, and that's their characters, so maybe you can.
Yeah. Oh, we've talked about it.
That's good to hear.
I've submitted Mystery to a few producers. It's hard though. Again, it's really hard because people can't necessarily like. I think Blake Lively should play Mystery.
Oh, that'd be good. Sure.
Yeah, I mean, I would love to. I think she would dig it. But how do you get something like that to her? Max could bang out a script so quickly.
Was it Keira Knightley about 15 years ago made some crime, like almost like a Guy Ritchie kind of hyper movie? And I know obviously too, Kathleen Turner in the 90s did V.I. Wachowski.
Yeah,
but I remember hearing from people in the industry tell me, yeah, it was the failures of those movies that kind of make it harder to make a female. Meanwhile, we got Alias with Jennifer Garner.
Yeah, that kind of thinking to me, and of course that's a mainstay of the business. The problem is those are people that don't understand every concept is one great movie away from being viable again.
Amen. Yep.
And you just have to know. You have to look, if you've got a piece of material, V.I. Wachowski was not as well adapted as it probably should have been.
Sure.
And Max would if somebody said to me, I would bet on Max Allan Collins writing a script every day and twice on Sunday. But there's a lot of people that say, well, you can't have a novelist adapt his own material. I'm like, oh, really? I just did 10 chapters of a novelist adapting his own book, and you tell me that script isn't great. And I agree. The proof's in the pudding, because he's like the writers who wrote classic Star Trek. He's a novelist. He's a short story writer. He's a comic book writer. And
sure.
He's written like 50 novels. He's worked in any format. Max Allan Collins is a storyteller, and he's a film director. He's a storyteller that's worked in all these mediums. And I would put him up against whoever wins the Oscar this year. I would put him up against any Oscar-winning screenwriter and say he could absolutely handle this.
100%, man. And you're right, Kingsport Cal, because you're giving us examples of female-led spy and action movies like Atomic Blonde and Salt. This was well before those movies came out.
Yeah,
Atomic Blonde, by the way,
based on a graphic novel.
Yes, Anthony Johnson, a wonderful British writer who has been on Word Balloon and stuff, and has sadly said goodbye to comics and has been writing screenplays since. And tremendous writer, very talented guy and stuff. So here, it be things. William Goldman wrote The Princess Bride and then adapted it as well. Just another example, I guess. Yes,
but he was already, a known screenwriter because he'd written Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, and he'd written didn't he write like Marathon Man or Adapt Marathon Man or something?
That at the very least he adapted it, but no, I think you're right. He might have. I think you're right that
he was a great screenwriter. He also wrote one of the great books about the film industry, Adventures in the Screen Trade. He was, of course, the man who said in Hollywood, no one knows anything.
Exactly right. Exactly right.
Quote.
So yeah, man. No, it's well, again, we always, as negative and bummed out as we are about New Trek, we're always hoping for that, opportunity, that maybe something new will be better and we will like it. And that's great. And again, I watch every week with the optimism of, well, maybe I'll like this one.
Yeah, I do too.
I know you do.
I want it. It does not make me feel good not to like Star Trek because it's meant so much to me over the course of my life. And professionally, I was a paid Star Trek consultant for Viacom licensing in the mid 90s.
Yes.
Then I went and worked for a year and a half on the Star Trek Experience, helping the company that made the Star Trek Experience. I edited all the videos that were later put in the Experience. And then after that, I went and made Free Enterprise with William Shatner, starring in a movie about two guys that loved Star Trek and meeting their hero, William Shatner. I don't like to toot my own horn like this because I don't talk about what I've done in the past. I like to talk about more about what I'm working on now, which is Noir.
Sure.
But and then then for 3 years of my life, I made Star Trek documentaries for CBS, of which I did things like sit down with the entire cast of Next Generation and have a roundtable discussion that I hosted.
Yes, you did.
And it's all there. You can see it. And in terms of seeing the industry and when I was my DVD career, being on the sets of like movies like Lord of the Rings and Chronicles of Narnia and X-Men 2 and Superman Returns and producing Hills Run Red. I've done a lot of stuff. And while I don't claim to know everything, I still think I have a pretty there's not very many TV writers who have had to go find money and produce an independent movie. And I would say that while I've never written for TV, nor would I don't know if I could write for TV, to be honest. I've never done it before. But there's a lot of people who've never produced independent films either. And so I can sit there and go, yeah, I'm not Vince fucking Gilligan. But I did get an independent movie produced. Well, we took a low budget $350,000 movie, and I got it flipped over to Warner Brothers and made it with Joel Silver as my executive producer. Now, do I need to get patted on the back for that because it was only a direct-to-video horror movie? Well, maybe not, but I did do it. And as far as the industry is concerned, I will always be massively proud of that accomplishment, that we took this little fakakta horror movie that we were making for $350,000. And because of, I got Dave Scow to rewrite this script, and Dave Parker, who directed it, we produced a proof of concept trailer. Then all of the work we did was what got it flipped to the studio. And that still happened. We still did that. Now, did we become famous? The movie's kind of a cult movie. It's called The Hills Run Red. If you want to see it, Scream Factory put out a banger of a Blu-ray back in 2020 that we produced all the special features for during COVID because there was nothing else to do.
How many hours of special features on Hills Run Red?
Like 10.
Exactly, for a 2-hour movie. That's fantastic. Or maybe a
83-minute movie. It is,
as outstanding.
As I'd like to say, that the Blu-ray of The Hills Run Red is the most self-indulgent. I used to think Free Enterprise was the most self-indulgent piece of physical media ever until we made Hills Run Red. But I would say this: all the special features are pretty interesting. And if you ever wanted to know how an independent horror movie gets made, I think there's the legacy. So I shot 30 hours of footage when we were in Bulgaria back in 2008. So for those people don't even know, because it's so funny. When I worked for Collider, there were people that would come up to me, and I remember having a conversation with this girl named Roxy, who I love. She's great. She goes, because I'm sitting there being my loudmouth character that Kristen Harloff wanted me to play on the Schmodown, and people thought I was that guy.
Sure.
I'm convinced, because I would come and go with this ridiculous jacket and play my part, but that's because Christian Harloff said you should be like Ric Flair. You can be a heel. And I'm like,
right, a wrestler, like you were a trivia heel, basically.
Yeah, totally. Well, one day somebody came up to me, I think it was Roxy, and said, "Is it true you produce movies?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And what was so funny was people at Collider wanted to use it as a stepping stone to get further. Like, I was at Collider because it was fun.
I get it.
And I was so I was off doing my other stuff, but I didn't talk about when I went to Collider. I was there to do the Collider stuff.
Sure.
Like, I didn't go, let me tell you about my movie I'm producing while I'm here.
With your cute little show. Yeah.
When I first started at Collider, I was actually editing Paradox. And I think I started editing Paradox the same month I even was on my first YouTube show. And I didn't.
Oh, wow.
I didn't. That was a fun thing I did once a week.
Sure.
For the first, it was cool. And I never thought it would lead. Here I am 9 years later, still. April of 2025 will mark my 10th anniversary on YouTube.
Oh, that's great, because May of 25 will be my 20th anniversary for Word Balloon. So that's
that's pretty cool.
Rob, honestly, man, and I said it earlier when it was just us talking and stuff, everybody watching and listening, Rob and I met in 2015 at San Diego Comic-Con. And he was doing a panel, one of his panels that he would do with Mark and the guy that loves Metamorphosis so much.
Scott Mantz.
Yeah, Scott Mantz.
He loves always Metamorphosis.
And that's all right. God bless him, man. And I love when he moderates panels at Vegas and everything as well. But yeah, I had it because I was looking in my guide at Comic-Con, and Rob's listed as one of the panelists, and of course, in parentheses, director Free Enterprise. I'm like, oh, I love that movie. I'm like, I want to meet this guy. So I went up and I had my little press credential and stuff. And you're like, what are you doing here, man? And I'm like, oh, I do a podcast called Word Balloon. And if I remember correctly, you're like, oh, yeah, I've heard of your show.
Yeah.
That was really great.
That was exactly how we met. Yeah. And it's such a funny thing because, people think it's weird I do YouTube, people in the industry. And now, that was when I first started. Now people think I'm some kind of visionary. That I started.
Rob, I get the same thing. I hear you. Please go on.
It's just wild. It's like I'm just doing, to me, when John Schnepp asked me to go on to Collider, and actually it was AMC at the time, and talk about comic book movies, yeah. I'm like, I didn't know John Campea. The first day I streamed with John Campea and Schnepp, and I knew Schnepp for years. And I love Schnepp because he was working at Titmouse on Metalocalypse and doing all this stuff. And sometimes I would get his movies shown at the Masquerade. And
Oh, nice.
he was great. And we both love the same kind of stuff. When he asked me to do this thing, I'm like, I'll do that, and then suddenly we're just doing it. And it was funny because, he was producing animation and working on TV shows and doing all this stuff. But I think the thing that YouTube gave us was, because we're still such fanboys, YouTube was like being at a science fiction convention all the time.
Exactly.
And that's what my channel, when I started my channel, when Elizabeth bought me a microphone, my girlfriend bought me this microphone. I'm like, well, what am I going to do? And I'm like, I know, I'm going to make a show as if you're walking into a panel discussion at a convention. And I'll try and that's, I just had my 1,000th show, and I'm like, my God, man, 1,000 shows.
Yeah. How many hours, Rob, on that 1,000th show?
Oh, I went 17 hours.
Jesus
See, the
Christ.
joke was, I'm going to do a 1,000-minute show for my 1,000th show.
Oh my God.
And I did. I went like 17 hours.
Of course you
and
did.
It was great.
Hey man, no, your marathon shows are great. And truly, as I was telling you before we started, I'm like, wow, you just did a 2-hour podcast, and here we are at almost 4 hours doing this one.
And I did Chris Gore's Verses this morning.
Did you?
Yeah, one as well.
That's great. See, again, I was a 5-day-a-week, 4 hours a day radio broadcaster for a long time.
Right.
And it didn't, and so because people are like, in fact, the guys that I was podcasting with before we started our recording, they're like, really? You're gonna do another one? I'm like, guys, they're like, aren't you gonna be burnt out? I said, no. I go, right. I've been doing this for a long time, man. I'm like, again, like you said too, and that is my attitude towards these podcasts, is they're like convention panels that happen whether there's a convention or not. And thank you, B Things. He says thanks to both of us for being so passionate about these stories and works of culture that matter. Yeah, no, and you're very kind. I appreciate that, man. Thank you, man. I know Rob does as well. So yeah, thank you, man. And also, let's see, was there another? Oh yeah, Mike Coonrad says, I thought it was a no-brainer to get Terry Metalis to run Trek, but it seems Kurtzman has turned on someone high up at Paramount. Yeah, that almost does seem kind of this weird personal. Yeah, that was cute, Terry. Thank you very much for your service. Now get the fuck out of here, so we can get back to our shitty Star Trek.
The thing is, there was nobody there to showrun Picard season 3. Terry kind of started in season 2, and then Alex Kurtzman went off to make a sequel to Man Who Fell to Earth with Chiwetel Ejiofor, and Akiva Goldsman went up to make Strange New Worlds to Canada. So there was a void left by Picard season 3. So Terry took it and made it his own, and brought over a lot of his collaborators from 12 Monkeys.
Yes,
the 12 Monkeys TV series, which was great, and they got to do. Now, they still were saddled with what Picard seasons 1 and 2 had already done, so
sure,
they couldn't make it. There's still things they had to deal with, but I thought for the most part, I loved Picard season 3 when I saw it, and I kept seeing it, way before it was. And the reason that I liked it was so much is because it had heart. When you saw the episode 4, when Riker explains how he ran away from Deanna because he couldn't deal with the death of Thad, his son.
Yep.
And he thought that, I guess this is the end. And at the end, when he sees the birth of those creatures, he finds purpose again. He finds the awe and wonder of the universe. He'd forgotten about that, and it brought him out of his depression. And I'm like, that's like the most Star Trek thing ever. And I know that a lot of people got caught up in the fact that, the Borg Queen, and I loved Vadic, a changeling that was the one thing about Picard season 3 that I wish that they had done, that they just didn't have time or money to do, is I wish they did an episode that showed us how Vadic and the Borg Queen met and teamed up, and these two bad bitches that were both wronged by the Federation. The Federation, even though the Borg Queen was the Borg Queen, the Federation treated her, they morally and ethically did horrible things to the changelings. I know it was the fog of war, and I know it was the Dominion War, and they had to do what they had to do.
Oh yeah.
But both the Borg Queen and Vadic they had a great grievance against the Federation that says that it's such a great, we respect all life and all this stuff. And those two women, well, I shouldn't say, a changeling female, whatever, wronged. it would have been great to see how those two characters came together to conspire to take down the Federation.
Agreed.
That was the only thing that I was missing from Picard season 3. And yes, is it a lot of fan service? Well, sure, but you're also seeing those characters at that point in their lives. I loved seeing Geordi as the curator of the Federation Museum, that Geordi went to Viridian 3 and supervised getting the Enterprise D, off the surface of the planet, was rebuilding her as his personal project for 20 years. I love the fact that Dr. Crusher had a son with Picard and became a doctor without borders, because when she says, I lost my husband to space and I lost Wesley to space, and I'm not going to lose Jack either. I'm not going to lose him to your space. He's coming with me. And that was really interesting to see adult characters making adult decisions. And I liked all of that. And yeah, was it a little different and a little brutal? But yeah, it was. Pacifist Worf was hilarious. Michael Dorn was having a great time.
Well, and they even redeemed Rafi, Michelle Hurt's character,
100%.
because I could not stand her in either of the first 2 seasons. And it's like, okay, now you've given her a reason to be there. And pairing her with Worf was the best idea, because he literally, with his interactions with her, tempered her and calmed her down in the ways that she needed to be, and it made sense for the character arc as well. So yeah, I liked what Terry did, and unfortunately, no, I think Star Trek Legacy, maybe the ownership change, and you have more information, more information, might allow Terry to eventually come back to Star Trek.
But I think Terry's I haven't talked to him about what he's doing, which is probably for the best, because I have a big mouth.
I respect that. No, I get it.
I would, because remember, Terry wanted me to talk about Picard season 3.
Right.
By the way, Terry and his wife, who I adore, they bought a puppy from us.
Oh, that's great, man. Yeah. That's
they bought
wonderful.
A puppy from us.
Adorable.
Rosie. She's adorable.
That's great. How are the dogs, Rob? You got 4 of them right now.
4 dogs, man. They're doing good. Actually, we have 3, but Elizabeth's oldest daughter has Isla, one of our puppies. And she comes and goes. But yes,
that's nice.
Right now, we just have 3, thank God.
So give me the names, because I'm blanking right now.
We have Gilbert, Tallulah, and Sebastian.
Sebastian's the new one. Yes. Okay.
Sebastian is a purebred poodle.
And I remember when you got Tallulah to partner up with Gilbert, and that was always hilarious to watch them run around your sanctorium there. And
they'll be coming back. They'll be coming back in because they need to hang out here, and they're hilarious. But we got Sebastian to breed with Tallulah, and they had 3 litters. We talked to a vet, and what was really interesting? I never had dogs growing up. My mom was a crazy cat lady.
Okay.
And it has been wonderful being a dog father, because I've been so impressed. I mean, I always loved dogs, and animals have always liked me. I guess I know I like them, but I've always approached it like dogs are alien life. I'm never going to go into space and meet aliens, I don't think. But so I've always looked at animals as if they're alien creatures that I'm trying to communicate with. And I had no idea how communicative dogs actually are. Like how they can literally talk to you, and they know word. Like I've taught the dogs words, and it's wild. And when we decided that we wanted to have puppies, because we moved into a house and sort of to defray the cost of a mortgage, and we knew we had that doodles are very desirable. I had no idea. I raised 3 litters of puppies because we talked to the vet. We had 3 litters, and they say, look, you should have 3 litters in quick succession, then be done. You're done. And what was really weird was there's a lot of people, like, we raised those puppies in our bedroom. We have a back patio area, and from our bedroom, we built a pen that went from our bedroom out into the back where we had AstroTurf, so we could start teaching the dogs. Like, I took care of those. I raised those dogs every day they were alive.
Yeah.
I took care of them. We were not like breeders. They were in our bedroom. We cuddled them and played with them. And by the time we were very picky about we were selling them. And a lot of people were like, how can you sell dog? I didn't realize how vehement people would be about their dislike of us. We're raising them in our house. These dogs were like our dogs,
I get it.
And then people would come over, and we were very picky who we'd let come over. And one of the most joyous things, I had no idea that this simple pleasure existed. when people would come over and all the dogs would be out, there'd be like 8. We had a 9-dog litter, an 8-dog litter, and a 7-dog litter for a total of 23 dogs. When people would come over and we had the puppies running around, they were so cute. To watch people first of all, dog, you don't choose the dog chooses you. And watching these puppies and then watch people pick up the puppies and start to pet them and watch the puppies, the looks on people's faces, the joy of it all. And I'm just watching this thing, and sure, you could be cynical and say, yeah, they were paying us and our dogs weren't cheap, but we raised them like they were all like my kids.
Rob, I remember you being heartbroken when one would get sold, or if, God forbid, one of them would pass, just because of, again, didn't you have a couple that unfortunately passed?
No. All of our puppies were.
I'm relieved to hear that. Okay, very good.
Oh yeah, no, all the puppies. What was amazing was we had one dog that I loved that nobody wanted this dog, and I didn't understand. And I named her after Penelope, after Lady Penelope from the Thunderbirds. Lady Penelope Crichton Ward. And she was kind of a bigger dog. She was a little roly-poly dog. And I loved her. She had such personality. And I just resolved myself that, okay, we'll keep Penelope. And then that day, when Elizabeth and I made the decision, we got a phone call from a couple in Palm Springs. And they had seen our dogs, and they were desperate. They had a really old dog, and they wanted to get a new dog. And he was a fitness instructor at like a country club, this really handsome, fit guy, and his lovely wife. And they're like, well, if you still have a dog, we're going to come down right now. We're like, really? And they literally came right after we decided to keep this dog. They came right down, and they were a lovely couple. And they showed us videos. They brought their old dog down, and the two of these dogs immediately hit it off. Penelope
that's great.
Loved this old dog. And then he started sending me, we put some of these videos up. He would take the dogs out and run. He would run in the morning and take the dogs with him. And I saw Penelope living in Palm Springs, living her best life, running out. I'm like, wow, these dogs have the greatest lives. And we kind of stayed in touch with people. So they've sent us pictures, and they've, like, some of them, they're little families, like 3 and 4 year old kids. They're going to grow up with these dogs. They'll be 12 years old or something. So these kids will literally know them and grow up with these dogs. And they're all, because we played with them and socialized them, they were the sweetest dogs, and they loved people. Because I would get on the ground, and every day they would swarm all over me. You can see videos on our Instagram. I mean, I love these dogs, and
That's
they
awesome.
were. But it was hard giving them up.
Do you mind? Because I know we're at like 4 hours. We literally are just at 4 hours since we started
insane.
this. Before we say goodbye, can we talk about Otoy and the unification stuff for a second? Because good Lord, Rob, I didn't cry, but I definitely, as the children say, I got the feels when Kirk takes Spock's hand in that wonderful callback to the motion picture. And we've talked for many times about the greatness of the motion picture, and that in one scene where Spock finally understands both sides of his personality and has accepted it and realizes this is an opportunity for growth. And again, something that sadly V'ger will never understand. Or maybe will now with the human inclusion of Decker and Ilea and everything. But yeah, you know what I mean.
Evolving. I mean,
but
I had been covering, I had done a piece back in 2023 about Otoy.
Yes.
And what, Otoy is doing a lot of things. Like if you have the Vision Pro, the Apple Vision Pro, they've done tours on they've made the sets, like they're going to do a 3-dimensional Enterprise that you'll be able to walk through. And the Roddenberry Archive is doing all this amazing stuff. And what they were doing, like with real-time digital prosthetics and stuff, it was amazing. And the way they tied in, this is so crazy. Star Trek early Voyages comics, when Marvel took over the Star Trek license in the mid-90s, when I was working in licensing, their Captain Pike comic, the early Voyages comic, which was probably, it only ran, I think, 18 issues.
Yeah.
They were drawing from the Yeoman Colt story, and they were tying, these were such deep extended universe cuts that they were putting all together in this tone poem way. I thought was really clever. And as somebody who loves the expanded universe and read the novels and has read the comics growing up. I thought what they did was really neat. And then the final version, Unification, they moved away from Spock and Yeoman Cult and made it more of Kirk going to sea. And you know what I liked about the whole thing, I mean, when you think about it, on one hand, it was total fan wankery.
Of course.
But on the other hand, the tone of it all, the fact that it was kind of this tone poem that allowed the viewer to put into what they wanted to put into it, I thought was beautiful. And look, they got Susan Nimoy, Leonard's widow, to be involved. They asked William Shatner's permission. And that's some of the, I mean, they didn't have to talk. And that's always where people's mouths movies were. So they stayed away from that, which is fine. That's some of the best deep fake stuff I've ever seen ever. It's insane. And you know, there's a Star Trek YouTuber. I don't like to talk bad about any other YouTubers, but there is a YouTuber I watch all the time, a guy named Steve Shives.
Oh, I know Steve. I watch Steve Shives stuff. Go on.
Yeah, and
did he hate it?
He didn't like it at all.
You know, and he's the first guy to complain about fan service, but continue, please.
Yeah, and I kind of have a love-hate relationship with his Star Trek stuff.
Oh, I'm with you 100%. Yes, because he sometimes annoys me and gets me angry. Go ahead.
Yeah, and I really appreciate, because I think he does love the franchise.
Oh, 100%. Clearly, yes.
He loves the franchise, but sometimes I think he thinks he's, or he feels that he's above it all, kind of, sometimes.
Yes.
And that's fine, but there's this attitude. There's something about, like, I'm sure he and I would have a beer and it'd be fine.
Oh, I'm sure.
But when he was talking about Otoy, and he also called it fan wankery, but I think that when I was watching him watch this, I mean, I understand, because I could see him seeing the dangers. I do not want to watch Star Trek where I'm seeing digital recreations of our actors, unless they were used to do things like and I don't know why I'm making these distinctions, but if they went back and redid the animated series with Otoy technology and took those 22 episodes and got to take those actual audio files that were recorded back in the day, and they're not even the best. You could digitally I mean, I don't know where it ends. Yeah. But if you could use Otoy technology and give them the Alan Dean Foster, how Alan Dean Foster wrote the Star Trek log series, where he expanded those animated episodes, and you could take those animated episodes and look, I mean, with AI technology, you could just feed in every Star Trek episode, just the audio, and you could have, because I've done this before, you could perfectly recreate William Shatner's, and especially those line readings aren't with other actors, so they couldn't be any flatter than the line readings were for the original animated show. So I would love to see them do something like that with Otoy, because it's the animated series anyway, and what you're watching is just another kind of form of animation. And I know I'm but I'm with Steve. I do not want to watch dead actors and watch their avatars recreate Star Wars or Star Trek or whatever. I don't want to see that, because if you want to make new stuff, get new actors to go back and watch. And I think this is a question we're going to have to come to grips with this as a society. Like, I think, again, it's a moral, it's an ethical decision. Are we going to say, do people want to watch Humphrey Bogart in a new movie? And to me, as human beings, part of the fun of watching a movie is knowing that's a real person up on the screen.
Oh my God, yes.
You know, they're actors that create these things. If you're watching digital recreations, to me, and again, if I was born today, I might think differently, but it's because I'm an old fuddy-duddy shouting at clouds. I don't think that I don't want to watch movies that I know real people aren't in.
Yeah, I hear you, man. No, I agree with
because part of the fun of movies is watching actors with the twinkle in their eye and bringing their performances to bear. But you know what? On the other hand, too, I'll play a video game like The Last of Us, where you have an actor doing the voice and you're watching computer-generated people. Maybe they're motion captured or not, but I can get caught up in that too. But I understand that's a game.
Fair.
But that's not going to be, I mean, that's me, because we're in the last generation of, it's like we're the last generation that knew what it was like to live in a world without cell phones.
That's right.
and
Yep.
now we're going to be one of the last generations to live in a world where we knew what before AI could create everything.
Agreed. Another fan film that I noticed, and mentioning the animated film made me think of this. Have you watched that AI recreation of Absent Friends, where it's the conversation between Spock and McCoy after the events of Generations, the first part,
Yeah.
and it's them in a bar, basically missing Jim.
Yeah.
And that is a case of what did Shives call it? Fan
wankery.
Fan wankery. I have to confess, I liked it. It is limited in its writing
Sure.
and perform and execution. I wouldn't call it performance because it's AI generated, but I have to admit, I did like watching a semblance of Spock and McCoy having this conversation. And it reminded me of one of my favorite later, but within the 2000 Star Trek books, where it was about McCoy, and they had him on a dual time loop track where he was still stuck in the 30s with Edith Keeler.
Yeah.
But also living his regular life. And you saw like what would have happened if he wasn't rescued by Spock and Kirk and everything.
Yeah.
And the way that final scene in the book where McCoy is at home with what's her face, who by the way would have been my choice for when you guys were asking on the Trexperts episode about, hey, if you had any Star Trek female, it would definitely be that redhead from Shore Leave that loves Dr. McCoy.
Oh yeah, we talked about her tonight.
She's great.
Antonia Barrows.
Oh my God. And it was great the way they wrote her in this novel. But that final just of McCoy and Spock, and poor McCoy, 160 years old or whatever he was in that. And just this, that author really captured their voices.
Yeah.
And it really was like, it's good to see you. There you are, you green-blooded pointed ear or whatever. And it's like, yeah, shut up, you hillbilly quack. And it's like, oh, that's so great. Finally, Spock's like, yeah, guess what? Fuck you. I can do this too. And it's like, that's great, man. So I love that.
It's true. But we're going to deal with all that. I mean, someone's going to remake The Force Awakens and put all of the legacy characters together in one scene.
Exactly.
All that's going to happen. And I think that one of the, I read there's an Israeli historian named Yuval Harari, and he wrote 2 books. One of them's called Sapiens.
Oh, yes, I've heard you talk about this book. Go on.
It's a really entertaining book that sort of encompasses the last 100,000 years of history down. And at the end of the book, he asks a question. He goes, the human race has a decision to make, and that is, who do we as a race of people want to be? What are we going to concentrate on? And look, we're so split apart on so many different levels that we don't even have some think tank that can answer this question or implement it. I mean, I honestly believe that we're one step away from, we want to kill each other. I have a theory about, Americans talk about, we have this excuse, we have to all be gun owners because we have to protect ourselves from the tyranny of our government. That's not true.
No.
I think that everybody who collects guns, everybody who's a gun owner, at some point, you want somebody to come through the door of your house so you can blow them away. Now, this is a bad thing to say. And maybe, but why else? I mean, people can say, okay, and everybody, I have friends that have guns, and I know how to shoot. I used to own a 9mm Glock that I could strip down, take it apart, clean it in the pitch black. But unfortunately, my dad curtailed that. He took my gun, and it was an unregistered.
Oh no!
9mm. Well, it was a Smith & Wesson.
All right.
And he, when I was moving, I had it with me, and he lived in Arizona, and I told him I had it, and he was very upset. And then he's this BS story. He went and turned it into the cops. And so that was my gun that I have never had. I never went and got another one, but because he was just fearful that it was an unregistered handgun, and apparently it was sold at auction, at a police auction, and it was used in the commission of a crime.
Oh, Jesus
later.
Christ!
Yeah, which is wild.
Yeah.
But I think at the end of the day, like we are full of bloodlust. and we're not a good bunch of folks, but hopefully we will evolve into our Star Trek future.
Well, as Captain Kirk said, we're killers, but we've decided not to kill today.
See, that's right. Exactly. And he's right. And so Yuval Harari at the end of Sapiens, which, by the way, I recommend everybody read, he asked that question that we're going to fundamentally, we're dealing with all of that now.
Yes.
And I think that what AI means to, like, what it's going to do to art, what it's going to do to like, if you're if you plan someone's taxes, your job's done. You're not, AI is going to take,
that's fair. Sure.
With automated, here's something people haven't really thought about. So with all of our automation in cars and all that, eventually we have a huge trucking industry.
Yes, we do.
Well, all the people that are in the trucking industry, human beings, that's their job.
Right.
It's a good job. And the whole infrastructure what's going to happen when you have self-driving trucks?
Andrew Yang used to make that point all the time when he was running for president.
I'm a big fan of his.
Me too.
And we're seeing that more and more happening. And the real question is a lot of what AI, but if you're like somebody's doing your taxes, you'll have AI, you'll punch in your receipts and the AI will know what the tax codes are. And
100%. Yeah.
And so all the people that work for H&R Block, gone.
Yeah, that's a good call.
And what are you going to do? What are all those people going to do? And I don't think we've really come to grips with actually how it's going to change our civilization.
No, you're right.
And because we're so divided and yelling and screaming at each other that we've completely lost track of the big picture.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. Hell, my old radio job is on the verge of becoming obsolete. I wrote and produced commercials, and AI can generate scripts a lot faster than what I could do when I had to handwrite my scripts for the local clients and things. And yeah, it's you're right.
And then you have AI voices speak them. And one person can just sit there and AI generate this whole thing. You'll have and create AI generated music, and you can do a whole 30-second spot.
Yep.
A 10-second, a 20-second, a 30-second spot, and
whatever.
Then your job's gone.
Yep.
And this is going to happen on every level.
Yes.
And what's going to end up happening is the problem is eventually there's going to be nothing for people to do but prompt AI. And how much are you going to pay a worker, somebody that knows how to be an experienced copywriter? Are you going to pay them anymore to prompt? I mean, it's going to be bleak. And not only that, I can clone my voice. I could do, and if I wanted to, it's not hard. I mean, I've got a single shot here. How hard would it be to make an AI Rob?
Right.
And just within the frame here. And I'm just like, yeah, you know what? I'm going to riff on, my prompt will be like, okay, AI Rob, talk to me about James Gunn's Superman trailer, and what it means. And I could have YouTube things going up every, short takes or whatever.
Sure.
But the problem is that's not why people watch me. People watch us because of us.
Right.
And I can't imagine, although, as a money-making thing, I mean, if I could have AI just edit my shows and make me 10 shorts out of this show and respace them and recut them. And
it already exists, Rob. There's the Opus. I have the Opus Clip app, which is, as I was saying in part one, to make my YouTube shorts. And I'm glad, and I don't feel bad about using, because AI can be a useful tool.
Yeah, it's a tool, sure.
But yeah, I agree with you that sadly a lot of jobs are going to go away. And I don't think we're addressing it as a society, and it should be a concern. And that's why I respected Andrew Yang so much, and feel like he should be involved with whatever administrations. I don't care whether it's a Republican administration or a Democrat, but those are the serious labor issues that we really need to have some solutions on a lot sooner than later. And please don't wait for it to be past the problem and we face a new depression because so many truckers will be out of work and some of these other professions and stuff. No,
there's going to be nothing for human beings to do. And the question is, so do you get universal income for everybody? Like the things that people are always going to need, like building houses, they're even using AI to pour concrete. And I was watching a thing on YouTube where there's an AI thing that built a house in 2 days.
Wow.
And it just insanity, what they're going to be able to do. And then, of course, you're going to have things like AI controlled drone swarms, where you'll have microscopic drones that there's like a cloud of them, 10,000 of them coming at soldiers on the battlefield. And all you do is have to get one inside someone's ears or nose or mouth cavity, get it in their bodies, and small little charge.
Sure.
I mean, the technology that's coming down the pike is so lethal. And I wonder, and it's not Skynet, it's us being able to do things to other people.
Yeah, that's
and
right.
I hope that I think really one of the things that will help us is we need to make a concerted effort as human beings to meet other human beings, to interact. Like, we should start, if I was president of the United States or I was on a committee or something, I would say to President Trump, we should start a national outreach program where we make sure that Americans between, say, 18 and 22, instead of going to college, we're going to make sure that we get passports for people and they travel around the world for 6 months, or some kind of, even a national service program, not military, but everybody between 18 and 22 have to do some kind of social service. And it can be whatever you want, where you go 1,000 miles or 2,000 miles, go far away from where you grew up, far away from your surroundings, and you have to interact with people that you don't know. And look, there's one thing that I've loved traveling around and doing what I've done, is going around the world and you realize people are mostly the same everywhere, and they're mostly good.
Yes,
sure, there's people that are you go to war-torn areas and there's bad people, but
sure,
for the most part, people are generally pretty great. But we have to get to know one another.
Agreed.
And the more we know about each other and get out of your own, everybody's so me because social media has made us that way. But when you're out and you're interacting with people, you have to learn that it's not about you.
George Foreman. I'm sorry. Finish your thought.
Excuse me. That was it. That was just get out there. Go.
George Foreman, the great former heavyweight champion.
Yeah.
When he was a kid, it was during the Johnson administration and the Great Society, and he was a gang member in Houston committing crimes. And he got in the Job Corps, and they sent him to the Northwest, in where you grew up, to cut trees and meet people that were not from Houston. And it totally gave him a new perspective. And he said that was the beginning of me maturing and understanding that it was a much bigger world than what I was dealing with in Houston. And it really changed my mind. And I know I've brought that story up to really smart historians. I'm like, did you know that George Foreman is a product of Johnson's Great Society? And again, there are conservatives that will shit on that, but it's like, no, there was good intent behind that program to, again, establish better communication. And yeah, I'm so with you on, again, it's a way to handle some of these infrastructure problems. Put people to work to really fix these bridges and roads, or get, like during the Depression, the WPA and the other government programs to hire artists to paint murals on walls to beautify the city, or hired playwrights to write radio programs or plays themselves. And it's like, no, they supported every area of employment and occupation to better our society.
Look, we want, we talk about immigration. Like, do I believe that we should have free immigration? No, we should control our immigration.
Yes.
However, part of becoming an American citizen could be that you have to work for 2 years in like a national program.
Yes.
Where sure, you get paid for your time. No one's an indentured servant, but you're going to be building infrastructure. We'll find out what are you good at and put people to work.
Yes.
And what do we need fixing?
A
You
lot
know,
of stuff.
and we've got to stop the graft. You
Oh, yeah.
can't build low income housing for the homeless because everyone gets a taste. In California, we'll give billions of dollars to build homes, but then the homes for the low income homes are $800 million or $800,000 to build one low income unit, where we've got prefab housing that you see all over the place. We could build whole places. The problem is we're not attacking the real problem. The homeless problem exists not because there are no homes. It exists because we have people that are addicted. We have mental illness. We have all these things that we have to help people fix before they are expected to keep a home. And we don't want to do that.
Right.
When Reagan closed all the insane asylums, or pardon me, call them mental health facilities,
I'm with you.
we don't have anything like that anymore.
No.
The one flew over the cuckoo's nests are all gone.
We saw that disappear in our lifetimes. Absolutely, man.
100%. And there's all these people on the street, and we expect, oh, the homeless problem is because there's no homes. No, the homeless problem is happening because there are people that don't know how to live in homes. So they're out on the streets.
I'm with you.
And we got to solve the underlying root causes of the problem. And we got to stop being, greedy.
Yeah.
We have to. Capitalism works when people agree to make it work. But now it's like, hey, everyone wants to get rich quick, and that's another failing of humanity. And it's been a problem. There's nothing wrong with getting rich, but if you're doing so at the expense of the society in which you live in, well, that's not helpful either.
No.
But that we're never going to solve the problems of the world now. All you can do, my part, is to be a supportive of great storytelling, because my job, what I can do best, is be an advocate of great storytelling, because great stories are the things that give people perspective and allow them to question or think about or recognize what the life around them means.
I like it. And
yeah.
Okay.
I mean, no, I think
I'm with you, man. I feel the same way, man. I went to video. I always, again, 20 years come May for Word Balloon Audio, but I went to video during COVID because I'm like, hey, we're all scared, we're all nervous, and we're all sitting around staring at the walls or watching the same reruns over and over again. Let me give you something new. And thankfully, again, everybody was stuck at home, and it's like, all right, well, we're going to get our minds off of the drudgery of each day, and let's talk about some fun stuff. So I agree with you in terms of informing who we are and enriching us with good stories and good storytelling and stuff. Also, just fucking entertain us and get us out of the misery of our lives, because it's the least we can do as content creators, and it's the least that should be, expected, but should be expected on a regular basis for good quality stories and stuff. So yeah, I don't know. The hell do I? Well, again, all right, Rob, we've solved the world again.
There you go. Well, I just want to say, if you're interested in this great audio drama that I've been working on, and I let you say it's great,
Rob, I am so truly happy that True Noir turned out as well as it did. Here is the one of the fine lobby cards for True Noir. You come Friday, you sell what will be available starting on Friday.
You can pre-order. So it's a 10 chapter. It'll probably be when it's all said and done, between 5 and 6 hours, to be honest. Mike Bodden said it's going to be like 6.5 hours, but it's not going to be 6.5 hours. It'll probably be 5 hours total. So it's going to be 10. It's 10 chapters, and it's obviously Max Allan Collins adapted his own novel, True Detective, the first in the Nathan Heller books. And I'll show it again. And the reason it's called True Noir is because it's about a fictional detective that gets embroiled in all of these real life situations with real life characters. So, and as I've often said, I think the best fiction is the most truthful. So that's where the whole premise comes from. And our story takes place in 1932 and 1933 and deals with the real shooting of Chicago Mayor Anton Cermak that occurred at an FDR rally in Miami. And it also takes place at the Chicago World's Fair in 1933, and you have all these historical figures, and it is basically about, as we call it, the coming of age story of a man who thought the world was a little bit simpler, and when he decides to become a private detective after leaving the Chicago police force, gets embroiled in Chicago gangsters and politics and things that were way above his pay grade, and he has to survive. And of course, it's got actors. Michael Rosenbaum plays our lead. We have people like Katie Sackhoff, Bill Sadler, David Strathairn. I mean, it's an incredible cast of great actors, and every one of them you probably know. But you can get it now at truenoir.co. So it's TRUENOIR.co, not COM, just .co, truenoir.co. The whole series, it's totally $29.95. We had it for $5 off. I don't know if we still do that if you want to buy the whole series. So immediately you'll get the first 3 episodes beginning Friday. And the first 3 episodes, 90 minutes, are chapters 1, 2, and 3. And in universe, they all take place before Christmas. They're leading up to Christmas. And then beginning January 10th and every Friday afterwards, episodes 4 through 10 will come out. And we're going to drop them every Friday at 4 p.m. East Coast time, which just in time for going home from work on a Friday night.
Yeah, absolutely.
Commute with Nathan Heller. And look, it was totally independently produced. And for me, of all the things I've ever worked on, it's, I think, the greatest representation. I was able to be the conductor, and I got all my favorite people that I know. And we've put together, I think, a great product that if you like audio dramas, you can listen to it in 2-channel stereo or 5.1. And if you like crime thrillers and noir, if you like Chinatown and you like LA Confidential and you like The Untouchables, I mean, it literally has the Untouchables would take place, the movie, just before our story. We've got Elliot Ness in it, and Elliot Ness, who they put Capone in jail at the end of The Untouchables. Well, this show starts shortly after that, when Capone is in jail in Atlanta. So there you go. True Noir, the assassination of Anton Cermak.
It's incredible, everybody. Truly. I've heard these first 3 episodes. I am a massive audio drama fan, going back to old time radio. And really, Rob and company have assembled this incredible cast, but also all the people behind the scenes. Incredible music score, fantastic music production, and integrating the sound effects and the background music with the acting as well. It sounds amazing, and take full advantage, as I said earlier. Smoke your favorite or drink your favorite choice of distraction, and slip on the earbuds, and you will find yourself in the early 1930s with Nathan Heller trying to figure out this very complicated, real mystery that still the full details aren't really clear. Yes, Anton Cermak was assassinated. Who assassinated him? Was it really just this random anarchist who was shooting at Roosevelt but hit Cermak? Or was it a plot by the Chicago mob for retribution?
Yep.
I'll leave it at that.
The outfit.
Listen,
yes,
as they were known. And in fact, I have the book that details the Chicago mob, the outfit that controlled a lot of things in business and politics beyond booze and prostitution and drugs back here in Chicago, the city that works.
I mean, it's even Capone says criminal enterprise, it's over. The booze business prohibition is going to be over. So the outfit needs to go into things like the Teamsters. We have to get into more legitimate enterprise. And Max's script is so good. It's so compelling. You listen to these conversations, and it's really, I think it's really cool.
Well, and Max is forever in the Nathan Heller books, but also other things that he has written as well. His historic novels really do play. They have the real facts of the surroundings, like the World's Fair and everything. But he introduces these fictional characters to be part of this world. They all work. And also, I can attest, as being a lifelong Chicagoan, that they get every reference correct. Yeah, and that's because Max really knows Chicago. Yeah, despite being a Quad City Iowan, he's certainly been up here enough. As Rob and I discussed earlier, he was a longtime writer of the Dick Tracy comic strip for the Chicago Tribune. Has had his spells at DC Comics, creating Wild Dog, and a very good run on Batman that Rob and I happen to enjoy a lot. Really, Max is a great storyteller. In no matter what the platform is. He knows what he's doing, and he can write a hell of a story. And I've been enjoying his novels, comics, etc. since the 80s, and I know Rob has as well. So great guy, and a great creator.
No, it's very exciting, and I feel so honored to work with him.
I don't blame you, bud. No, I think it's terrific. And truly, man, as always, I appreciate when you come back. We always have
Another
interesting
marathon conversation.
But that's what the people come for, Rob.
It's great.
And that's terrific. And I don't know beyond whatever you recorded tonight for Trek Experts, what the plan is. I don't want you to spoil because that's Mark's show.
I don't know when it airs, like maybe next week. I mean, we've now recorded 5 of 10.
Okay.
So it's just crazy. So I don't know when we're going to record next.
All right, fair enough. Favorite Star Trek sound effect? Ashley Edward Miller, your thoughts? I've always been the pneumatic doors opening.
It's great.
Yeah.
It's great.
So, dude, great conversation as always, man. Seriously, it means a lot when you come back. And I
can't believe it's 4:00 in the morning with you. It's always like 4:00 in the morning when we stop talking.
That's all right. It's fine. And again, I'm used to it. And I'll be talking to Bendis like probably around this time on Thursday night. I'm taking tomorrow night off, everybody. But Wednesday I will be back. This guy, Bert Kearns, has written a biography of the neglected stooge, Shemp Howard. And we are going to be discussing the Three Stooges and Shemp. And I cannot wait. It is another thing, much like True Noir. One of the reasons why I've been doing these shows is to point you in the direction of some great Christmas gifts for nerds. And I would say True Noir is right there. The Shemp book absolutely is there as well. And earlier, as I told Rob in part 1, I replayed my interview that I did with Mark Altman about his new Blu-ray of the documentary 1982.
Which is great. I'm in that.
Yes, you are, and you do a hell of a job in that. Absolutely.
I love that documentary.
I'm
in his new Christmas documentary, but I haven't seen it, so I don't know how much of my stuff is actually in it.
Yeah, I hope the CW replays it because I did miss it when they aired it.
Well, you can see it on their app.
Oh, okay, very good.
You can look at it
cool.
online.
Oh, that's
greatest
good.
Christmas movies ever.
Outstanding. And again, True Noir, everybody. TrueNoir.co. C-O.
Yeah.
So pre-order, and you can start getting this fantastic story come Friday the 20th.
Yes.
So, Rob, way to go. Thanks.
Well, thank you, John. It's always good to come back here. And I love that we've been doing this for 10 years.
Yeah, man. And let's try and do it for another 10 at the very least.
100%.
So, everybody, thanks for watching. Until next time, stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy.